Welcome again to Finals Day. And on screen we have Lennart Neubauer and Jentel Kers coming into the semi-finals of the men's single elimination. My name is Sandy. I will be calling the action, and I'm joined in the booth by one of the event organizers, Rick Jendrush, Mr. Brouwersdam himself.
Yes, fully here. It's a big heat up, straight second heat of the day.
Big
and
heat.
We're off with like a mega heat.
Yeah, Lennart and Jentel really kind of nipping at each other's heels. Obviously, Lennart currently wearing the yellow jersey. You know, he's current tour leader. Jentel actually in fourth, so he's going to want to really look to kind of make a bit of a statement here.
I heard Jentel can only get second, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Or no, third place. He's fighting for third place.
Yeah, he's fighting to get on the podium, essentially.
Yeah, but Jentel on his home spot can be dangerous, especially if the wind's picking up.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a lot of people's home spot, isn't
it?
You know,
Yeah, that's true as well.
A lot of home advantage for people, as we see. Wow,
crazy.
Super smooth burner 360 there from Lennart. So basically looking at what Jentel did and going, well, I'll add an extra rotation on.
But also Lennart sailed here before already. Oh, flaka shaka from Jentel.
I mean, Lennart's one of those guys, any conditions, he can turn it on.
He can sail everywhere,
Yeah. You know, he's really been working on, from what I spoke to him over the last year, he's really been working on sailing in the lighter winds, trying to get all the moves on. Like, he rides a 5'6" all the time. I mean, he's a big guy, isn't he? He's really tall.
Yeah. He got bigger.
Yeah, you know, he's been, obviously, the Red Bull, he's been training a lot, you know, with that injury. I think he's been in the gym a lot, really
but I think the injury
made
him better in the end.
100%. Sometimes time off does that, though, I think.
Yeah. Like before he was windsurfing only so much. I think the injury made him, okay, set back, I'm going to be an athlete now. Yeah, you know, and a lot of the guys are doing, you know, this. A lot of the guys spend a lot of time, you know, biking and things, get the legs strong. Oh, airbob culo.
It's that weird culo technique that they do after the airbob. You kind of put your hand right down towards the clue almost and just sort of throw it round.
It's so hard. Airbob culo is one of the hardest things.
Yeah.
I think I've only landed it once.
Yeah.
Completely dead flat water with 4.0.
Yeah.
But they're doing it chop with 4.8.
Yeah, it's a crazy combination. It's not like we're starting to see air funnel burners in a lot more heats.
Yeah.
But the airbob culo is still really, there's only 2 or 3 riders that you'll see it in a heat, and Jentel's definitely one of them.
Yeah, he just did one.
A nice little Shaka 360 there. Looks like a bit of a lull in the wind here. You know, we saw that on Wednesday as well. You know, you'd get kind of 2 or 3 minutes where it was really windy, and then it would kind of drop off a little bit. And then it would come
because of the south wind. It's too much gusty with the south wind. When there's coming in a bit more west later today, it's going to be more stable.
Yeah. And that's, you know, we just took a little, when we had a little break there, we just took a little look at the forecast, and it does look like the wind is going to pick up significantly throughout the day. Does look like it will be bringing a bit of rain with it, but fingers crossed the wind will stay nice and stable as those rain fronts come through.
Yeah. Lennart is waiting. But Jentel's planing all the time, huh?
Yeah.
He's on 4.8.
It currently looks like Jentel actually leading this heat. As we see the air funnel 360, I think he probably wanted an air funnel burner there.
Yeah. But it's big actually, when Jentel wins now early in the single, or like, not early, but like in the single from Lennart. Lennart has to come back in the double. Yeah. And Lennart is for first place with Steven, and Stevo is still in, so it's like mixing up a lot. Also Japo out, of course, already early.
Japo out, got knocked out by Nicholas Nieblung, who was on fire the other day. My God. Some of the moves he was doing, we haven't seen them in heats before, really.
Big spot culo.
Huge spot culo there from Lennart. Yeah, Nicholas Nieblung, he will be up against Steven van Broekhoven in the next heat of the men's single elimination. So really, really interesting. Obviously, the winner of this heat will go through into the final. And the loser of this heat will go through into the small final, so a battle for third place. And then the winner of Steven van Broekhoven versus Nicholas will go up against the winner of this, and so on. And that will determine the winner of the single. And if you can win the single elimination, that puts you in such a great spot for the double elimination. You can basically relax for the majority of the rest of the day.
Yeah, but I was talking with Steven and Jentel yesterday. Sometimes they prefer actually to go out in the single a bit earlier because they have some warm-up
momentum,
heats. Like sometimes when you're only in the final, your first heat is straight the most important one.
Yeah.
And you don't have warm-up heats like to feel the area.
100%.
Air funnel burner.
There it is. Oh, so good.
This guy.
Oh, man. Landed so clean as well.
Yeah.
Even before he took off for the air funnel, I knew. I was like, that's what he's going to do. So both of these guys putting down huge heat scores.
Boom.
Lennart with a nice, silky smooth future there.
He's doing that a lot, huh?
Yeah, but I mean, it's a staple move. I was talking about this the other day. Even if you can just do a really nice punch, it's still going to score highly in competition.
Gabi on the... Oh, nice.
Ooh. Sticks a cabbie as well.
Sick. Jentel is going... Oh, now actually Lennart is ahead.
Lennart's leading, but I think obviously that's just before that is to come in. So 7-minute heats, I believe it's three moves on each side to count.
Yeah, 10 seconds.
So yeah, 15, just over 10 seconds left of this heat as we go to split screen. Let's see. Yeah.
Oh, look
so
how close it is. No.
Oh, and Leonard will go down.
Jentel last minute. Kono the other side. Oh, he crashes as well.
So it looks like by 0.4.
0.3.
Oh, no. Scores have gone up. Yento Cares 36.77. So it looks like Yento Cares will win this and will go through into the final of the single elimination. Leonard Neubauer will have to settle for a battle for third place. But like you said, maybe maybe to a certain extent, maybe you want that. Let's take a look at some of the moves. So that cabbie there coming in at 6.2. The judges love a cabbie.
Spotkulo as well.
Spotkulo and a shove it
But
Spock.
look, the air funnel burner.
Air funnel burner 7.5.
But actually the air bob culo was too wet.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was a bit of a kind of floppy culo, wasn't it? You know, he didn't necessarily have so much power.
I didn't even see the double culo from Leonard. I think it was in the beginning.
6.3. Yeah. So some replays of some of the moves we saw there. Oh, beautiful air funnel 360 there from Yento.
You know what's super interesting now here at this event, actually, in my opinion? Like, there's some really good guys who didn't have a draft before, like Julian Weimar, Felix, but also Nick van Ingen. These guys are super good.
Yeah.
And like also Niklas Nederblom, they kicked out some good guys already in the beginning. And now as well, a good guy kicked out, like Leonard. It's going to be so interesting in the double. It's going to...
I said it, yeah. That's the cool thing about this competition compared to some of the other ones is we've got all the usual names that you'd expect to hear, but I call them the undercover rippers.
Yeah,
you've got some of the guys from Germany. Obviously, Nick van Ingen doesn't necessarily compete so much anymore, but we all know he rips.
Oh man, good.
You see him on Instagram all the time. He's the king of the air bobs and the kulos, those kind of things. So yeah, it's going to be
this heat as well.
Really, really interesting. Yeah, so next up, Steven van Broekhoven and Niklas Nederblom in the men's. I think we are going back to the women's, but I will just confirm that. I think we'll be going back to the women's for the small final of that, which will be Lisa Kloster up against Maud de Bruin. So taking a look at the drone view there, it does look like the wind is coming in, but as you said, we're still waiting for it to swing a little bit more westerly. It's kind of cross-shore.
It will take some time.
Yeah. It's kind of cross-shore at the moment. But hey, we have conditions, and we've got a lot of heats to get through today, so there is an awful lot of action coming up. So make sure you guys are staying here.
36 points.
I mean, that was the highest. We only saw 2 or 3 riders getting into that sort of 36-point range yesterday. And the fact that one of the first full heats of today, we're already seeing that. As the wind picks up, do you think we're going to see 40 points in a heat?
Yeah.
There's no reason why not. And at this point in the competition, at this point in the season, every point is counting. You wanna really maximize your potential if you can. Don't forget, if you guys are watching on Facebook or over on our YouTube, leave us a comment. Let us know where you're watching from. It is Friday. If you've got the Friday feeling like we do, let us know what you should be doing instead of watching windsurfing.
We go for the men's heat now.
It looks like we are going straight through the men's instead. So yeah, we're just waiting for confirmation from the judges. I think they've changed the order slightly, but on your screens we have Niklas Nederblom and Steven van Broekhoven. Niklas taking a real scalp with Jacopo Testa the other day. Let's see if he can do anything with Steven. Steven going down on a
kulo, but like too wet. I think Niklas actually is better in the flats.
Yeah, I would say so. That's definitely his preferred condition. Super strong wind, flat water.
Talk him down, but he's really good in flat water.
Of course, but I mean, equally there, he definitely won that opening exchange with a beautiful burner 360. Steven going down on the kulo a little bit. He'll still put some points on the board, but not ideal. You see there, 3.6 for a kulo. Usually kulos, you're getting 4 or 5 points, so but not ideal. But
no one who knows the waters better here than Steven, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he's a local hero.
He definitely made the most hours on this water.
You think?
Yeah. Because he's also like 10 years older than me, so he's sailing 10 more years.
He's got that, those extra years of experience. We see him with a nice Shaka 360 there. Great way to start the heat. And Niklas will answer with his own Shaka 360 as well.
I think that was better.
Niklas won, yeah.
No, but Steven always also... Steven was sailing also always here like a lot of hours because he drove from Belgium for 2 hours, so you don't go for like 1 hour.
No, you stay all day.
He went all day, and this guy is a machine, huh?
Yeah.
But also it's so sick that he's 39, I think now.
I think 37.
37. Look what performance he's still doing on that age.
He's second. He's second on the tour.
Crazy.
He's still leading. He's still got it. As we see with a nice air funnel there. Didn't look super powered up. We see Niklas stepping into switch. Let's see if we can answer with his own one. And he will. Air funnel. He will add that extra rotation on. Interesting. I wonder if Steven, it looks like Steven may have gone out on a 4-8. Maybe he
Yeah.
did kind of need the 5-2, you know.
But sometimes, in my opinion, an extra rotation is not extra points,
Well,
depending on how.
no,
it
for
looks.
sure. I mean, if you just kind of, if you're not sliding, if you try and
Pushing
force it,
yeah.
if you try and force it, the judges aren't going to like it. This is what I was saying the other day. A lot of the riders doing ponches and trying to add that future onto it, and actually land a really clean ponch and sail away with a bit of
Yeah.
speed. You're going to get more points than you would with a kind
Exactly.
of a ropey future where it's kind of essentially an upwind 360. They want to see you sliding or popping into that extra
Yeah,
rotation
definitely.
all the time.
Oh, shove it, Spock.
Wow.
That's actually such a hard move.
Yeah, we saw it. It was one of, I think it was one of Jentel's scoring moves. It was 5.5 points.
Wow,
Wow,
Kulo.
Kulo 360.
Niklas is not giving it away, yeah?
Nah, he's not. He's come here to make a statement. I think,
Yeah.
you know, we don't necessarily see him so much with the EFPT. You know, we've said he very, very much likes the stronger winds. Spends a lot of time with Fuerteventura. He likes that flat water. Does a lot of things with the German freestyle battles as well. But he's kind of come here, and it's really great to have him here. He's such a talent. You know, anyone following windsurfing on Instagram, you'll have seen all his viral clips of the double air kulos, things like that. So great to have him in a competition setting,
Yeah.
and he's making a statement here. You know. He's absolutely ripping.
Boom.
And the Kulo on the other side,
Steven
but
Spock
he
Kulo.
will go down a bit.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
This is this crazy rotation again you were
that-
talking about.
Yeah, how did he save that? And
I have
he,
no
you know,
idea.
he went in a little bit, but ultimately kind of landed
Also
pretty
went out
nicely.
straight, yeah. But man, I know there's some riders so scared for Steven. I heard already, like when he was beginning 30s, the people were telling him already, Steven, you're getting too old. But look how he's still ripping almost onto his 40s. It's crazy.
I mean, you can't take anything away from him. As I said, he is literally second. He's second on the tour at the moment. You know, there's a potential he could, you know, win this event and come away with the title.
Yeah.
You know, he's fully in contention for it. So if he
It
can do
is.
well, if he can win this heat, that's going to
Boom.
really, really help him out. Whoa, my
nice
God.
Future, eh? Yeah, that's last in my opinion.
This is what we were just talking about
Yeah.
there. Stevens one, he just flowed so nicely. Even before he landed the punch, you could tell he was going to do a future. You know, you knew he was going round it. Nicholas there kind of had to throw the future on at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, it's still a future. You know, it's still a super hard move.
It's
but
not super easy.
no, but you know, it's still, there is that point of difference, and you will see that reflected in the scores for the move. But yeah, at the moment, Nicholas Nieblung leading by just over 1 point, but it is still anyone's game with just over 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's super close, but still the punch, the futures have to come in. Steven, Kulo. Oh, but it's too wet.
Yeah.
But still, I mean.
You've got to wonder. Yeah, Steven doesn't look like he's on, as you know, his usual form today.
I think he doesn't have enough power.
No.
Look inside, it's not so windy.
Nah, you can see it, but you can see the gusts upwind. You know, we just need it to come down a little bit more.
Nice flag.
Steven there, look, we've got the heats
Yeah,
now updating 29.84. So yeah, now has overtaken Nicholas Nieblung. Nicholas doing a little pump there. Really interesting looking at Nicholas. He sails with his boom really low.
Yeah.
Don't see it much for
But
freestylers.
he's also quite long. Like, he's not short guy. Yeah, he's
No,
quite low.
but look, the boom's basically at the bottom of the cutout. It's like, it's right down here as we see Steven
Maybe
in
we
the
should
background.
try it, Steven. Oh, good
Steven,
Kono.
nice Kono there from Steven. That will add to the score sheet.
There's the drone.
Yeah, follow along, Nicholas. You get a really good sense of the chop from this angle.
Yeah.
And you can see how they're using it. So yeah, duck and say,
Oh,
whoa!
look, you saw the gust coming.
Little boomerang there, yeah. I mean, most riders would probably be pretty stoked with that boomerang. It was pretty cool. He basically stayed planing.
Yeah. Look, he's going again. Kono, Kabi.
Oh, Cabby.
Oh, that's gonna score good for
It's
him.
also interesting, yeah, you can, look at, if people are breaking it down, some of the riders get really technical and they can take a little look at what the judges are liking. Oh, that was so sick.
I think Adam is gonna ask me to put that red flag away. He
think
did also
maybe,
2 times
yeah.
in the screen now.
That was a full air funnel. Really nice there. We saw some double air funnels the other day. I'm hoping
Yeah,
we're going to
from
see that. But
Niklas,
maybe it's
but
a bit
I didn't
more of a
see it on the
flat
score
water.
sheet. It was not, but in my opinion, it's so
So technical,
big
that
score.
move.
Yeah.
Yeah,
1
but again, maybe it's a little bit more of a kind of flat water move. It's quite hard to get the speed to be able to jump again in the chop, and if you don't time it well. But equally, we're seeing air funnel burners. Why make it any different?
in the live stream.
Let's see what Nicholas has got for us. Skopu, nice. Bit of a strange one. Didn't look like he was going to make it round there, but somehow managed to bring it back underneath him. And Steven.
Again, but this is better.
Much better.
But
much
look,
better.
He needed it on the last second.
And it will flop round a spot cooler for Nicholas Nieblang as well. But it looks like...
I'm going to get a flag away, okay?
Sure thing. Cheers, Rick. So it looks like Steven will be advancing through. That'll be a nice little bonus for him as he gets to towards, being in that title contention, with between him and Leonard Neubauer. Leonard obviously having to settle to go into the battle for third place. Steven will go through into the final up against Yentl Cares. Taking a look at the score sheet, full score sheet there. Spot Kulo, double Kulo, and that air funnel that we just saw from Steven come in at 5.98, his highest scoring move on starboard tack. The shove it Spock, 5.99. Shove it Spock. We'll have to see about the scores for that one. That could change things actually. Interesting. We'll just wait for confirmation on that one. Little replay of some of the moves we saw this opening exchange. Nice. That's the way you start a heat. That burner 360 there from Nicholas Nieblang. Nice floaty shaka there from Steven van Bronckhorst as well. And answering with his own one, German powerhouse, excuse me, Nicholas Nieblang. As I said earlier in the heat, really great to have Nicholas along. He's such a talented rider and is a name on everyone's lips when it comes to freestyle windsurfing. So it's really cool to have him out here and competing with us here at Brouwersdam for the 2023 finals. So there's that strange boomerang there that Nicholas did. I don't know, I quite like that. And then finishing it off with a nice cabbie there. Obviously saw Yentl doing it. Here's that air funnel, super nice. I mean, almost going into kind of the air funnel realm, that second one there. And then a Skopu to finish off. Here's that second double Kulo that Steven did. Bit of a better one there. Still not quite enough rotation. Okay, and now we are going back to the women's. So this is the small final, battle for third place. And it is Lisa Kloster up against young local up-and-comer Maud de Bruin. Lisa Kloster obviously been really training hard and really pushing it over the last year. Has become one of the kind of great ambassadors for women within the sport. Every time she puts up a clip or every time we see her windsurf, she seems to have learned something new, doing something new. Last year I was actually in Brazil sailing with her and she was absolutely sending it. So it's really cool to see Lisa here and really pushing that level in her trademark blue helmet there. Let's see what Lisa has got for us. So a reminder, this is the battle for third place in the women's single elimination. And then next up, it will be Maaike Hooverman up against Ariane Aukus for the final of the women's. And that is the green flag up. So that is the start of this heat. On the left, we have Maud de Bruin on the red Severn sail. Lisa Kloster on the blue and orange sail loft on the right-hand screen. As we see her bearing away and sliding around a nice flacker. Good way to start the heat. Maud de Bruin in switch. Let's see what she's got for us. Crashed an E-slider earlier. I think she's got that move, but it looks like she's kind of run out of steam. And will jibe round. As Rick was saying earlier, the wind is still a little bit south. It's still a little bit cross-shore, which does make it a bit gusty. It is forecast to turn a lot more westerly throughout the day and pick up significantly. So we should see the winds fill in and become a lot stronger as the day goes on. But we have a lot of action to get through. As we see Lisa Kloster picking up a little bit of speed, get a real good sense of the chop from this angle. Will she be using it? I know she does the kind of shakas and things like that on the other side. Does her switch moves on this side. I'm thinking pugnetta. She's definitely got that pugnetta down. And there it is, but she will go down. Frustrating there for Lisa Kloster. Again, these sliding moves, as I was saying earlier, to do them, in the chop is quite difficult. We ran on Wednesday, we were running some heats within the pool. The famous pool here at Brouwersdam, great flat water location for freestyle. But sadly, the wind doesn't quite line up with it. But equally, I don't know, sometimes I quite like the chop. You can see bigger moves. And it presents a little bit more of a kind of real world conditions as we see Maud de Bruin pumping what she got for us. Goes for the Vulcan, but doesn't quite have the power and will go down. Lisa Kloster will settle for a Vulcan of her own, kind of trying to push round the Spock there, but just didn't quite make it round. So it will be alternating heats now. So this is the small final of the women's single elimination. Lisa Kloster up against Maud de Bruin. We will then switch back to the men's for the small final there, which will be Leonard Neubauer up against Nicholas Nieblung. Big heats. And then we will switch back to the women's and back to the men's and so on. And then we will head into the double elimination. Don't forget, you guys can check out all the elimination ladders, everything like that, you know, all the action we've got coming up on EFPT.net, and you can follow along on freestyleprotour.com as well. As we see Lisa Kloster go down on a funnel there. Anyone learning to funnel, things like that, it's that frustrating kind of where the clue opens out and just pulls you round with it. It's really difficult, and a difficult move to pull off in these choppy conditions. Maud de Bruin again, kind of running out of steam. It's difficult when you go switch. You almost want to do your move quite quickly. You know, sometimes we seen, you know, Nicholas Nieblung, perfect example earlier. He's basically ducking the sail as he puts his back foot in the foot strap, because the longer you stay switched, the kind of more tired you get, and you actually start kind of losing speed. It's that moment where you first bear away is where you're really going to see the most speed. Lisa Kloster with a bit of a shove it there, I'd say. I mean, she's got the shaka in her repertoire. In Geneva last week, she was pulling them off in towing, which is super impressive. So, yeah, it just needs, you know, a little bit more wind, and I think we'll be seeing some shakas added to her heat scores. Leave us a comment on YouTube if you are watching along, and don't forget, you can head over to the Instagram at Freestyle Pro Tour, where you can keep up with all the behind-the-scenes action and get a little bit more of an idea of what's going on the ground here in Brouwersdam. As we see Maud de Bruin just going down on a spock there. Super frustrating for her. The classic comes round, you finish the move, you've basically flipped the sail and sailed away, and then you decide to fall in. Yeah, it's one of those frustrating crashes I'm sure a lot of us learning freestyle are familiar with. The spock, we've had conversations about it in the last few days. It's not the easiest move to do, but for some reason it is the first move we learn. As we see Lisa Kloster ducking the sail in switch. And she will sail away from a switch Kono. Again, yeah, just didn't quite have the wind she needed, but points on the board is what we want. So kind of Lisa looking a lot more powered up than Maud. I'd be interested to know what size sails they're on. I would say Lisa's probably on a 4-4 as we see her sliding around a spock there, but again, we'll go down. She will sail away from it though. But still not ideal. That will make a difference. Maud de Bruin looking nicely powered up now. I think she's doing the switch stuff coming in on starboard tack. So let's see what she's got for us, if she will be stepping in. And yeah, as we speak. So around, you want to be ducking or going for your move quite quickly, as I said, because you're going to start to run out of steam. She will duck the sail, but yeah, doesn't quite have the speed. Obviously, the faster you're going when you duck the sail, the kind of easier it is. It makes the sail go nice and light in your hands, so you can kind of maneuver it around a lot more. Whereas if you tend to slow down, the sail becomes quite heavy and not so maneuverable. As we see Lisa go down on another pugnetta attempt. Not easy conditions out there for the women. So yeah, just over a minute and 20 seconds to go of this heat. Lisa Kloster with a pretty comfortable lead. Maud sadly not managing to put any points on the board so far. As I said the other day, she was sending herself around some really nice moves in the pool, but you know, it's difficult. 50 seconds left of this heat, and it looks like Lisa will be advancing through and coming away with third place in the women's single elimination. So you can kind of see the stripes of wind from the left-hand side sort of coming down, you know, Lisa kind of sailing into a bit of a lull there, and then back into the gust, and we see her stepping switch in that gust. What's she got for us? Ducks the sail. Has she got the funnel? We'll slide around the first half of it, but we'll go down. Bit of a frustrating heat there for Lisa Kloster. You can see her kind of shaking her head, you know, not quite managing to put on, you know, what she usually can do and the moves that we know that she's capable of. But it will be enough to put her through as we come into the dying seconds of this heat. And it will be Lisa Kloster And there's the end of the heat. Lisa Kloster will take third place in the women's single elimination. Huge shout out to Maud de Bruin. Her first competition, only 16 years old. A local here, Rick, saying, you know, sailing all the time and putting in the reps, getting the moves in. As we know, freestyle is all about getting that 10,000 hours in. Repetition. You can crash 999 times, but you will land it on the 1,000th try. And that is what we all keep coming back for. So yeah, great to have Maud here sailing with us, and fingers crossed we'll see her at future events for the 2024 season. Some replays then. Lisa starting really nicely there, going for this pugnetta, but just getting a bit caught up on the hand change. Sailing away from a Vulcan here. Yeah, you can see there was a nice bit of chop there, but just didn't quite manage to really make use of it. You know, get the wind in the sail. It's so frustrating when you don't feel like you're powered up enough. Maybe Lisa needed to be, maybe she's on 4.0. I'll ask her later on. You can kind of see at the bottom there, it looks like it says 4.4, but so we are now going back to the men's. So we'll be heading back to the men's, and we will be running the small final, which will be Leonard Neubauer up against Nicholas Nieblung. But before that, let's head over and hear from Mr. Jentel Kers.
You made it through to the final. How do you feel?
Super stoked to make it in the final, especially knowing Steven also made it in the final. So it's going to be a Belgian battle on our home spot. It was pretty cool. Beating Leonard, you know, he's leading the European title is a good feeling. You know, I've been losing quite a few times this year from him, so taking him back is a good feeling.
Perfect, yeah, and it puts you in a good contention now for maybe the first place?
For the event win, maybe. The European title, I think, is up for Steven.
Oh, is it? Okay. All right. Well, congratulations, and yeah, good luck for the final.
Thank you.
Awesome to hear from Jentel Kers there. Yeah, super stoked to get through up against Leonard Neubauer. Leonard, obviously, tour leader, coming off that big win in Silt, put on a real performance last week in Geneva in the tow-in as well. Just seems to be going from strength to strength. Obviously, Jentel also coming away as our world champion for 2023. Sadly, the European title is, I think, out of reach for him. But as he said, great to see some you know, some true examples of mateship, friendship, you know, rooting for Steven to get in there. Steven obviously sitting in second overall at the moment. So yeah, it's going to be, as he said, an all-Belgian battle. Beers, chocolate and big moves going down for the Belgian riders. But before they take to the water, we are doing the small final. So the battle for third place in the single elimination. And that will be Leonard Neubauer up against Nicholas Nieblung. This is an interesting matchup. I'm not sure we've seen these guys sail against each other really that much. Both quite different sailors, you know, potentially kind of different styles. Leonard Neubauer a bit more kind of wild. Nicholas Nieblung super technical. Let's see what they've got for us as we see a Kulo Spock, Kulo 360, but will pop into the second rotation. Not something we see very often. Judges are going to absolutely love that. What a way to start the heat for the young Greek rider, Leonard Neubauer. Only 19 years old. Feel like he's been around forever, but kind of still only really getting started in his career. And a beautiful burner 360 from Nicholas Nieblung. Absolutely textbook. Basically looks identical to the one he did up against Steven in the last heat. So yeah, this is a really interesting matchup. Wherever you guys are watching, Facebook, YouTube, let us know in the comments who you think is going to be running away with this, what your predictions are for the rest of the event. Who are we going to see on the podium at the end of the day? Let's get some conversations going. Yeah, let us know what you think of the action so far. As we see Leonard Neubauer. Whoa, my God. That Spock was incredible. And a huge double Kulo there from Nicholas Nieblung. What an exchange. That Spock Kulo was amazing from Leonard. I don't know what, the Spock happened so fast. It almost looked like someone sped it up. That was like Matrix style. So heading across now, it does look like the wind has potentially filled in a little bit. I think both riders on 4.8 and a Spock on the other side and a Kulo added onto it. So just got that move down on both sides. Huge air funnel there from Nicholas Nieblung. Gets a little bit caught at the end, but will stay dry. Already these guys putting down an absolute masterclass of freestyle windsurfing, and a true sign of what we've got to see today. This feels like, a little bit of what we're going to start seeing in heats now. This is quite gusty, choppy conditions, riders on sort of bigger sails, but we are already seeing the top moves within the sport, essentially. To see a Kulo 360 and an incredible flak of shaka there from Leonard Neubauer. Looks like he got a bit caught on the shaka there. I'd say maybe wanted to add an extra rotation there. Nicholas Nieblang obviously watching along there will have seen what Lennart just did in front of him. Is he going to go for the same, or are we going to see a Shaka 360? It's a pretty safe move to do for all these riders, and it always scores nicely, especially if you can get a little bit of hang time on the Shaka. Looks like the chop is absolutely perfect for it today. But we will see the paunch. Looked like he definitely wanted to go around the future there, kind of threw the sail forwards a little bit, but just didn't quite manage to get the sail to catch for that extra rotation. But as we said, you don't want to force it. Leonard Neubauer, current heat score of 18.37, so still leading, but with just over 4 minutes to go, this is very much still anyone's heat. Leonard Neubauer ducking, and will jump round. Sick double Kulo there. So landing completely dry, didn't have to force the second rotation. That is what the judges are going to absolutely love. Nicholas Lieblang there with loads of speed coming in hot. He will step switch. Air funnel. And he gets the burner as well. Air funnel burner for Nicholas Nieblang. Again, not ideal. Probably wanted a bit more pop on that burner, but an air funnel burner is an air funnel burner. And Leonard Neubauer will go down a little bit on the future there, but same as what I just said about the air funnel burner. A future is a future. You still put some nice points on the board. Leonard Neubauer coming in with a 30.56 overall heat score. Nicholas Nieblang 21.90, but I think we're definitely still waiting for some heat scores to drop. As we check out some of the replays, look at that. He went higher on the second Kulo. Incredible there. So Leonard Neubauer just chilling, taking a hand off, maybe got a bit of cramp in the forearms. It's a feeling I'm sure all of us know. And Nicholas Nieblang will go around to Kono. Didn't quite get the lift he wanted there. I'd say he probably wants the cabbie instead, the Kabakuchi, so that kind of Kono lift you get, but then coming down and finishing the move like a Spock. I would say he probably wanted that. It scored very highly in the last few heats we've seen today, especially Yento Cares in the earlier heat. Pulled off a really nice one. Let's see what the boys have got for us. Nicholas Nieblang coming on. Nicholas Nieblang, heat scores have dropped in. Nicholas Nieblang 30.50. Leonard Neubauer 35.09. So Leonard Neubauer putting a huge heat in. Whoa, sick Kulo there from Leonard Neubauer. Kind of had already finished the rotation and was still coming down out of the air. Always love seeing them kind of having to stall the landing. Wow, nice Skopu there from Nicholas, but he will go down. Somehow managing to water start out of it clue first. Be really interesting to see how the judges score that at the end of this heat. See this Kulo here, look, oof, came down. Full rig flip, beautiful Kulo there from Leonard Neubauer. As I said earlier, an absolute masterclass in freestyle windsurfing that we are getting treated to today. I hope you guys are enjoying the show so far. Leonard Neubauer with a Spock there, definitely wanting to add something more to it. He's already got the Spock Kulo. I wonder what he was going to do. Maybe a Spock Kono? Johannes coming in on YouTube. Greetings, boys. Johannes watching from university. One of the cameramen working for the tour, but sadly back at university. We wish you were here. Cortex, come on, Nicholas. Hammer time. Yeah, Nicholas on an absolute tear as we see him with a Spock. And he will jump around the Kulo as well. And a flacker punch from Leonard Neubauer. Oh, gets a bit stuck on the landing, but again, one of those moves. What a sick combination that is. Kind of, you always can tell they go a little bit further downwind for the flacker. As opposed to a flacker shaka, they'll take off a little bit more upwind. Leonard Neubauer, 36.69. Incredible. David Weissensteiner, why aren't they sailing in the flat? Is there not enough wind? No, the direction is wrong, so it's a lot more cross-shore today. So the wind is coming a lot more from the south, so it doesn't actually line up with the pool. So we will be sailing in the chop today. And there is the Skopu from Nicholas Nieblang. Will go down, get a bit wet. You can see him shaking his head there. Not what he wanted at all. Leonard Neubauer with plenty of speed. Leonard just putting an incredible show on. With 5 seconds to go, he will duck the sail. Whoa, air bob, and we'll go for the culo afterwards. Awesome heat there from the boys. It looks like Leonard Neubauer will be going out of this single elimination in 3rd place. A very respectable 4th place for Niklas Nieblung for, his first Freestyle Pro Tour event. Really for a long time. He taking part in the German Freestyle Battles collaboration event, but great to see him here. That double culo there for Leonard Neubauer coming in at a 7.5. Incredible score there for that move. 6.72 for the double culo from Niklas Nieblung. So you can really see the difference that, the actual execution of the move makes. Some replays coming in here. That culo 360 there, or culo Spock, should I say, from Leonard Neubauer. Textbook boner 360 there from Niklas Nieblung. Leonard's just got that spot culo down on both sides, just perfect. I can't decide which side he does it better on. I think maybe port tack, but I'm not too sure. There's the flaka and the shaka, really nice there. And there's that huge double culo there from Leonard Neubauer. That's that 7.5. Going for that air funnel burner. Got a bit stuck, but still managed to sail away from it. Nice future there. Full rig flip culo. Woo! There's the Spock. And here's that flaka paunch. It seemed to get just a bit stuck on the takeoff for that paunch, but still managed to sail himself around it. So any of you asking about the wind, you can see there the wind's kind of coming more cross shore. Usually it's coming a bit more essentially from the bottom of the screen and straight onto the kind of point of land that you can see there. But today it's coming straight across the shore. Not too sure on the wind strength. I think all the riders are on kind of 4.8, maybe some of the smaller riders on 4.4. And next up we have the final for the women's single elimination. Ariane Aukus, a freestyle legend, one of the true ambassadors for the sport, sailing for duotone. And then on the other side, another incredible ambassador, especially for women's windsurfing, Maaike Hoeverman, a multiple event winner. This is going to be a really, really great heat. Super excited for this one. Seeing these two girls going up against each other. As I said, we don't often get Ariane here at these events, so it's great to see her coming and stopping in to say hi, take part in this event before she heads off to Brazil next week to Jericoacoara, one of, essentially, as she said, feels like a home spot for her. She's been going there for so long. But yeah, great to have her here with us in Brouwersdam before. And we have just over 10 seconds until the start of this heat. Let us know in the comments on Facebook and on YouTube who you are rooting for, who you want to see on the podium, who you think will be winning this heat. Both of these riders incredibly experienced and sail to an extremely high level. So this is going to be really interesting. Ariane stepping switch straight away. Will duck the sail. One-handed funnel, but got a bit caught on the takeoff as Maaike Hoeverman spins herself around a nice flaka. So Maaike Hoeverman taking that first exchange, but there are still 6 minutes and 40 seconds left of this heat, so plenty of time for the riders to put down some good moves. So Ariane going past, got a bit of speed. Let's see what she's got. She's got the shaka on both sides. Ariane's quite an ambidextrous windsurfer. She does have the moves on both tacks, which really, really helps in the kind of choppy conditions as we see her slide around a silky smooth spot, but she will go down. Maaike Hoeverman again, very ambidextrous. A flaka on the other side. So the judges do always like to see that. You know, if you can do moves kind of both sides, they will really enjoy that. So yeah, flaka on both sides for Maaike Hoeverman to kick off the heat. Ariane yet to put any points on the board, but let's wait and see. Maaike Hoeverman, they're looking quite powered up, but potentially maybe taking quite small sails. I think Ariane maybe is going to be on a 4.0 or 4.4. It looks like she's on, I can kind of see the bottom of it. If any of you have keen eyes, let me know. Maaike Hoeverman, nice floaty shaka there. Ariane Aukus in switch, will duck the sail. And half a funnel there, doesn't quite manage to get the full rotation. Frustrating for Ariane, second attempt on that move. Wants a little bit of extra power. You can see her pumping the sail there. See what she's got for us. Micah in a bit of a lull there. As we said, you know, with the south wind, it is a little bit gusty, kind of coming through, quite up and down. Ariane trying to answer with a shack of her own. Will have to settle for the shove it. I think Ariane's definitely got the shack up. I think a little bit better on starboard tack. So coming in, Micah Hooverman. Shaka on the other side as well. She's just doing everything, both sides. It's one of those things, because these guys make it look so easy, it's hard to describe, but being able to do that move, both sides, is so difficult. It's such an alien feeling to think about trying to do it on the other tack, or any windsurfing in general. So, you know, it's so sick that these girls are doing it on both sides. As we see, Ariane, third time lucky. There's the E-slider, but she will go down. Not having the best heat for Ariane. Micah Hooverman in switch as well. And she will pull off an E-slider of her own. Frustrating. Well, fingers crossed Ariane didn't see that there. The move she was trying to do. Micah Hooverman just pulled it off really nicely. So Micah Hooverman tacking around what she got for us. So a reminder, it is the best 3 moves to count on each side. And we are doing a 7-minute heats, 10-minute transitions. There's 3 minutes between each heat. So if you guys need to go and get a drink, chill out, wiggle your mouse so that your boss thinks you're doing work, make sure you're doing that in those 3 minutes. Wow, huge shove it Spock attempt there from Micah Hooverman. Such a tweak on that. That was sick. Just kind of going down at the end, getting the tail of the board kind of a bit caught. That's the thing with the shove it Spocks. If you go big, you still need to make sure that you're landing right on that front foot. As we see Ariane go down on the shaka there, just not quite managing to get the rotation. Joining me once again in the booth, Mr. Brouwersdam himself, Rick Jendrush. What do you think of the action so far?
I didn't check it yet, but on points it looks like Mike is going off, huh?
Yeah, Micah's having a real good heat. I was just saying,
ducking.
she's so like ambidextrous. She does everything both sides.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's super hard.
Yeah, funnel there for Micah Hooverman. Hasn't put a foot wrong yet. I mean, she crashed that shove at Spock. I think it's the only move she's crashed all heat. She's done flackers both sides, shaka on both sides.
Yeah, that's really hard. Especially shaka, like a flaka, Spock and stuff, it's quite okay.
Yeah.
But I think actually Ariane can do shaka also.
She can.
Side.
She can, yeah. Looks like she's just water starting out of one now again. Oh, feet came out, so probably won't count. Yeah, Ariane struggling for it a little bit. I don't know. It looks like she's on 4-4, but yeah, I can see at the bottom. That's the great thing. The duotone sails have the sail number massive. So it makes my life much easier when people are asking what size sail they're on. So yeah, any sail brands listening, can you make the sail numbers a little bit bigger, please?
But it should be fine, because Mike is...
You'd think 4-4, yeah. I mean, I think all the guys, I'm not sure what Lennart and Nicholas were on, but I think they were both on 4-8.
4-8, yeah. I just checked, they're on 4-8.
4-8, yeah,
Stephen
cool.
was doubting if he goes 5-2 in the final or not, but he's checking the wind, so...
Yeah.
I think now it looks like he goes on 4-8, but we'll see. About the sail size, I heard actually like a few years ago, like duotone had the big ones in the upper sail. Klaas Vogt was taking them out before the heat, so the guys didn't, and changing them, so guys thought he was having a different sail.
Oh, really?
Size, yeah.
Oh, that's a bit of, yeah, that's going on to the mental side there, trying to psych out the opponents.
Yeah.
That's pretty difficult. That's really funny. So maybe that's why then, maybe we don't want to do it. You want to psych your opponent out. You don't want them to know what size sail you're on. As we have just over 1 minute and 10 seconds left of this heat. Micah Hooverman ducking in regular. Oh, disappointing there. I think she probably wanted to line that up with the chop. We know Micah's she's got the Kono, she's got the Kulo, she's got all those moves. Ariane starting to put a bit of a heat together. Wow, one-handed funnel there from Ariane. She will finish the move. Nice.
Nice one.
And a Spock there from Micah Hooverman. Oh, she will go down a bit. I don't know. I just missed the end there. I was watching Ariane. Don't know if that was a shove at Spock. Anyone watching, let me know. Harry on YouTube. Rick, come back on tour. Come on.
Yeah, they should ask me, but I have no time anymore.
You're busy.
Too busy center.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's fun. Like now, I actually was thinking about it. Like I was super close to go, but it was exactly 32 riders, so the elimination was full.
Perfect.
So I was like, okay. Like when it was like 30 or 31, it was like, okay, let's go for a few heats. But now I saw it's so busy in between the heats and everywhere. It's almost impossible to do both when you want to be good. But it's so fun to organize like an event for all the riders. Nice, shove it air type. You have been on on the tour, and it's nice. You can
See
give
it the other
something
side.
back. Yeah, but also give something back to the tour and stuff. It's super nice.
100%. And an absolutely commanding performance there from Maaike Hoeveman, who will take the win of the women's single elimination. Ariane just kind of struggling to find her groove a little bit there. We all know she's way more capable of some incredible moves there. But yeah, just didn't quite manage to find it. But still, will come away with that second place in the women's single elimination. So still will put her in a nice position for the double elimination.
Points difference.
Yeah.
It's a lot, huh?
Yeah. Maaike Hoeveman just put it together an absolute textbook heat there. Just didn't quite manage to get that shove at Spock. But yeah, one of Maaike's shakas there coming in at over 5 points. Some replays of the action we saw here. So it's just Ariane there, just kind of kept doing moves and then just going down right at the end.
Yeah, with every move a little bit, huh?
Yeah.
Boom.
Nice shaka there from Maaike. Wow, nice bit of chop for it.
So now we go on to the men's final between Jentel and Steven, right?
All Belgian final. A Belgian battle. Who's your money on?
Boy, it's so hard, but I think Jentel is on the roll this morning. He has a bit more power with the 4-8 than Steven. Look, there they go. Hey, they are best friends as well, huh?
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting heat. I can't wait. But it was cool as well. We had a bit of an interview with Jentel earlier on, and he was kind of saying, he was like, I want Steven to get this. I want Steven to get the championship. He's really
true,
rooting
but
for
I think
him.
Jentel's not going to give it away.
Oh, 100%. No, Jentel still wants to come away. I don't think he can come away with the overall title for the season, but he can still come away with the event win.
Yeah,
and as you said, these are both these guys' home
look,
spot.
they're chatting before the heat. How is it?
What are you going to do first? What are you thinking?
They were just talking, which still size do you go? I'm going to go. Like, I think that's the spirit of windsurfing. Like, everyone is still friends, and like they're on fire in the heat, but after and before they're like best buddies. They travel in the same van, and these boys, they were training like when they were both younger. Jentel was driving. Steven was taking Jentel here to the spot and training him, and now they're against each other in the final on their home spot. That's actually crazy.
Yeah, it's so nice, and it must be so cool. And in Geneva, I had a chance to kind of interview Steven for quite a long time. We had a chat for kind of 20 minutes, and it was cool to get into it. And like what you said about being able to give something back, Steven's now in that kind of position. Younger riders that show up and they maybe don't have a foil if we're doing foil style, or they need an extra mast or something. Steven, on the land, he's like, yeah, for sure, take this and things. But as soon as you're into a heat, it's every man for himself. You know? And that's how it's got to be. It's competition,
But now also Steven took some guys with him in the camper van.
Yeah.
From Geneva and everywhere. And
yeah, like the young Brouwersdam guys, Bodie Kempen, Tigo Court, Steven being a real mentor for those guys.
But also Jentel. Now, 3 seconds to go and we're on. Boys are planning. Jentel's got to watch what Steven is going to do, huh?
Yeah. Both look quite powered up. Let's wait and see. They're very close to each other at the moment. Let's wait and see what they do. Are we going to see the same move?
Ducking probably.
I think both going to do a double culo to start maybe.
Oh, they're waiting for a good gust.
Yeah.
Come on.
Steven with the clean wind upwind. Let's see what he's got. Jentel ducking the sail.
You're right.
Culo.
You're right.
Double culo. Steven will go down. Oh, I hope that's not.
Guessed it, so
is that Jentel like psyching him out a little bit,
Yeah, maybe. You see it in the back of your eye.
Yeah. Is that Jentel like, oh yeah, let's do a double
But when
culo.
does Steven win? Like, Lennart has to be... How much points difference do they need to have? Does Steven need to win the event, or...?
I mean, Lennart has almost 50-point lead.
So that's big.
Lennart has an almost 50-point lead over Steven, so it's quite a significant lead.
Jentel Kulo on the other side. Jentel also does Kulo both sides.
Man, all these guys have got Kulo, spot Kulo, double Kulo, all both sides. This kind of Kulo rotation.
But how many points is 50 points? Like, it's a lot, huh?
Yeah, it's...
You get...
It depends,
How many points you for the win?
But both of these guys are so, are up there.
Okay, 200 at the event. So if the second guy, like, there needs to be 2 places in between them on equal points, because the first place gets 200, second place 170, third place 150 points. So Lennart needs to be 2.
Yeah. It's a difficult one.
Yeah.
Nice exchange there. Steven with a massive Shaka 360 there. That's easily the biggest Shaka we've seen all day. And I think Jentel on the other side, was a spot Kulo. So yeah, we're just waiting for the scores to drop in for Stephen. But yeah, so far this is good. 5 minutes to go. So yeah, overall, yeah, Stephen does have his work cut out for this, but it is definitely possible.
Gentle punch, nice future.
Wow. I think a burner 360 for Stephen as well.
Crazy.
Yeah, so we're seeing nice moves. I hate it when they do it at the same time. I can't, I don't have all the eyes.
Should be a rule.
Yeah, you can't do moves. But equally now, we like to see it. Julian Brew, let's go. Yeah, we have the action coming in. Wherever you guys are watching on Facebook or YouTube, let us know. Leave us a comment who you think is going to be running away. This is the final of the men's single elimination. After this, we will be switching to the men's double elimination. Boom! Air bob. I flop right. For that, I'm like, just do an air bob.
Yeah, but the air bob was really good already.
Yeah, and the air bob scores super high.
But Jentel has, Stephen has more to lose already in this heat.
Jentel's kind of going into this. He doesn't have much to lose, to be honest.
Only the event win.
Shove it, Spock. Event win, yeah, of course. But
Stephen has the title. It's a different thing.
If he can come away as European champion again, I think that for me that would be a really great story. Obviously, I can't be too biased or anything like that. I can't say it, but for Stephen, I think that would be so nice. Like we were saying earlier. Oh, a nice bit of chop there. Whoa. Sick Kono from Jentel.
Yeah, and next to that, on your local spot for both of these guys, you want to have the event win, but also the title.
Yeah, it's such a great story. As we said, Stephen's given so much back to the sport. He's been in it for so long. There's all this talk of, still be doing it and all this, but he's still at the top level of it, and it would be awesome to see, a 38-year-old European champion.
But he's not really happy at this moment, I see.
No, it goes down on that spot Kulo at the end there. Didn't quite manage to get the lift he wanted on that second rotation.
I think he doesn't have enough wind.
No, I know. Maybe he should have taken 5-2. But I don't know. In the heat earlier,
it was fine.
Lennart and Nicholas, they both looked super powered up. And Lennart
as well. He was doing a lot of Kulo.
Lennart's basically the same size as Stephen now. They're both big guys. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know how much they both weigh.
Jentel is also quite a big guy, I think. Jentel is also not the lightest anymore.
No, definitely. Yeah, he's a ball of muscle. Wow. Whoa, super stylish one-handed burner there. The judges will love that. Putting a bit of flair into your moves,
Yeah.
Showing that you're fully in control and that you can take a hand off and, look back at the judges, things like that.
Yeah, it's a shame Style Master Davy Sheffers is not competing.
That's what we'd love to see.
Yeah, he's. I think he's not the best competitor, but in free sailing,
one of the best.
His style and his moves are crazy.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah. Style and his video parts, everything like that. Whoa, uncharacteristic there. Jentel going down on a Flaka Shaka. Stephen definitely struggling for power. Still plenty of wind out there, but it's one of those things. You get a couple of minutes where the wind kind of disappears, then it comes back.
Yeah, Jentel just told me before the heat, he said you really need to use Barracuda.
I was going to say...
It's so hard.
He took his foot and put it behind the strap. I was like, his feet are wider than they usually are.
I was talking the first day with the guy, Stephen, all the guys say, no one does it. Only Stephen. It's one of the hardest and it's the scariest move to do.
There's a point in the move where you're not touching any of the equipment.
Yeah.
Both of your feet aren't touching the board and your hands aren't touching any of the sail. There's one point in the move. It's crazy.
A lot of guys told me I prefer to do a shifty or a double air kudo than doing Barracuda.
The Barracuda.
Jentel with a nice kudo 360.
Yeah, taking a hand off as well. Again, trying to show that flair. I think that Barracuda, that's going to score really, really high. Yeah. We're just waiting for the scoring to come back on screen. But don't forget, you guys can head to freestyleprotour.com where you can also keep up with all the scoring and the breakdown of the individual moves. Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see how that one is scored. Now, interestingly, the other way around. Jentel not planing. Stephen looks like he's got plenty of speed.
Yeah, they told me, you really need to use the gas. You have 3 minutes. You need to do a lot of moves in this wind gap already. Wow, Kulo.
Kulo, I definitely wanted the 360 on the end there.
Yeah, but I think Jentel is... Jentel.
So much tweak on that. He was so close to the mast there.
The winger must be watching. What is happening?
What was that? I better get it out of the way, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a bit slow for Stephen this heat, but...
But even Jentel as well, it's just up and down. This is what it is.
But I think Jentel is way up in front.
I'm going to say so as well. Yeah, Jentel definitely looks like he's more powered up, more comfortable. you know, Stephen, yeah, kind of struggling a bit. But if it means that we're seeing moves like the Barracuda, I'm all for it. You know, it's cool to see something a little bit different. And that is the horn. That is the end of that heat. We are just waiting for the scores to come in. Stephen not looking so happy. Yentl looking very happy. And what's he going to do? An air bob just for the fun of it. Why didn't you do that in the heat?
Stephen was showing his hands already to the up and like puffing. He's like tired and not happy, I think.
Yeah, maybe. I wonder if he's going to try and like, you know, protest that one a little bit.
But I think they had enough moves.
I mean, if you fill a score sheet, it's difficult to protest, you know?
Yeah.
Here's the first opening exchange. Nice double culo there for Yentl, getting the upper hand straight away with Stephen going down.
This makes a big difference if you land your first move or not. For me, it was always in my head. It's like, fuck, I fucked up the first move. You're a bit down already the whole heat, you know? It's super hard to get it up again. Yeah,
for sure. You know, yeah, you really want to make sure that you're getting that first move down. And it kind of sets the tone for the rest of the heat. You know, you get into a bit of a rhythm. You know, we talk a lot about like the flow state. You get into that thing where you're kind of just enjoying it and doing moves. Whereas if you're crashing all the time, it becomes quite difficult. Sick Kono there from Yentl. Really nice bit of chop to take off from. Just getting the top of the mast caught there on that culo.
Yeah, some small edges by Stephen all the time, like just not landing all the things.
Oh, that Barracuda is so well.
How many points should it have?
And you never see him crash it either.
I tried it once in my life and never did it again.
Never again, yeah. Nice culo there from Stephen. There's that shove it spot. Wow, he's so tweaked, stayed so right. You know, all the gear went right round him. So we are just waiting for confirmation on that one while we get the scoring up. But I'm pretty sure that it will be Yentl Cares. So we are just taking a little minute, guys, before we announce the winners of the men's and women's single eliminations. And then after that, we will be getting straight on with the double. Going through into that. Don't forget, you guys can head to EFPT.net, where you can take a little look at the full elimination ladders for the men's and women's double eliminations. You can see where your favorite riders are coming up, who they're going to be up against, and how it's going to be shaping up. As Rick said earlier, it looks like the wind is going to be turning a little bit more westerly, and it's going to be picking up fairly significantly. So we are on for a day full of action here at Brouwersdam. Yeah, one of the nucleuses of the freestyle world, especially within Europe as well. So many of the top riders in the world calling this their home spot. You know, all the guys from Belgium coming over, and then the local crowd as well, you know, represented by young riders like Bodie Kempen, Tim Gerdes, Tigo Court. You know, it's great to see these guys coming in. And while we're at it, Bodie Kempen, an interesting one, currently sitting 7th overall. And he had a good, you know, he did well in the single elimination, so he will be a little bit further up the draw in the double. And let's go over to the announcements for the winners on the beach.
For the results of the single elimination here in Brouwersdam, we are having from the losers finals in 4th position Niklas Nebelung from Germany. 3rd position this time for Lena Nerbauer, the actual tour leader. In the final we have in 2nd position Steven van Bokroven, and taking the win is Yentl Cares in the Belgium battle. Good job, guys. How was it? I felt the conditions were a bit more tricky now for the final. What do you guys think?
Yeah, the wind was definitely more tricky. The gust is still strong, but so short that you really had to time it right. And if you out of rhythm, it's so hard. But it's still fun sailing for me, just being on Brouwersdam at my home spot. It's a long time I sailed here, so stoked to win the single. But you know, it's not finished. We go right into the double.
Perfect. Congrats, guys. Yeah, we're gonna get straight into the double, and we want to announce the results for the woman if we have them. Ariane, could you come by? Lisa is coming somewhere.
Yeah, she's running from the
Okay. So we are live now. Hi, everyone. Lovely weather here in Holland. It's cloudy, but still nice temperature. How was the conditions? Oh, you don't run away. Don't run away, Ariane. Just stay here with me. How was the conditions out there? Tell me something.
Yeah, it was quite tricky. Like, I think we all expected this storm to kick in already. but well, Mike was on 4.8, I was on 4.4, and tricky. Really, not the gusts are okay, but in between it's not so much yet.
Yeah, I agree. We were watching up there. You could see the gas coming and going, and then so we have Lisa. Lisa, come on, schnell. Oh my God, here we are. So we're gonna finally announce the results. In the woman, we have in the loser elimination Maud against Lisa, and Maud is taking 4th position from the single elimination. Congratulations, Maud. Your first competition, if I'm not wrong.
I think so.
Lisa, 3rd position from Germany. And in the big final, we had 2 really known riders. They faced each other a few times. They are both Dutch. They are playing home, so we have Rianne taking the 2nd place. And winning the single elimination is Maaike Huberman, also tour leader. Maaike, tell us some words.
Yeah, it was super nice. I'm obviously on my home spot, so had a good session. It's a bit tricky, like Jento was already saying as well. So yeah, let's hope the wind picks up for the double.
Yeah, let's hope so. See you in the double, people.
Yeah.
All right, great to hear the results from the men's and the women's single elimination. Head judge Rafa there with his mic skills. As he said, we will be heading straight into the double elimination. So as far as I know, the plan is we will be going straight into the men's and we'll be running 4 four-man heats. And it will be straight through into that, and then we will go to 2-man heats as we get through into the 3rd round and onwards, and then we will be running men's heats, women's heats, men heats, women heats. So that is kind of a bit of a broader plan for the day. But yeah, in the meantime, I think the riders are just getting ready, just waiting to confirm whether we are having a heat break or not, or whether we're getting straight into it. I can see some riders out on the water, so potentially I think we might be getting straight in. Again, Rick, we touched on this earlier. This is a really interesting competition because it's not just all your usual riders you'd expect to see. There's a lot of, as I've coined it, the undercover rippers.
Yes. I have to go judging, man.
You have to
Rafa's
go judge.
Asking me.
Cheers, Rick.
Sorry.
No. I'll ask you guys at home then. Rick, yeah, as we said, super thankful. A few questions asking why isn't Rick competing, and that is why Rick isn't competing, because he is running around, essentially running the show behind the scenes as one of the local organisers. Obviously, running this place here. Anyone who's been to Brouwersdam before, I'm sure you're familiar with Rick and all the work these guys are putting in. We're super thankful that they are hosting us here for the finals of the 2023 season for the European Freestyle Pro Tour. So wherever you guys are watching, Facebook, YouTube, anything like that, let us know who you want to see and what you think of the elimination ladders. Which heats are you most excited for? So nice drone view there. So you can see that the wind's kind of starting to fill in a bit. There's some gusts coming down. There's definitely, it's definitely contestable conditions. We've seen every rider filling a score sheet. But yeah, as Jentel said there in his interview with Rafa, the gusts are quite short, so you've got to get the move done as quickly as possible, which definitely makes the conditions a lot harder. Fingers crossed, it's 10:35 local time here. It kind of said from around sort of 11 o'clock-ish, the wind was going to be picking up fairly significantly, and especially as we move into the afternoon as well. So with conditions on the rise, as we move through the double elimination, it is going to be all action, and we have a stacked list of competitors. So yeah, make sure you head over to EFPT.net, where you can check out all of the riders that we have coming up. In the first heat, we have Kirillov, an undercover ripper, going up against Mark Pesman. We've seen Mark at a few events before. has come in. He came to Rhodes a couple of years ago, 25th there. Really talented rider, runs his own centre. So kind of during the summertime, he's running that. And then during the winter, he heads off to sunnier places to get in some personal sailing. And we really see the level of, his level coming up and up and up. He's got all the moves. Some sick flakka shakas. Kirill Kirillov, one of the undercover rippers, coming in hot for this event, coming from Bulgaria. Always cool to have these kind of European countries, riders from these countries coming in and taking part. So that will be our first heat. And then on the other side of the draw, because we are going to be running 4-man heats now, on the other side of that, we have a huge heat. Nick van Ingen up against Julian Weimar. Nick van Ingen, I mean, he, an ex-international competitor, I think now runs a surf shop not too far from here. So yeah, he's absolutely rips. I'm sure anyone see him on Instagram. He's king of the kind of air bob culo rotations, always sailing here, absolutely ripping. So really excited to see him. And then Julian Weimar as well. He's you can't take anything away from him. You can see 5th at DAMX in 2018. Sails here a lot, but also been sailing a lot on the kind of rivers near his home spot in Germany as well. That kind of crazy wind against tide. The river going one way, and it's quite a strange thing to look at. You definitely head over to Julian's Instagram and take a little look at some of the clips from there. But that will be the first heats. We're just waiting to hear whether they will be coming up imminently or whether they are taking a heat break just to kind of reset. And also, waiting that little bit longer. Hopefully the wind is going to fill in a little bit more. But we have already had a morning full of action finishing off that single elimination. We've seen some crazy moves and combinations. And as I said earlier, the highest level freestyle you can kind of get. We've already seen that today. But as we turn to the forecast later on today, I mean, I called it yesterday. I don't want to jinx it. But, I want to see a double air culo in a heat. That's what I would like to see. That's the dream. A double air culo, or maybe one of Jacopo Testa's signature Spock into air Kabakuchis. I realize some of you listening to this, if you're a casual fan, you may be like, what are these words that you are saying? But yeah, with some crazy move combinations going down, that'll hopefully be possible as the wind fills in later on. I'm excited. I hope you guys are excited too. If you are, leave us a comment on Facebook or YouTube, wherever you're watching. Let us know who you want to see on the podium, which rider you're most excited to see in a heat. And then don't forget, at Freestyle Pro Tour on Instagram, follow along for all of the behind the scenes action. So taking a look further down then, so we are finding interesting 2 riders kind of ranked a bit further up the draw in the double elimination. So obviously performed really well in the single elimination. Therefore, they'll start seeded in the double elimination. And that is Bodhi Kempen and Tigo Kor. And that is 2 of the young kind of Brouwersdam up-and-comers. But specifically, Bodhi Kempen is definitely one to talk about. He's sitting 7th overall in the rankings with 143 points. So if he can have a good double elimination, and find himself, coming a bit further up, he could potentially be looking at, coming away from the 2023 season with a really good ranking. These guys, and obviously this is their home spot as well. So what? So just waiting for confirmation. So it looks like the green flag is up, and we are now sailing this heat. So 30 seconds in, on your screens there, that is Mark Pesman on the red Severn Freak. So not looking too powered up. And then I think that is Julian Weimar on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. As we see Mark Pesman with a Spock 540. Wow, sick Shaka 360 there from Julian Weimar. So yeah, definitely does look like the wind has dropped off a little bit. The skies have cleared a bit. We've got a bit of blue skies. So potentially, yeah, maybe that kind of wind front has passed us a little bit, but hopefully not too much. Mark Pesman wanting to go for the Shaka there. I mean, pumping into it, that's always difficult. Nick van Ingen with a silky smooth switch Chachu in the background there. So Julian Weimar on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. A bit of a slow start to this. Yeah, as I said, it does look like the wind has dropped off. Or maybe it just showcases, you know, the riders, you know, Yentl and Steven and those guys, they're just so good at getting going early in those lighter winds. But potentially it does look like it has dropped off a little bit further. I think everyone's on, yeah, kind of, you know, 4.8s. Some of the bigger riders maybe even on their 5.2s. Wow, nice culo there for Nick Van Ingen, trying to go for the 360, but just can't quite make it round. Julian Weimar in the bottom left-hand side. And we're just waiting for the heat scores to refresh and come in. As we see Mark Pesman stepping switch on the right-hand side, and he will get himself around a really nice E-slider 540 there. Really quick there, almost looked like he could have jumped into a second one, but still, you know, fairly early on in the heat, you know, just under half of it done. You know, you want to, it's building a house. That's what we're doing. We're building the house. We want to put some points on the board. It's not about trying to be too flash at the moment. You want to land your moves, and then as you move forward through the heat, that's when you can start, like what we saw with Yentl, you know, trying to add a second rotation on, taking a hand off, showing a little bit more style. But to kick things off with, it is all about building that house, getting the foundations in. So Julian Weimar looking quite powered up, duck in the sail. Nice floaty culo there from Julian. Such a unique style. So we haven't actually seen Kirill yet. I'm not too sure if he's made it out on the water. So we've got Julian Weimar on the big screen with the black and red Severn Freak. On the red Freak on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, you've got Mark Pesman. Or just switch to the big screen. And then Nick Van Ingen with a nice Kono in the top left-hand side on the duotone gear. Bob for Mark Pesman, but he will go down. Looks like he'll water start out, but not ideal. Marco on YouTube, go Pesman. Some love coming in from Mark. That's what we like to see. And a Kulo on the other side for Julian Weimar. So at the moment, it looks like Nick Van Ingen with the lead, but we're definitely waiting for some scores to come in for that heat. And there is the Shaka from Mark Pesman, looking definitely a little bit underpowered, but still managing to get himself around some moves. There's that no-handed flacker, that kind of textbook, or that signature no-handed flacker style there from Julian Weimar. He did a sick one on Wednesday, kind of coming all the way around and then grabbing the mast at the bottom to pull the sail back up out of the water at the end of the move. So yeah, none of the riders really going at the moment. Definitely looks like that wind has dropped off. But looking back, looking outside at the flags, you know, it looks quite strong. As you said, it does look like the wind is going to swing round a bit more. Mark Pesman actually looks like he's on quite a big sail. Mark's a big guy as well. But that's, yeah, definitely at least a 4.8, if not a 5.2 as well. Nick Van Ingen pumping the sail. He will duck in regular and just go down on a bob. Switch Chachu there for Mark Pesman. Really nice one. A regular Chachu there for Julian Weimar. Sick move, but will go down. Regular Chachu is one of those moves. It's not an easy one to do. You know, it's a super technical move. It's one of those ones, it kind of looks quite easy because, you know, it's a similar rotation to a Spock, but instead of going around the mast, you go around the clew, the corner of the sail. So you can kind of look at it and go, oh, it's probably similar to a Spock, but it is far more difficult than a Spock. And still get scored really, really highly. You know, riders like Jacopo Testa, you know, pull off these incredible Chachus, kind of boomerang ones where they don't even touch the sail and it kind of magically just comes back up to them. A lot of love coming in for Mark on YouTube, Mark Pesman. He's been doing something right, clearly. He's got a lot of friends out there watching. Don't forget, yeah, if you guys are, you know, you've got your favorite rider on screen, leave us a comment. Let us know you're rooting for them. Send a bit of support, a bit of love. So yeah, a bit of a slow heat. Be interested to see what the judges think of this, because obviously none of the riders have really had the opportunity to do it. Actually, looks like Kirill has either missed his heat or we haven't seen him. So it looks like Mark will be getting through. Just waiting for the scores to drop for Nick van Ingen versus Julian Weimar as we come into the last few seconds of this heat. Ponch for Nick van Ingen. And I missed what Julian Weimar did, but that is a good exchange for the end of the heat. And we are just waiting to see whether that one will be scored. I would say it will be, because the judges definitely, because the riders definitely managed to put some moves down. Nice culo there from Nick van Ingen, just didn't quite manage to get the 360 that he wanted. Sick culo there from Julian Weimar. Oh, Kono from Nick van Ingen as well. Ah, so there's definitely some moves going down. You can see the water state there. There's definitely some wind. There's the shaka from Mark Pesman. You get a really good sense of the kind of scoop. Where is Kirill on YouTube? I'm not too sure. I don't think he was on the water. Maybe he got confused with the heat times. Wow, silky smooth Canabrava there to finish the heat from Julian Weimar. We love a Canabrava. Cool to see some of them. So Kirill was on the water, yeah, with a Flaka 360 on port tack. Mark Pesman managing to fill his score sheet quite nicely. Spock, E-slider, bob, and switch Chachu on starboard, a Flaka 360, and a shaka and a shove it. So yeah, not ideal. Looks like Nick van Ingen will actually go through against Julian Weimar. Switch Chachu, a burner, and a Flaka on port tack. And then 2 kulos and a Kono on starboard. So Nick van Ingen will go through against Julian Weimar. Frustrating for Julian Weimar. That's a really tough draw. Nick, obviously a real local ripper here. Looking at the conditions there, you can definitely see there's definitely wind out there. But as Yento said, it is kind of short and sharp. You've got to go and get the move done as quickly as possible. So next up, the next 4-man heat we have. Tim Russenaars up against Tom Robrecht, and then Mick Visser up against Leander Ham. So this is a kind of heat full of these undercover rippers. So Tim Russenaars, we've seen, competing quite a few years ago. Really, really talented rider. So yeah, great to see him back on the kind of international competition scene. Obviously living here as well, one of the locals here, sailing on 0.7, so he'll be on one of the black sails. So yeah, Tim, and going up against Tom Robrecht, 16 years of age, sailing on Severn. So again, one of these kind of locals, up and coming, getting into competition, giving it a go. So yeah, this should be quite an exciting heat. And then on the other side of the draw, Mick Visser up against Leander Ham. Mick, also one of the kind of local riders. And just, if a competition comes into town, you've got a few moves on you, and like, well, let's give it a go. And then Leander Ham, you've probably seen Leander on Instagram. Super young rider, only 14 years old, getting stuck into his first international competition. And that is the start of this heat. So it looks like Tim Russenaars there on the bottom left-hand side with the 0.7. And then it is Mick Visser on the duotone, so the kind of blue and white. And joining me in the booth, Ariana Aukus.
Hello.
How was it out there? It looks quite difficult.
It is really difficult. It doesn't look difficult, right? If you watch it.
It looks, from where I'm sitting, I'm like, oh, it looks windy.
Yeah, well, I thought so. Oh, synchronized flaka there.
That's what we like to see. And I think that's two of, so that is Tom Robrecht on the Severn. And then
another flaka crashing. Yeah, I think it's a kind of day where you need to rig all your sails if you can, or at least have them ready, because so I was ready to be with 3.6 overpowered if
it came in.
If it came in, and now it was 4.4 underpowered.
Yeah.
And it's really gusty. The chop is also a bit more difficult than Wednesday, I'd say. Like not easy ramps to hit.
From what Yento said, he was like, it's strong enough in the gusts, but the gusts are short.
Yeah, the gusts are really short.
You have to do the move really quickly.
Yeah.
So it's always difficult when it's like that. Ideally, you want, they were like, you have like 3 minutes to do all your moves, and then there might be a couple of minutes of kind of nothing. You need to get in and do that.
Like they're really struggling.
Yeah.
It's
it's
a wind where you wanna normally. Sometimes you can get away with going for the gusts, but I think now it's better to have a bit of a bigger sail and not just use the gust because it's too hard. Like
100%.
we're on e-sliders now. Ooh, crashing.
Going down on an e-slider. Yeah, I mean, Tim Russenaar is in the bottom left-hand side on the 0.7. You can see him waving his arm there. He's such a talented rider. So to see him kind of sitting, essentially not really getting up and going, that's quite a sign of...
It doesn't look like they're on 5.2s.
I think, no, I'd say they're all on 4.8s.
Yeah.
Maybe even some of the guys on 4.4s. There is this thing in freestyle where every rider's like, just take
but
4.4
right
all
now,
the time.
you really can. I was on the powered on a 4.4, and I
Yeah.
definitely sail at least a sail size smaller than the guys.
Yeah. Exactly.
So it's, I just told some guys, like, I'd go 5.2 now.
Oh, really?
You lose so much time now.
So yeah, quite difficult conditions, as Ariane was just saying. It looks like a volcano on the far side of the lake. But yeah, just not, struggling. The guys in the last heat as well were struggling as well. I think it has dropped off a little bit.
Yeah,
the skies,
I think it has dropped off a little bit.
Yeah, the skies are a lot clearer now. But it does also look like the wind is starting to swing round into a better direction. Looking at the flags on the big slide.
Yeah, I think it will turn a little bit away from south. And
Yes.
that would... I just saw a weather model where it looks like the wind is coming, like more in the south, it's already a bit more windy. So I think everybody's waiting for it to kick in. And I think that's also why, because we're all prepared for really strong wind today,
Yeah.
I think you're tending to go smaller than you would when it's a forecast like this.
For sure. I
So
hope we
then you
haven't-
would rig your 5.2 and you're prepared to sail with 5.2, and now they're all like, it's going to be a 4.0.
It's like a different mindset, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all in the mindset, I think.
Yeah.
A nice flakka there left up. Who's that?
I think it
The
might be
Black Severn.
Leander. On the Severn?
Yeah, Black Severn.
I think, yes, I think it's Leander. Only 14 years old, getting stuck into the competition.
That's incredible, eh?
Yeah. I think he's been spent some time in Bonaire. I think I saw some videos, of him sailing with Leonard Neubauer. I mean, if you're going to have an instructor, that's a pretty good instructor to have.
And if you want to have a perfect training place, I think that's Bonaire. So
100%. So I think we've just heard...
And then you learn to sail. And I really learned to sail in light wind conditions in Bonaire.
Yeah.
Because I was always windsurfing in Jerry in Brazil, where it's 3.7 overpowered.
Strong, yeah.
And I really wasn't good in getting like early planing.
Yeah.
And that's what you learn. And I think that's, for competition, that's a really good skill. Like you see how like Jento was only on a 4.8 also, and he's a big guy. But they always able to plane.
100%. So that is just confirmation coming in. That heat has been cancelled. So the judges have decided that the riders can't properly showcase the moves that they can do. They will cancel the heat, which I think is a fair decision. Heat 19A, 19B will be cancelled. So potentially we may, let the clock run out and look to resail it immediately, or they may call the riders back in and go on a little bit of a heat break while we wait for that wind to fill in. As me and Ariane were just saying, it does look like the flags are turning a little bit. That is the forecast as well. It's forecast to swing more westerly and fill in quite significantly. Fingers crossed that is what is going to happen. Because we're all dreaming of some super high wind freestyle to finish off the season.
We do.
That's what we want, ideally. Mate, so much love coming in from Mark Pesman on YouTube. Obviously getting through the last heat.
Oh, nice.
So Mark Pesman going up through into the next round, and will be going up against Fivos Tsoupas. It's not an easy draw. Fivos, Greek originally, but kind of living in Germany, sailing with all the guys with the German freestyle battles up in Kiel. It's a great scene up there. And it's great to have some of the riders from that scene coming down to get stuck into this competition. Obviously Nicholas Nieblung as well at the kind of tip of the spear for those guys there, sailing really well in the single elimination, coming away with it. We're definitely seeing some moves going down now in the background.
But you can see there in the back now there's a bit of wind.
There's a bit of a gust. 100% there.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of new names that I don't know, like a lot of young upcoming guys, I think.
Yeah,
like
for
what's
sure.
so there's this guy who's 14. Are there more really young riders?
So I think so. You've got Leander Ham, who's 14, and then you've got Julian Calderwhite, who was the guy on the white.
Yeah, I know
Suburban.
Julian. Yeah,
yeah. So
he's
Julian,
from the north. Like
Julian just did a nice flacker on screen there. So yeah, those two are the kind of young riders, and they're following that that path that essentially Leonard Neubauer first started, and at 13 years old
when they
was
look
already
still so
competing
small and
yeah
and then cute and young.
Yeah, and then you look at Leonard now,
so
and he's
skinny, and now they're like big
Leonard's
guys.
the Terminator now.
Yeah, I love to see that happening. It's cool progress, and it's cool they're already in the competition, because I think you learn so much to get into that. Not only that it motivates, but also
yeah, for sure. It's a different type of sailing, like sailing in free sailing on your winter trips,
really
or on days at home and things. It's a completely different thing of doing that and then going, right, no, actually I've got to put a routine together in 7 minutes.
You need to be. It's tactics. Yeah,
100%. So taking a look at some of the matchups that we've got here. George Greisley up against Sten Bremmers. So Sten, a local rider. Again, I think I've seen some clips of him on Instagram, but I'm not super familiar with his sailing. George Greisley, obviously, I've spent a lot of time with George, traveling on trips and working together in the summers and things like that. And obviously just signed the contract with Duotone. So he'll be looking to make a bit of a statement, carry on the momentum he got in Geneva, with that coming away with the tow-in title for the season. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that one. George, I know chatting to him, he's a bit nervous. He was like, well, I don't really know the gear. I haven't really sailed on it that much yet.
Grizzly was nervous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was. He is.
He just changed. Yeah. What was he riding before?
He was riding loft sails and AV boards.
Yeah, that's
so quite different, I think, from what I gathered. But he seems very happy with the gear so far. I think he just needs to get his feet in the straps and get into it really. He just needs to get stuck in. And then on the other side of that draw, we have Pavel up against Martin, an all Polish heat. Two of the guys actually working behind the scenes on the tour as well, moonlighting as competitors as well. So this is going to be an interesting one. Martin obviously making his international debut, sailing in Fuerteventura this year as well. And Pavel, of course, you may recognize Pavel as Windsurf More on Instagram, taking all the great photos of all the guys sailing in Fuerta. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting heat as well. I couldn't tell you who will take this heat. Obviously, Martin's definitely got some moves on him, but Pavel does too. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm curious to see this.
Next up down here, finishing off the first round of the men's double elimination, Stefan de Bel and Julian Calderwhite. So we were just talking about Julian there, only 14 years old. He's just kind of super hyped on windsurfing, I think.
Well, not just windsurfing, he's doing everything.
Yeah.
I think that's I see him with the wing. He's doing the slalom. Like he's doing everything.
Yeah, foiling, speed.
Foiling,
he's getting into everything a bit. And Stefan de Bel as well, really talented sailor from Curacao. So yeah, he'll be wrapping up warm to sail here, I think. Potentially not used to it, but I think he sails here quite a lot as well, actually. But yeah. So that's an interesting matchup there for one of the last heats of the men's double elimination. And then on the other side of the draw for that, we have Helle Van Halen up against Piero Routnik. Piero, one of those riders who I was talking about the other day. Every time you seem to see him sail, he's learnt a new move, or he's just improving.
He's young also.
Yeah, only 17 years old, coming to, I think, Rhodes a couple of years ago was the first time we'd really seen him, sailing in a competition. And since then, he's just improved so much. He was kind of at that point, I think, then where you're kind of just starting to learn those moves. You're getting those moves down. And now he's got all of them down. He's got the Konos, he's got the Kulos, he's got the big shackles.
He's doing the whole tour, or?
I mean, yeah, I think so. Yeah. He came 17th in Viesta. And then Helle Van Halen, I think he is one of the local riders, a local ripper.
I think he's from here.
Yeah.
Van Halen.
Van Halen. Sorry.
No, it doesn't matter. I've been called Ux for like all my
Ariane
PWA
Ux.
career. Yeah.
Yeah.
When it was Max and Bubble doing the live streams.
Yeah.
Ariane Ux.
Ariane Ux. Yeah, it's always
It's
so
my
hard.
English version.
It's
Yeah.
always so hard
It
to
is
try
hard.
and get all the names right. Especially, the Dutch, and it's, there's a lot of the guttural sounds
Yeah,
that you've got to,
yeah.
which is so like unnatural, in certain other languages and things like that. So I apologize if I am saying anyone's names wrong, but yeah, I'm trying to do it.
So what's the plan? There's one heat break, and they start with the.
So I think so. Yeah, I think it's one of those things. I think there's no point in kind of trying to start it immediately, because obviously they want to wait until the conditions are properly on. The last thing we want to do is sail that heat again, cancel it again, sail it, cancel it, sail it, cancel it. It's always really frustrating. I remember a couple of years ago, I think we still talk about it. It was Heat 5A.
Heat 5A.
Heat 5A in Austria. And do you know what? I know it was Joop, but I can't remember who Joop was against. And they must have tried to sail it 4 times, maybe even 5 times. And by the end of it, I mean, Joop's always smiling. He didn't really care. But I think, even he was starting to be a bit like, come on.
And it's so tiring, and already the waiting. This is always the worst position to be in. You have to be right at the beach.
Well, like we said,
waiting.
there's the mental side of it as well, of like you psych yourself up to go and do it.
Yeah, and then it's they
nah.
cancel it. Okay, you're waiting, and
I'm
maybe
gonna-
try again,
I'll go
wait
do it
again,
again.
and it's hard to keep that focus.
Exactly, yeah. It ends up getting a bit exhausting. You're like, oh, right, okay. You've got to bring yourself back up every single time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's difficult. It must be difficult, for them. So, yeah, so fingers crossed. I would say the judges are probably saying, right, actually now let's hold off for just a little bit longer, and let's wait and see what the conditions are like. Looking out there are guys planing, but there's a lot of pumping going on. There's also a lot of guys not really moving at all.
Yeah, you can see it, that everybody's standing still unless somebody's catching a gust.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's.
Yeah, so we are just kind of waiting for confirmation from the race crew as to what their plan is, how we are going to go about it.
You can see it here on the map. Like in the middle of Holland now, it's really windy. Actually, it's even like 7 to 8 before, more in the north near the coast. But where we are right here, it's really light wind.
It's not so strong.
It just needs to get here. It's way more in the north than in the middle of Holland, and we're just on this lowest part of Holland where there's no wind at the moment.
Yeah, so
we're hoping it's coming down here.
Yeah.
And there's this guy on the wing is hitting a little gust there.
Yeah, you can see it just ahead of him.
Yeah.
I think from what they said, it's definitely the wind. The wind is definitely on the other side a lot more. They kind of said, into the beach, it's not actually that windy.
Yeah, but for me, actually, during my heat, it was a bit more like on the other side. There was also no wind.
Yeah.
It's and today it felt that it was a bit hard. You saw all the guys ending up quite far downwind. Also, it's harder to stay upwind than other days.
It's not. I guess it's not. As Rick was saying earlier when he was in the booth as well. He kind of said ideally you do get that. It turns a little bit more westerly. It will fill in a bit.
Yeah. Well, we will see.
So yeah, we're just checking out a forecast now. It looks like it was kind of coming in at 10 o'clock, and then it's dropping a little bit until kind of just after lunchtime, around sort of 1, 2 o'clock.
Yeah, then it should really, because then it's turning at. Oh well, this is on Windfinder, the latest one, much more westerly, and suddenly there's like 6 knots more.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully we don't have to wait till 2 o'clock. There will be a late one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanna
sail.
I wanna sail. Yeah. And then go home and prepare for Brazil. So.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier. Obviously for you that's kind of become a bit of a home spot for you now, hasn't it?
Yeah, I feel both Bonaire and Jerry are actually my 2 home spots.
Yeah.
And they both are, they both are little paradises. But yeah, Jerry, it's for me where it all started with freestyle. I started pretty late. I started learning my Vulcan when I was 21.
Yeah.
And then the year after, Spock, Robbie, Kluver Spock, had a go at my first PWA. I remember people saying, "Oh, you're too old to get started." That was 13 years ago.
And here we are. Yeah,
Here
yeah.
we are. But then, you know, when I think I'm older, then I look at Steven van Broekhoven, who's older than me, and he's absolutely still on
there.
fire.
Yeah.
And
He's in second for the tour overall. He's
yeah,
he's in
so
contention to be
good.
European champion.
And there's a few riders like that. And for me, I actually like it. I don't have the pressure anymore so much. I'm really here to have fun. But I believe that, yeah, you can still when you stay in shape, you can freestyle till a certain age easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I turned 30 a couple of years ago, and I set myself the goal. I was like, I still want to be able to shaka when I'm 50.
Yeah.
I was like, that's the goal.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
I think so. I think that's the coolest thing ever. I always thought, you know, if my daughter would, you know, she'll be a bit older, and then it's like, oh, that's mama doing a shaka out there. Like,
that's cool.
That's pretty cool,
That's
right?
so cool. Yeah, I think you're right, and you know, you're quite a good ambassador for this. Obviously, you know, you do a lot of the fitness and the yoga and things like that. And we were talking about it with Lennart, especially earlier on. Rick was saying, you know, for a certain point of his career, he was just windsurfing and not really doing anything else. And then obviously now that he's got Red Bull behind him as well, and then he had that injury, he seems to have really like changed it round and gone, no, I need to treat myself much more like an athlete and kind of think about the cross train a bit. And you also see, you know, Jentel, Steven, guys like that, you know, they do a lot of biking as well to keep the legs strong.
To keep the legs strong. I think that changed a bit over the years. I think in my first years on tour, you know, nobody has a manager or not many have, or anyone that can guide them. And I think we're all, 6 hours on the water just trying to get better. But at one point, I also believe it's better to just sail a few hours, just 1.5 hour, 2 hours, and have some rest, work on your strength, stay flexible. All right, we're back on.
Yeah, next heat starting in 2 minutes. Yeah. So we're just waiting for that. Looks like judges have said the wind has filled in a little bit.
I hope they all took their biggest sail.
Yeah, I think it just gives the riders a bit of a chance to come in. But that's interesting what you said. You know, I think I remember, was it Steven said it? Someone said that Steven generally, he'll only sail for 40 minutes at a time.
Yeah, well, I prefer just to sail an hour.
Yeah.
An hour when I'm really, also you lose your focus because it's not just the body. Like if you want to train, I think it's after 1 hour you're tired. And you need to also train the muscles that are underused to.
Yeah. Well, it prevents injuries. It stops you getting in these kind of weird positions. It's almost better to sail a bit less and actually go and do another exercise in a day. You know?
Do cross sports that cross over. So they really can help you.
100%.
Like other sports you see some of the riders, they're really like bending
Hunched
forward,
over.
getting that, and I think we really need to work on that too.
Like surfing or you know, something that opens your shoulders.
That opens the shoulders.
So we're seeing the draws up here. This is going to be a resale of this heat. So as you just saw, Tim Russenaars and Tom Robrecht. And then on the other side of the draw, Mick Wisser and Leander Ham. So Tim Russenaars and Tom Robrecht there going up. Tim Russenaars, probably a name that you guys will have heard if you've been keeping an eye on freestyle for the last few years. You know, absolutely rips. We don't necessarily see him on competition scene anymore. But I think he's, you know, living around here, sailing here a lot. So yeah, great to have him back in a jersey. And sailing, and then Tom Robrecht, I think a young ripper, up and comer, you know, hanging around here at Brouwersdam, and the same with Mick Wisser, and then Leander Ham on the other side.
Yeah, it's a lot of Dutch ones in this heat.
But
all from the south. I don't really. The two of the guys I don't really know. Let's go.
Here we go.
So Leander, it's on the duotone, right?
Wow, nice shaka there from Tim. No, so that is Mick. This is Mick.
Yeah, Mick. Yeah.
With a nice flacker there. Well, it gets a bit caught on the end there, though. And then we've got Tom Robrecht on the bottom left-hand side on the red Severn bearing away, and he will go for his own flacker.
Doesn't quite make it.
Doesn't quite manage to get the rotation. And we're just waiting to get Leander Ham up on screen. I think that might be Leander there in the background on the black. Yeah, so that's Leander there with a nice Spock 540 there. Beautiful. So Tim Russenaars there. Looks like he's on a small sail.
Looks like a 4.8.
Maybe even a 4.4. You know?
Nah, cannot be.
I don't know. There is this thing, you know, bit people a bit of snobbery within freestyle of
kinda-
everyone.
I would think is if you do a resale, you definitely know you have
Go
to
and
take
get a
your-
bigger, yeah. But some riders might not even have them. You know, I've seen so many riders that, oh well, I've only got a 444. You know,
I think some of them don't have a 5.2. That I understand.
100%. Yeah. But if you're going to take competition sailing seriously, you need to have one.
Yeah, you need to have one.
You need it.
Yeah, especially when you do a European tour where it's, you know, in Fuerte, I don't think you need a 5.2, but
No.
anywhere else.
Tom Robrek tacking there.
Because they're not really playing that much yet.
Leander Harm there, I think, with a flacker at the end there. We're just watching him turn around on the top left-hand side screen. Tim Russenars on the bottom left on the black 0.7. Looks like he's got a little bit of a gust. But again, just looks really underpowered. As you said, we just checked the forecast. It does look like the wind was kind of dropping a little bit for an hour or two and then picking back up again in the early afternoon. But it still looks like contestable conditions throughout the entire day. So fingers crossed we get up into that kind of stronger side of the forecast.
Yeah, we want to finish at double. That would be nice.
Ah.
Okay, going switch for
Tim.
Russenars. E-slider. Nice.
Beautifully slided there from Tim. You can see such light wind, but managed to do it.
Flaka.
Yeah, Tom answering with a nice flacker. Much better than the last one. He got a bit kind of stuck on the takeoff on that last one. And then we've got Mick Visser on the top left of the screen on that bright duotone. Let's see what he's got for us. He's already done a flacker on port tack. What's he got for us on starboard? Again, these local riders, I'd be interested to know how much they sail out here in the shop or whether they kind of stick to the pool all the time.
Yeah, I think a lot of them do, but surely
Yeah.
they will want to go out when it's windy.
For sure, yeah. You know, it's not always going to be perfect direction for the pool, so
E-slider try.
We'll go down just a bit too much over the back foot there.
Yeah, should have leaned a little bit into the move.
Yeah. Tom Roberect again, just didn't quite manage to get the clue through the wind.
You know it's light when they're all doing e-sliders.
Yeah,
That's
it's so
the
difficult.
light wind. Ow.
Oh, Leander goes down on a shaka. I mean, I wish I could shaka when I was 14 years old. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
We're going to see another Leonard, aren't we? Nice grubby there from Tim.
Just filling up the score sheet. That's
Yeah, it's a 4.8. You can see there.
yeah.
Yeah. You wouldn't think anyone would be foolish to go out on a 4.4.
No, especially not in a resale.
Yeah.
I think they would. I think they would even tell you off if
Yeah.
you do that.
Don't do that. Goes
going down on his puck. I think that's in the rule book also, like that. You know, heat cannot be cancelled if the riders are not on their biggest gear. So when they're all standing, or when they're standing still on a 4.4, it meant they should have taken a bigger sail.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you've got to do it. So Tom Roberect on the big screen there. Let's see what he's got for us. I think he'll be wanting to get that E-slider in. Looking on the left screen there for Tim, that looks like a big gust.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just the light or something, but I'm like, looking at that, I'm like,
that
looks howling windy.
yeah.
Mick Visser looks nicely powered up there as we see him
Going
jump
for
into a
s-
Spock. Just a Vulcan for Mick.
Tim is just still pumping himself into a flaka.
Yeah, literally pumping as he went round that there. And we've
So
got
it's
Tom
Tom.
stepping into switch. Can he get the E-slider? Oh, he will go down.
Oh.
I think he might be able to water star out of this, so he will put some points on the board. But yeah, not ideal, not what he wanted at all.
He did make some moves, right? Like right here, we see.
Tom has, yeah. We're just waiting for the points to drop in.
Oh, I missed that move of Mick. Oh,
Mick,
he's
yeah, he
going
went down. I'm not too sure. I think maybe a funnel. So yeah, wind looking right on the edge here, but definitely a lot windier than the last time. As we see Tim with a really chill Spock there. He's kind of just waiting.
A bit too chill.
Yeah, he was like waiting for something to
I was
happen.
thinking, what is he doing?
Yeah,
He
just sheet in and sail away.
one-handed. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, no, I don't want to do a Vulcan. Leander with a nice flacker 360 there. God, he's really good. He's sailing really well.
Yeah, now the wind's picking up, I think.
I mean, Tom's
Tom's-
planing basically all the time. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, he's only 16, looks like quite a light rider, but also his sail doesn't look the biggest.
4.8, I think, also.
He will be coming round a Spock. Nice. Really nice from Tom. Yeah, frustrating to not be able to fully show what they're doing.
Yeah, that's a shame.
You know,
you always want to
put on their best performance.
Yeah.
Or be given the opportunity to. But equally, you know, this is kind of part of windsurfing. This is it. Everyone watching has probably had that experience. You get to the beach, you've got in your mind all these big moves you're going to do and all this stuff you want to learn, and then you get there and the wind doesn't fill in, and you go out, and actually sometimes you can have fun just going, you know, back to basics, trying something a bit different. Obviously, you know, it's frustrating for these guys. As we see Tim ducking the sail. Nice culo there. The wind's definitely picking up now. Tim's like a robot. I don't think he's even... Well, he fell in on that spot, but he didn't need to. I think he chose to. Maybe he was getting a bit hot. Definitely feels like the wind has filled in a little bit.
And heat's over.
And that is the end of that heat. So it looks like it will be Tim Russenars and Leander Harm going through respectively. So yeah, Tim Russenars will be going through and will be going up against Magnus Wessel. And then Leander Harm will be going up against Sebastian Gux. So this is taking in... I think Tim did a few more moves than that, so we're just waiting for the score sheet to fully update. And then on this side, yeah, a Flacker and a Vulcan for Mick Visser, a Spock for Leander Harm, and then a Flacker and a Vulcan on the other side on starboard tack for Leander.
Sound.
So I think after that heat, I think the results for that will potentially count, but I think we will be going on to standby for a bit. I think the judges are going to wait a little while. Yeah, potentially, as to kind of let the wind fill in, you know, given...
Yeah, I think it's what we said. We want to... If we will get a lot of wind later on, it's a shame to... Those first heats they're so important for the riders to give everybody a solid and fair chance.
100%. Yeah.
It's always hard, you know. You're going to run to finish it, but we have some time. I think it's clever to wait.
I think so. And realistically, you know, because we are running it in four-man heats and things like that, if we do take a break for, I don't know, an hour or something like that, maybe not even that long, you know, if we do take even just a couple of heats break to give the wind a chance, you know, we're still going to be able to get it all done. So yeah, we will leave you guys for the moment. We are going to be going on standby. Do not go anywhere too far though. Stay glued to the Facebook, the YouTube, and of course Instagram at Freestyle Pro Tour, where we will be updating you. As we said, the forecast looks like the wind is going to be filling in significantly in the afternoon. I know every time I say that I risk jinxing it, but yeah, it looks like we are going to be getting a lot more wind. And yeah, check out some of the highlights from this season so far, and we will see you soon.
Ladies and gents, welcome to the first ever Freestyle Pro Tour event here in Cape Town. The 2023 season is officially on. One of the most exciting points about this event was the accessibility. We had a whole fleet of amateurs combined with some of the world's best freestylers and even some of the world's best wave sailors.
I haven't been on freestyling for a long time. I don't even have a freestyle board anymore.
The order of the day was to start off with flat water, so we headed to the Milnerton Aquatic Club where we would kick off with some freestyle on the lake. Then we went over to the waves for some sky-high aerial maneuvers for the second round of competition. So without further ado, let's see how these wave sailors fared against the freestyle freaks on flat water. When the world's out of control, and time is always racing, everybody has a place where they can let it go. Take a breath, this time to let it go.
pretty gnarly now.
And I'm like way overpowered.
Toweling, it's super strong.
Conditions are absolutely nuking.
Everyone's blowing away. Just go big, really.
It's so much fun. It's really windy out there.
And when life comes in, like a storm, always raining, you gotta pull that light from the inside and fight on when the world's out of control and time is always racing. Everybody has a place where they can let it go and fall into that feeling. Take a breath and never leave it. When the world is overwhelming, just close your eyes, you'll find the strength to seize the day. Nothing standing in your way. Just fall into that feeling. Take a breath, it's time to let it go.
We head to the ocean, probably double view for some jumping.
What a load of excitement. So it was then onto the waves, where head to logo high waves and super strong winds greeted the competitors.
And I have found the light at the bottom of my demise. It's going to carry me home. Ooh, and whoa.
Got logo high sets once in a while, so it's cooking.
Wanna push and shove, just close your eyes and fall into that feeling. Take a breath and never leave it. When the world is overwhelming, just close your eyes, you'll find the strength to seize the day. Nothing standing in your way. Just fall into that feeling. Take a breath, it's time to let it go. It's time to let it go. It's time to let it go.
Wow, what a performance from Marc Perret. An awesome result on the flat water, backed up with winning on the waves, has given him the event victory. In the women, it was Pauline Katz who in the end took the victory with awesome forward loops on both tacks in these super strong winds.
Let it go. It's time to let it go.
Ladies and gents, welcome to the second stop of the European Freestyle Pro Tour here in Bonaire. With classic Caribbean conditions, it looked like we're going to get a full round of competition complete, as well as some super sessions. So let's take a look back and jump straight in with a single elimination. So with good winds but overcast conditions, the single elimination powered on through with a few surprising upsets. Wowing and surprising everyone on the beach was the local talent Nigel Hart, causing one of the biggest upsets of the single elimination and knocking out Jentel Kez. Meanwhile, returning from injury was Leonard Neubauer. After over 18 months out, we saw him come back to competition with a bang, and he knocked out the 5 times European champion Steven van Broekhoven. Another next generation charger was Bodie Kempen, who managed to find his way all the way up to the losers final and actually put a stop to Nigel Hart to secure himself 3rd place. And so this brings us to the final showdown of the single elimination. It was Leonard Neubauer versus the local superstar Joep Schmidt.
an amazing feeling, winning on my home spot and with such good guys in the seating as well, you know. It's wow, it feels great.
So Joep Schmidt's sitting in pole position, and what's next? Well, we've got the double elimination. That's the second chance comeback round where everyone is reseeded and then has their chance to fight all the way back to the top once more. Being a part of the new Proving Ground series of the Freestyle Pro Tour, this event is the perfect platform for upcoming stars and rookies to try out competition for the first time. A great example was Leander Holm from Germany, who impressed with a number of moves and no more so than an incredible no-handed spot. So here at this event we tried out the mixed fleet format with both guys and girls competing in the same elimination.
And competing with the men, it really pushed me.
The Norwegian Udo Johanna impressed with a number of good moves. Meanwhile, it was the 20 times world champion Sarah Keto Ofringa who had a good run in the double elimination, only to be stopped by Jentel Kers.
I think I did one of my best heats ever against Jentel Kers.
Kers, who was on one of his characteristic comebacks, dispatched of many top talents. Steven van Broekhoven, Tim Gerdes, he faced redemption against Nigel Hart and kindly removed Bodie Kempen from the podium to face Lennart Neubauer.
Probably the best heat of my life, and with 5-6. I'm still a bit confused. The winner is Lennart!
So with the crowds gathered, it was lights, camera, action for the final. Joep Schmidt versus Lennart Neubauer.
Obviously, Joep at his home spot is gonna light it up.
After his injury, his comeback, he's the guy to beat, man.
Ladies and gents, welcome to the first Continental Series event here on the Freestyle Pro Tour. We're here in Lake Neusiedl at the surf opening in Austria.
Yeah.
With competitors coming from as far as Bonaire and as close as here in Austria, the fleet consisted of rookies and seasoned veterans alike. On day one, the Southern Winds provided the opportunity to dive straight into the single elimination. As the day drew to a close, the winds backed off, and with it, the opportunity to complete the single elimination. 4 competitors were left: Sam Steve, Lennart Neubauer, Steven van Broekhoven, and Jacob Attesta. With the event drawing a crowd, the opportunity to expose freestyle windsurfing to a large audience presents itself. These very waters being the founding location of the toe-in discipline saw innovation once again.
I've never done it, he has never done it. Double toe-in, synchronized moves. It's gonna be fun.
It was time for a synchro show where the athletes paired up and competed against each other in teams. In the final, 4 teams faced each other. It was the Bonaireans, the Belgians, the Dutch, and the toe-in maestros, Sam Steve and Lennart Neubauer.
Last place, Team Belgium, Jente and Steven van Broekhoven. Team Belgium hatte diesen Applaus.
With suitable wind conditions forecasted at the crack of dawn, it was time to get on with the windsurfing competition. The single elimination final was on, and 6 AM was the starting time. With Lennart Neubauer already through to the final, it was all about the heat, Jacob Attesta versus Sam Steve. The winner of last year's event, the Italian Jacob Attesta, advanced and would now face the rising star Lennart Neubauer. Unexpectedly, the winds kept improving, and so we dived straight into the double elimination, that second chance comeback round.
Actually, I want to finish it. I want to do it proper, so one win is just one win, so if I can do it twice would be even better.
The first standout rider was the Dane Matthias Vingard, who defeated opponent after opponent only to be stopped by the Bonairean Joop Schmidt.
But it was on
lot of fun, huh?
Really nice.
Sick
Nice
vibes.
sailing, man. Beautiful Scopus, burner.
On the other side of the draw, Jamie Howe was on a tear, showing he means business here after he sustained an injury at this very event in 2022.
Yeah, so far so good. 1 minute to go. It's good to get out a heat before when you're here because it's quite a long way to the competition area.
Winning 4 heats in a row, it was only stopped by Jento Kers. After losing out to Lennart Neubauer in the early rounds of the single elimination, Kers was on a comeback of his own.
Not something unfamiliar I have done. I have done many comebacks. Unfortunately, I got stopped by a really strong Steven van Broekhoven. You know, Steven is the man standing for so many years and he still got it, so I'm stoked for him.
Van Broekhoven flipped a switch and produced the highest heat score of the event time and time again.
Once you get in the flow, then it's going.
Really good moves. I'm super impressed about him and happy for what he learned.
Stopping Kers and defeating Steve and Tester to find himself in the final against Lennart.
I do what I can and just enjoy.
Winning the final is Lennart Neubauer.
It's my dream since I started windsurfing to win an event, and it's the first year where I was actually competitive. Well, it's a very special moment for me. The yellow lycra, as you might all know on the EFPT, means I'm officially the tour leader. Hopefully I can maintain it till the end of the year and get my first European title.
Once again, Lake Neusiedl has produced the goods. The 2023 Freestyle Pro Tour title race is well underway. Stay tuned.
Some beautiful highlights there of the season that we have had this year in 2023, and it is far from over as we go into the rest of finals day here in Brouwersdam. We did take a little bit of a heat break there. You know, the wind just looking a little bit up and down. You know, it's still kind of touch and go, but it definitely looks like it has filled in and become a little bit more consistent. You know, we took a look at the forecast. This is actually on the forecast. It is going to kind of be a bit sort of up and down, and then around sort of early afternoon it is going to be filling in fairly significantly according to the forecast. But obviously as windsurfers we know that doesn't necessarily always, you know, come into fruition. And let's take a look as we start this heat, men's heat 20A and 20B. 20A, we have Sten Bremers up against George Grisley. And on the other side of the draw, Pavel Suk against Martin Molinar. Sorry if I said Pavel's surname incorrectly. I'm not too sure how to say it. If anyone can let me know, that would be great. Whether you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, let us know who you're rooting for in this heat, who you want to see on the podium at the end of the event, and what you probably should be doing on a Friday instead of watching windsurfing. Yeah, let us know. As we see Martin Molnar on the orange gun sails in the top left-hand screen. George Grisley on that fresh duotone on the bottom left, pumping the sail there. And then I think that is Pavel. George with a nice switch chat to there. Martin, didn't see what Martin did. I think, I'm not too sure. And then I think that is Sten Bremers on the big screen, or Pavel. I think they both have the same gear. Nice one-handed flacker there. I think that's Pavel. So still a bit up and down. We can see George not quite getting up and moving. Martin planing okay. As we see, ducking the sail, not quite managing to get what they want out of it. So George Grisley on the big screen there on the duotone. Looks like he's got a little bit of power. I think I spoke to him where you can actually see the bottom of his sail, the foot. He is on a 4.8. Oh! He will go down on an air flacker there. Came out the back strap there. So kind of, he said this morning he was quite nervous, still adjusting to that new gear. This is actually the first time he's ever used it in the wind. He used it in tow-in last week in Geneva, but this is the first time he's actually been properly sailing on it. So, I think he's had some words from, friends and some of the guys at Duotone. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. This is really risky. It's the first time using the gear, obviously coming off tow-in champion last week. As we see Sten Bremers sliding around a nice funnel there. And then we've got Martin Molnar on the top left-hand side of the screen on the orange gun sails, currently leading over Pavel. But let's wait and see. As I said, we've still got just over 4.5 minutes to go. Sten Bremers ducking the sail, and he will slide around a nice bob. Martin coming around. I think that was an air funnel. These riders have got to stop doing moves at the same time, honestly. George Grizzly pumping the sails. He just looks a bit underpowered. He will duck the sail. Nice air funnel there from George. Really nice. Textbook. He'll be pleased with that one. That's the kind of that power move that you can do, that switch power move that you don't need a lot of wind for. As long as you've got plenty of speed, and ideally if you've got a bit of chop, you can really kind of throw your body around that rotation. Taking a front hand off there, throwing the sail right forwards as we see Martin come out of what I think was also a bob. Sten Bremers in switch, going for the pinata, and he will come out of it. Nice. So building the house, putting together a nice heat. Sten Bremers total heat score of 15.75. George Grizzly 12.30. Sten Bremers, I think, is one of the local riders here. So Martin Molnar in the top left. What's he got for us? Sten ducking the sail in regular, and a nice culo from Sten. Martin. I wanted the Skopu, but just have to settle for a switch colo. George Grizzly just did something there. I'm not sure if it was either an air flacker or a shaka. Perhaps you guys watching at home can let me know. Some love coming in for George. Billy, 1996. Billy Short, taking some great photos of the guys in Cape Town over the years. Pavel going for a Spock there, but just didn't quite manage to get the pop. So George Grizzly, Martin with a nice Spock but goes down. George, and he will war start out of a burner, but not ideal. Frustrating there. Looks like the conditions are a bit too light. George needs to get that 5.2 ideally. And I'm joined in the booth by our world champion and winner of the single elimination, Mr. Jento Kers.
Yo, Sandy.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, it was nice. Conditions were tricky, but now it looks much better again.
Yeah, it looks like the wind's got a little bit lighter. Maybe more consistent, less gusty, but the wind has definitely dropped off a bit,
Yeah, south wind here is a really tricky one.
Yeah. 2 minutes left to go of this heat. George really kind of struggling with that 4.8. One of the heavier riders on tour. Ideally, he's very much he likes sailing in that stronger wind. As we see him go round a ponch. Super nice ponch there. Oh, almost could have gone into the future there, but...
He's also kind of learning to use his new equipment.
First time he's used it in the wind.
Exactly.
Yeah, so we kind of said, don't put too much pressure on yourself for this, First time trying to figure it out. He went for an air flacker earlier and his back foot just kind of came out the strap. It looked strange the way he took off.
New straps are never nice.
New straps, they're so slippery.
Sten,
just...
Switch corner.
Yeah. Went down a little bit. Martin Molnar in the top left. What's he got? He's got a pretty comfortable lead over Pavel. Sten Bremers putting together a really nice heat there, actually. Just waiting for that ponch to drop for George. As we see George stepping into switch.
Switch, Flaka.
Yeah. Flaka from Martin Molnar. George ideally probably wanted to do a better burner there, but again, it's one of those things, the way that his duck, he's trying to try and learn a new duck technique there.
Shove it.
Yeah, Sten going for a shaka there. Pavel not quite managing to jump round a funnel as we get into the dying seconds of this heat. Just over 40 seconds to go.
Chance for one more move for all the riders.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, George, yeah, I mean, this could work for George.
Just going down on the flaka as well.
Still waiting for that punch to come in for George. 14.88, 21.22, but he's going to have to do something pretty special if he's going to overtake Sten. Looks like Sten will be getting through. Martin ducking the sail.
Oh, no end flaka from
No
George.
flaka,
Just
but
go down.
He'll go down. Frustrating for George there.
Last trick for Sten as well.
Let's see what Sten's got. Ducks the sail. Oh, he's got lots of speed.
Oh, one
burner just gets a bit stuck.
Didn't see what Paul did, but he landed a clean move.
Nice. I don't think it'll be enough though. Martin's got quite a significant lead over Pavel. So at the end of that, it looks like it will be Martin Molnar going through on one side of the draw and Sten Bremmers going through on the other side. Great effort from Pavel and also George on the other side. George, putting a lot of frustration there for him. But interesting, we'll just wait for... there we go. No, I was wrong. Points have come in. That punch for George coming in at 4.39. I think that definitely made the difference. So George will advance through. That was right at the last minute there.
Exactly. Close one.
Really close. And then updated there for Pavel. Martin Molnar, quite a nice lead there.
The Polish Championship.
The Polish Championships, exactly. And it will be Martin Molnar and George Greisley will advance through into the next round. So in the next one, it will be George Greisley up against Manolis Chrysopoulos. Martin Molnar will go up against Eugenio Marconi. Ooh. But next up, we have Stefan de Bel up against Julian Kolderweide. And on the other side, Helle van Hallen against Piero Routnik. So we're running 4-man heats at the moment. Obviously, this is finals day. So yeah, we want to get through the elimination, make sure that we can get a full result. So we are doing 4-man heats at the moment. But yeah, quite a turn of events there. That looked like it was Sten's heat for the whole time, and then George managing to just get a couple of moves in and get himself through. Martin on the other side with a quite clear lead over Pavel. And then Stefan de Bel up against Julian Kolderweide. Julian, only 14 years old. How old were you when you did your first comp?
My first
competition, yeah.
Oh, probably a bit younger.
Really?
Yeah. But back in the days, we still had a lot of junior competitions and stuff. Not straight EFPTs.
Right.
I think my first EFPT was in 2010. So, yeah, it was roughly...
a while ago, yeah.
That age.
And then the other side of the draw, Helle van Hallen. Jelle van Hallen. I'm getting there.
Local from here, from Brouwersdam.
Yeah. Local spot. And then Piero Routnik, Italian rider, just is improving every single time he gets to the water, I think, at the moment. Every time I see him sail, he's just absolutely ripping and seems to have learned something new. So this is going to be an interesting heat. Yeah. If you're watching along. Amado coming in on YouTube. Let's go, boys. Thank you, Amado. We know you were here last weekend. We wish you were here with us this weekend as well.
I spoke with Amado, and he just didn't really feel like coming for the light wind with the forecast.
Yeah.
It's been a long season for him as well.
He's doing the slalom as well.
He still has to go to Japan, so he up to train for that more.
Yeah. Although it looks like
we would have loved to see him here.
It looks like the wind got stronger, though, actually.
Yeah.
So sailing there, that is Stefan de Bel, I believe.
Yeah.
Let's see what he's got for us. Wearing a shorty. I think I said earlier he's from Curacao. He's going maybe a bit cold, but maybe not.
I mean, for being October standards, it's really warm.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at the weather. It's been amazing.
Wow, nice shaka.
Sick shaka there.
And
I think
air jibe for Jelle.
Yeah.
That was a nice shaka.
That was such a nice shaka. So floaty.
That gives a good feeling, like when you start the heat off with a good move, you're like straight in the groove.
Well, that's what, me and Rick were saying that earlier, when it was yours and Steven's heat, you did the double culo, he kind of crashed, and it's like you do get in that mindset of like, well, if you start it well.
You're a step ahead.
Exactly.
Double culos, for example, now it's more wind, but before was a bit lighter. It's pretty tricky, so you can start with that one. You're ahead.
Whoa, switch Chachi 360 there.
And a smooth one.
Yeah, so nice.
At all,
he's a smooth operator, Stefan, isn't he? He's got some nice moves.
Yeah, all the Caribbean riders, they're all smooth riders.
Stylish. Yeah. It's like they all just learned Kiri. Whatever Kiri does, they're like, we'll just take this. Kiri and Tonki,
Yeah. We're only seeing 2 riders on the water, actually.
Yeah, so on the other side, that there, I think that might be Julian. Julian Calderwide there on the right-hand side with the black Severn.
No, this is yellow.
Is it yellow?
Because it's the AV board.
I thought it was an Ignite. Yeah, the white at the back. Yeah. So this is yellow here. Nice Spock there.
Nice Spock.
Wow,
nice
big culo there from Stefan. He'll go down a bit.
Just goes down on it.
Oh, no. That's Julian in the background there, just water starting on the white.
White Severn.
Yeah. And the starboard Ignite. Yeah, no sign of Piero Routnik so far.
Pierre, he has a hot sails and a JP board.
Yeah.
White hot sails. That's the one.
There's Piero on the left-hand side of the screen. And there we go.
On the right. Yeah.
Now on the right. Yeah. So Piero Routnik, young Italian rider, still only 17. So Stefan de Bel up against Julian Calderwide on one side of the draw. And then Jelle van Halen. Did I say it right?
Jelle
van Halen against Piero Routnik. Piero Routnik, nice Kono there. Just getting that rail caught at the end. Whoa. Little air funnel there from Stefan. I did not think he was going to do an air funnel there. He kind of ducked it. It didn't look so comfortable.
Pretty downwind, yes.
Yeah, really downwind.
But he's a really good sailor. I didn't see him now for a while, but I remember a couple of years ago already. He was really good when he was younger, and now for sure he's getting... Oh, I saw someone doing a big kono in the background. I don't know who that was.
Not too sure.
Piero.
So Piero Routnik in switch. Let's see what he's got for us. Duck in the sail.
Stefan.
Just got a bit caught.
It's not easy ducking and doing the moves now. The wind is shifting a bit and it's gusty, so you really have to kind of keep watching upwind just to know what the gust is gonna do.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's that thing. Always looking over your shoulder.
Local knowledge here.
I mean, I'd say 70% of the riders are locals at this event.
Yeah, many other ones have been here before.
I've spent a lot of time as well. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those places. It feels like everyone's home spot a little bit. So Piero Routnik, let's see what he's got for us. I know he's got the moves.
Flaka.
Wow, silky smooth 360. Yeah, Flaka 360 there for Piero Routnik. We're just waiting for the scores to drop in. Stefan de Bel, duck in the sail.
Burner.
Wow, nice burner there.
Not the biggest one, but clean.
But clean.
It's more important to land moves clean than doing big moves and wet landing. So they know it. Both of them, Piero and Stefan, have competed before, so they know the drill, what the judges want to see.
Yeah, 100%. It's even things like adding.
Just losing the backs.
It's a horrible Flaka crash. Even like adding, another rotation on. There's been a bit of a conversation this event about ponch versus a future. Doing like a really nice big ponch, landing cleanly. Whereas if you kind of try and throw an upwind 360 on the end of it and focus on that, it never scores as well. Then you might as well just do a good ponch. Nice burner.
I only do it when I know it's gonna be a smooth one.
Yeah.
Or I know if I really need it to have a higher score, I will give it a try. But same with burners and funnels, you only want to spin or pop another trick behind it when it's really smooth. So Julian doing an air jab on the background.
Yeah, I think just going down there, Looks like the heat scores have come in now. So Stefan de Bel putting together a really nice heat, 24.76.
That's a good score.
Yeah, really good.
Ponch.
Wow, ponch from Piero, but just gets a little bit stuck. You could see he kind of took the backhand off there.
Yeah, sometimes if you throw the backhand off, you can pull with the front hand.
Yeah.
It's still just out the water to save it.
And Jelle van Halen just jibing there. Obviously not.
No, Julian.
Oh, that's Julian, sorry.
It was Jelle who crashed on the top little screen.
Yeah. And Piero Routnik on the big screen there.
Looks gusty. At one moment we think it looks really epic, and then the riders are just standing
I swear
around.
each camera angle looks different. Like Julian in the bottom left, it looks really good.
Yeah.
It looks like he's super powered up. Looks really windy on that big screen there. Oh, going big. Oh, that just goes down. Almost manages to get round a spot.
Just to bring the sail a little bit more forward for that spark.
Yeah, and potentially it almost doesn't need to jump that high as well, That was like getting into sort of shove it Spock territory.
Piero switch.
So he's already got the burner. Piero putting together a nice heat score, 23.05.
Funnel.
Nice funnel
Nice
there,
one.
one-handed. Maybe wanted the air funnel, but just
Flakka.
didn't quite have the speed.
Oh, just goes down on the flakka, yellow.
What's Julian got for us?
A little body drag.
Ooh, managed to get back up, but it'll go down.
I'm not sure if body drag score, actually.
I don't think they do.
I think only jump moves.
I think it's aerial freestyle, yeah. But he's having fun.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for him, it's not matter of winning. It's just showing what he has. And
Yeah, I mean, 14 years
future.
old, you
yeah,
know,
exactly. This is nice shaka.
Yeah, good
I don't
shaka.
know if it was just behind the timing. Might have been just too late.
Maybe, yeah, but equally, I think he's pretty commanding lead over Yella. So I think it will
Yeah.
be Piero Rautnik and Stefan de Bell going through. Stefan de Bell, a really nice heat score. A shaka, a kulo, and a forward loop. And then on the other side, a switch chachu 360, an
one
air
was
funnel,
nice.
and a burner. So yeah, super nice. That switch chachu 360 scoring higher than an air funnel.
Yeah,
Quite
I think it was
interesting.
fair because it was a really smooth
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
It isn't that easy, you know.
No, for sure.
Sometimes the bigger moves are, in certain cases, easier to do than what
Definitely.
technically on paper are the easier ones.
Definitely, 100%.
So it's good to see some guys doing it. Like Davey Sheffers used to do, one of the locals from here.
Yeah, just the combinations.
He was doing such a hard combinations, but just didn't get rewarded as much from it.
Yeah, we were talking about him earlier, just like a free sailing legend, never really quite managed to find the groove in competition, but in terms of like video parts or just watching things like that, easily one of the best, still doing combinations that
He had
only a few riders have done.
really ups and downs. Like if he had a good heat, probably nobody would ever win against him.
Yeah.
And the other time he would just not be able to put a good heat together. But in freesailing, he's amazing to watch.
Yeah, incredible. So next heat, Fivos Supras up against Mark Pesman. Fivos yet to take to the water today. So yeah, it's going to be a good intro for
I
him.
think this is going to be a good matchup.
This is going to be a really good heat, but I have heard that apparently Fivos only has a 4-4.
Only a 4-4?
Yeah, apparently someone lent him a 4-8, but I don't think...
I mean, maybe he was only preparing to come to the Geneva event, so he brought a 4-4 for the tow-in.
But I think also the forecast, this event got called on, this is obviously a waiting period, and it was called on basically at the start of it with these days of wind. So yeah, potentially he just didn't, wasn't ready for it. And then on the other side, an old Brouwersdam heat. Tim Gerdes up against Nick Van Ingen. Who's your money on?
Well, I would
hard.
say they can both win. But I think Nick maybe has the advantage. He's like the underdog. Like they're pretty similar sailors.
Yeah.
Tim is the younger one, the new up and coming. Nick is just.
Nick seems to be just chilling now, I think.
Yeah, he just comes back to compete here, to enjoy and sail together with all of us and show that he still got it. I assume they're both gonna be a 4-8. I don't think they have bigger. Tim has, but probably doesn't use it.
I'd say Tim, that's Tim on the bottom left-hand side, Fivos Supras on the top left with the duotone, and then Nick Van Ingen also on duotone. I think he is on the big screen there.
Yeah, Nick is the one in the middle with the
white circle sticker.
Yeah, from his own surf shop.
Fivos stuck in the sail. Oh, gets caught, goes down on a culo. Nick.
Boom.
Oh, that's how you start a heat.
But he just get caught actually.
Yeah, Tim with a real nice
culo to start.
So yeah, good opening exchange there from the riders. Yeah, definitely looks like the wind has filled in a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. It's just really up and down, and that's how south wind is here.
Yeah.
The gusts are strong, but in between the gusts is nothing, so you don't have to worry when you see guy is not playing it for a second.
Tim, not quite managing to get the sail duck there.
It's getting a bit tricky.
Ooh,
just missed the boom.
Yeah, goes down on a switch chachu.
He loves this moves. He's like a typical Bonaire sailor.
Spends a lot of time there, doesn't he, in the
loves
winters?
And he really rips there. Wow, nice shaka.
Sick shaka 360 there.
Yeah.
Super downwind style.
Just keep it flowing, keep the speed.
Yeah, nice float there for Nick Van Ingen, who, is potentially going to cause some upsets at this event. Fivos with a shaka of his
Yeah.
own as well. He will finish
Nice.
it slowly. I probably didn't want that, but again, I think he might be on 4-4.
Tim.
Going switch. I think what, air funnel?
Yes. Air funnel is.
Air funnelicious. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether that counts.
Maybe Tim prefers to be on his foil now. He is a ripper on the foil. It's
loves it.
insane what he can do.
Yeah.
Fivos on the big screen.
Yeah. Let's see what Fivos has got for us as he ducks the sail in regular.
Culo.
Nice culo from Fivos. So if he's on 4-4 doing a culo, it must be a little bit of wind.
But he
So
might has a 4-8 from someone.
So in the background there, Nick looked like he was taking off on a Kono. Potentially a cabbie. So just waiting.
No, because he does it on starboard tack. He does switch on port. Maybe, yeah, could be.
Who, Nick?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on starboard.
Then a Kono, because he does his switch the other way.
Yeah.
Like
Nice.
many of the locals of here doing switch the opposite
The other way, yeah. Tim,
Flaka.
360.
Burner for Nick. But just
gets caught at the end there.
It's hard to finish the good moves here with the tricky wind sometimes. It's hard to predict.
Especially with the chop as well. You know, if you catch a bit of a rail. You know, it's really difficult.
Exactly.
So Tim on the big screen, looking powered up. I think he's probably on a 4-8, stepping into switch. He's already done the funnel, air funnel. I'd say he's probably wants a burner, or potentially
slider. Yeah, he just didn't have the power, so he was not even bothering to duck.
It's a good idea.
Oh,
Nick.
losing the footsteps.
Yeah. Feet come out on I think that was a culo.
Yeah.
Fivos looking a bit underpowered, but that's what happens if you take a small sail. But Fivos still taking the lead of Mark. Mark also looking like he's potentially struggling for power a little bit.
I assume Mark will be on the 5-2.
Yeah,
He's
he
a
does
bit
like the
bigger
5-2.
rider, and he's one of the riders who likes the big sail and the big board.
Yeah. Definitely kind of a bit more used to it than the others.
Punch.
Well, a punch there from Fivos. How did he save that?
It's smaller sail. It's just easy to pull out.
Much easier, yeah.
Go
Nice
off
Kono
Tim.
there from Tim. But just, again, kind of catching the rail there.
It is tricky. Like on the drone, you can see really good where the gusts are and not. Like
You
you
can
see
see that.
Nick just in the gust, and now he's going out. So
Into a lull. Yeah, look, there's no power. So we'll switch Chachu. Why
Chachu.
not? Perfect move for going into a lull.
yeah, exactly. You don't want to go into the gust for it.
No. It's interesting how there are kind of moves like that. You know, I remember like when you're teaching people to flaka, or even when you're first learning, it's kind of you want to go from a gust into a lull.
Grubby, Flaka, and the all the Chacho variations.
Yeah. You want to come in with loads of speed, but come out of a big gust and go into a patch of less wind, and then you can play with the sail a little bit more.
Mark bumping. We didn't see much from him. The camera just missed him, but I'm sure he did some.
Wow, kind of brava there
Kinda brava.
from Mark Pesman. Nice. So kind of still all to play for as we go into just under 2 minutes left of this heat for Fivos Supras up against Mark Pesman.
It's close on both sides.
Yeah. Let's see what Tim's got for us here. He wants the burner.
One-hand burner.
Nice one-handed burner there from Tim. That could potentially edge him ahead of Nick. Nick having a bit of a shocker here. Let's see what he's got. Punch. There's the punch. Nice from Nick. Good exchange there.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see. I'd say Tim's burner will probably score a bit more. It was a really nice one-handed.
Yeah, for sure.
Tim choosing to sail there with both hands in front of the harness lines. Usually you see Stephen doing that quite a lot to kind of stay upwind and things.
Yeah. I also sometimes do it. It's just when you ride your harness lines really backward.
Yeah.
Just give a lot of power.
Oh, Tim not got that. So Nick Van Ingen. So yeah, look, so Tim actually now just got the lead over Nick. 55 seconds left to go. Let's see what Nick's got for us here.
Burner, that's not gonna do it.
That will go down. Fully went down.
Damn it.
Tim, Kono.
He already had, I think
so. I think he already did that. Yeah, I think he wanted a better one. You see, he pumps the sail there. A bit of frustration there.
Konos or like more air moves are trickier in this.
You want strong winds, don't you? You know.
Yeah. Sometimes it's easier to do a double culo than a cabi or a kono.
Yeah.
Because you can do it out of speed and you don't need the wind for the lift.
Which sounds like a crazy thing to say. It's easier to do a double culo than a kono.
Mark.
Oh, it goes
just
down.
go down.
Some love coming in for Mark. It looks like Fivos has extended his lead over Mark. Yeah, with just 10 seconds to go. So I think that's Mark just water starting. So he's going to have to work pretty hard for it. Oh, that's Mark there. Sorry. Oh, no, that's Tim.
That's Tim.
Tim. And that is, frustration there from Tim. Little does he know. I think
and also Nick, it's the night burner, but it's after the buzzer.
I think it was after the buzzer. Yeah, too late. So it looks like it will be Fivos Supras and Tim Gerdes going through into the next round. So let's take a little look at the breakdown of the scores. Yeah, Mark Pesman not really managing to find his groove
but
there.
Neither Fivos, I think he was also underpowered. Like,
I mean, yeah, he only had one move on starboard, just a culo, you know.
But a higher scoring culo, so Mark just with a Spock and a Bob.
Yeah.
It's pretty much similar scores then. Oh, there comes still a burner in for.
Ah, there we go. A burner in for Fivos as well. So yeah. And look how close that one was.
This is I'm always sad to see when they say 4-man heats and there's like the two highest scoring ones, one of them has to lose. If they would have been in the other one, they would have easy passed.
Yeah.
So
Tim Gerdes will advance through up against Nick Van Ingen. So yeah, that's a bit of an upset there.
Yeah.
Tim just absolutely rips, you know. And as you said, you know, been putting a lot of focus on the foil, but also
this is actually a really good shot before how you can see how gusty it was.
For sure. So next up, Magnus Wessel up against Tim Russenars on one side of the draw. I think this is Magnus's first event.
Yeah, I think this is his first event.
Yeah.
Tim has been competing quite a lot before.
But not recently.
Not recently.
Yeah, so good to have Tim back.
He just does now the Brouwersdam events as this is local home spot.
Yeah. So that's on one side of the draw. And then on the other side of the draw, we have Sebastian Gux up against Leander Ham. So Leander only 14 years old. Oh, that's not right.
No.
Yeah, Sebastian Gux up against Leander Ham. So Sebastian there on the left-hand side. Yeah, again, kind of, you know, one of those undercover rippers, undercover German riders. And then Leander Ham, only 14 years old, coming up.
His heat win is pretty good, huh?
He win 5,000%.
I think there is something wrong, but yeah.
Yeah, Leander, only 14 years old, getting stuck in. Cool to see guys like him and Julian Calderwide kind of coming in and having a bit of a go.
Yeah.
And getting stuck into the competition scene.
Yeah, but it's good. You don't have to compete in the beginning to win, but just you learn so much from the way of competition sailing, and then you also gonna figure out how you have to train afterwards. You know, you can see the other riders and everything. So it's cool that the young guys come to join, and I would just recommend everyone who want to compete in the future, don't wait, just come and join us.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's not. You know, it's not all about, you know, only the top guys and stuff. It is that kind of pipeline of getting guys to come in and get involved. You know, obviously there are guys like yourself and that at the top of the sport, but it's all about that like inclusion and getting guys to come and join in.
But that's why we do double elimination, because if you pull someone of the draw straight of the top guys, you will have a matchup in the double elimination with someone more your own level in the beginning when you start.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the beauty of the way we do it here. We've got Magnus up on screen here, so it's an all 0.7. In fact, I think they're riding the exact same gear.
Yeah, exactly.
0.7 and a Goya board. Nice one-handed funnel there from Magnus. I said it too soon. He will go down.
This is Leander.
Yeah, is Leander on the other side of the draw, who is up against Sebastian, who is on Taboo and GA Sales. So we haven't seen him just yet.
He is.
So that's Sebastian there on screen with the blue and orange G8. And then we're just following Leander at the moment on the black Severn.
I want to see his no-end Spox. He came to join us in Bonaire for the competition.
Yeah.
And Leander was doing only no-end Spox all day long. So I want to see one here.
I think you saw him do. Did he do a flacker earlier as well? I think he's got a few more moves. Yeah,
Yeah, possible. I mean,
yeah. I think he spent some time with Lennart in Bonaire, maybe doing some
they
lessons,
spent some time there
coaching
together. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but these kids, they learn so fast, you know.
At that age, you're like a sponge, aren't
Yeah.
you? You know, you just soak every little bit of information.
It takes so long
up.
to learn the Spock and stuff, and then once they understand a few basic moves, they, I don't know, every session you see, they learn something new.
Something
and
just
better.
happens, yeah.
Looks like they struggle a bit with the wind.
Yeah, maybe a bit of an off.
Yeah, south wind is really tricky.
Ah, but that looks...
Maybe
Tim with a nice culo there.
Powerful.
Didn't look like he was struggling too much there.
No.
And then Magnus on the other side. Magnus is a big dude as well. See some of the riders in the background training.
Yeah.
Magnus, let's see what he's got for us.
Shaka.
Nice Shaka there from Magnus.
We see a winger failing. That's also nice.
I'm saying nothing. So yeah, Magnus and Tim on one side, and then Sebastian and Leander on the other side. So that is Sebastian there on the Taboo and GA sails. Don't forget, you guys can head over to EFPT.net where you can keep up with the live eliminations, Freestyle Pro Tour for all of the live scoring. And if you're watching on Facebook or on YouTube, let us know who you want to see on the podium. Nice.
This is not in the heat.
Yeah, I think that's Mateus just doing some moves in the background there.
I think he's one of the most stoked riders when it's light wind.
100%, just stoked in general.
Yeah, just general, but you know, many people are a bit upset when it's a bit lighter. He's just loving it. He improved quite a lot. I was surprised to see him sailing in Fiesta.
Man, yeah, he's sailing really good. He's one of those, he's quite ambidextrous as well, does a few moves both sides.
Yeah. See Magnus with a flak on the background. Sebastian switch.
Sebastian duck in the sail. Just a funnel there.
Funnel, but really slow.
Mistimed it with the chop, I think, there.
Yeah. But they know it by themselves, like that's not the move they're looking for.
No, of course, but equally it's still a move, you know, you still put some points on the board.
Yeah, exactly.
And in these kind of early rounds of the double, like you said, that's what's important.
Here is the flacker.
And there's the flacker I was talking about. Nice flacker
Nice
there
one.
from Leander. So currently Tim leading over Magnus. But, you know, still just under 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
A bit bigger riders, so they need a bit of power. Nice bob.
Yeah, silky smooth bob there from Tim.
Slow,
Rusnose.
easy, smooth. Nice.
Yeah,
really good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tim is a really good sailor. I sailed a lot with him. Nice forward for Sebastian.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing videos of Tim a long time ago, and he's really ripping. But
Well,
yeah, we haven't seen so much of him recently, so it's cool to see him back at an event and getting stuck in.
As kids, it was always Rick, Nick, me, and Tim sailing here always together.
Yeah.
We're a similar age.
Nice Vulcan there from Leander on the
Leander,
big
yeah.
screen. As we see Magnus, I think that's Magnus stepping into switch. And he
No,
will
it's-
slide round an
it's
E-slider, but
This-
will go
it's
down.
Tim, but he just goes down. Kind of say. I didn't know what I didn't see what Sebastian did, but it was not really a fast rotation at the end.
Yeah. Currently, Tim with a pretty commanding lead over Magnus. Magnus at 6.08. Tim with 15.04. Sebastian 8.14. Leander Ham 4.67. So currently, Tim and Sebastian both putting in winning heat scores.
Yeah.
Oh, Magnus getting pretty close. Going to run out of water.
Oh, he goes for the water jump.
He'll just duck. Yeah, go up the ramp.
Leander switch.
Yeah, again, looking like he's kind of struggling for power a little bit in switch there.
I feel like everyone is struggling in this heat.
Yeah, it's not,
Just go down on the grubby.
It was definitely a lot windier in the last heat.
Yeah,
wasn't
the
it?
last heat was looking way better.
Yeah.
Now Sebastian, it looks like he has a gas, but on the way I see him sailing, it's not like he's really powerful.
Wow, nice.
Nice one.
Sick grubby there.
A powerful grubby is so cool to see.
Yeah, you don't see it so often, do you?
Just don't go down. It's just like boom, really powerful.
Yeah.
It's sick.
And then we see the double grubbies.
Yeah.
Guys like Yard and Meyer and all those guys. Davy Sheffers, of course, won for that as well.
Yeah.
Wow, punch. Nice
punch.
punch from Magnus.
Davey will probably do grubby into Spock into something else.
Yeah. Double grubby Spock.
Yeah.
All those crazy videos that came out of Fuerteventura one year of him just doing these combinations that no one had ever seen before. So taking a look at the elimination ladders then. So next up it will be Manolis Chrysopoulos against George Greisley, and then Eugenio Marconi up against Martin Molnar. Woo! Wow, air funnel there from Sebastian. Bit better than the last one. Oh, Leander going for a little body drag as well. And that is the end of that heat. So that air funnel just on the buzzer. So we're just waiting for confirmation for that heat. Potentially that heat may have been cancelled. But
it looked pretty tricky. I don't know the full score sheet.
It did look tricky, but equally, you know, Tim put down 16.6. I mean, you know, a bit unlucky, not ideal, but he managed to put down, you know, moves on both sides. So it's a hard. So it looks like that heat will count, but we are going to go on standby once again. I think it's one of those things. The wind looks better later on in the day, and we'd really like to get the bulk of the competition done in those. You know, in that. Of course, it's quite frustrating for certain riders to be like, right, well, I've got to
but we need fair wind, because if one just gets a few gusts and he can do some moves and the other one just cannot reach it, it's pretty tricky. So we need fair conditions. I mean, at the end, mostly the top guys, the better riders, will find that gust to do their moves. But, you know.
It's a really difficult one, but yeah, I think we are going to go on hold for a little bit, guys. Just while the judges
and we have all day,
and that's the beautiful thing as well. Yeah, we do have all day. You know, we've got until kind of early evening. Fingers crossed. And me and Ariane did take a brief look at the forecast, and it does look like the wind is kind of dropping off a little bit round where we are right now, and then around sort of 1-2 o'clock it really fills back in and it switches direction.
The problem is there's also a little bit of rain on the forecast.
Yeah.
And rain makes usually the wind turns back to south.
Right.
And south gets gusty. So, yeah, it's going to be, we just have to wait and see. And I hope it's just going to kick in and we're going to sail on the 4-0s and we're going to see some big moves.
Yeah, I want to see a double air culo in a heat.
Yeah, here it's pretty good to do it, actually.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah.
I think so.
Nice.
Yeah, for sure.
See some shifties and some bigger moves coming
That'd be so sick. Yeah, shifties, double air culos, all that crazy stuff. But yeah, guys, we are going to leave you for a little bit. We're going to head on to hold. Do not go too far because we will be coming back soon once the wind fills in. We will see you soon.
Ladies and gents, welcome to the first ever Freestyle Pro Tour event here in Cape Town. The 2023 season is officially on. One of the most exciting points about this event was the accessibility. We had a whole fleet of amateurs combined with some of the world's best freestylers and even some of the world's best wave sailors.
I haven't been on freestyling for a long time. I don't even have a freestyle board anymore.
The order of the day was to start off with flat water, so we headed to the Milnerton Aquatic Club where we would kick off with some freestyle on the lake. Then we went over to the waves for some sky-high aerial maneuvers for the second round of competition. So without further ado, let's see how these wave sailors fared against the freestyle freaks on flat water.
When the world's out of control and time is always racing, everybody has a place where they can let it go. When the world is overwhelming, just close your eyes.
getting pretty gnarly now.
I'm like way overpowered.
Toweling, it's super strong.
Conditions are absolutely nuking.
Everyone's blowing away. Just go big, really.
It's so much fun. It's really windy out there.
And when life comes in like a storm, always raining, you gotta pull that light from the inside and fight on when the world's out of control and time is always racing. Everybody has a place where they can let it go and fall into that feeling. Take a breath and never leave it. When the world is overwhelming, just close your eyes, you'll find the strength to seize the day. Nothing standing in your way. Just fall into that feeling. Take a breath, it's time to let it go.
We head to the ocean, huh? Probably double view for some jumping. What a load of excitement. So it was then onto the waves, where head to logo high waves and super strong winds greeted the competitors.
And I have found the light at the bottom of my demise. It's going to carry me home. Ooh, and whoa.
Got logo high sets once in a while, so it's cooking.
Push and shove, just close your eyes and fall into that feeling. Take a breath and never leave it. When the world is overwhelming, just close your eyes. You'll find the strength to seize the day. Nothing standing in your way. Just fall into that feeling. Take a breath, it's time to let it go. It's time to let it go. It's time to let it go.
Wow, what a performance from Marc Perret. An awesome result on the flat water, backed up with winning on the waves, has given him the event victory. In the women, it was Pauline Katz who in the end took the victory with awesome forward loops on both tacks in these super strong winds.
It's time to let it go.
Ladies and gents, welcome to the second stop of the European Freestyle Pro Tour here in Bonaire. With classic Caribbean conditions, it looked like we're going to get a full round of competition complete, as well as some super sessions. So let's take a look back and jump straight in with a single elimination. So with good winds but overcast conditions, the single elimination powered on through with a few surprising upsets. Wowing and surprising everyone on the beach was the local talent Nigel Hart, causing one of the biggest upsets of the single elimination and knocking out Jentel Kers. Meanwhile, returning from injury was Leonard Neubauer. After over 18 months out, we saw him come back to competition with a bang, and he knocked out the 5 times European champion Steven van Broekhoven. Another next generation charger was Bodie Kempen, who managed to find his way all the way up to the losers final and actually put a stop to Nigel Hart to secure himself 3rd place. And so this brings us to the final showdown of the single elimination. It was Leonard Neubauer versus the local superstar Joep Schmidt.
an amazing feeling, winning on my home spot and with such good guys in the seating as well, you know. It's wow, it feels great.
So Joep Schmidt sitting in pole position, and what's next? Well, we've got the double elimination. That's the second chance comeback round where everyone is reseeded and then has their chance to fight all the way back to the top once more. Being a part of the new Proving Ground series of the Freestyle Pro Tour, this event is the perfect platform for upcoming stars and rookies to try out competition for the first time. A great example was Leander Holm from Germany, who impressed with a number of moves and no more so than an incredible no-handed spot. So here at this event we tried out the mixed fleet format with both guys and girls competing in the same elimination.
And competing with the men, it really pushed me.
The Norwegian Udo Johanna impressed with a number of good moves. Meanwhile, it was the 20 times world champion Sarah Keto Ofringa who had a good run in the double elimination, only to be stopped by Jentel Kers.
I think I did one of my best heats ever against Jentel Kers.
Kers, who was on one of his characteristic comebacks, dispatched of many top talents. Steven van Broekhoven, Tim Gerdes, he faced redemption against Nigel Hart and kindly removed Bodie Kempen from the podium to face Lennart Neubauer.
Probably the best heat of my life, and with 5-6. I'm still a bit confused. The winner is Lennart!
So with the crowds gathered, it was lights, camera, action for the final. Joep Schmidt versus Lennart Neubauer.
Obviously, Joep at his home spot is gonna light it up.
After his injury, his comeback, he's the guy to beat, man.
Ladies and gents, welcome to the first Continental Series event here on the Freestyle Pro Tour. We're here in Lake Neusiedl at the surf opening in Austria.
Yeah.
With competitors coming from as far as Bonaire and as close as here in Austria, the fleet consisted of rookies and seasoned veterans alike. On day one, the Southern Winds provided the opportunity to dive straight into the single elimination. As the day drew to a close, the winds backed off, and with it the opportunity to complete the single elimination. 4 competitors were left: Sam and Steve, Lennart Neubauer, Steven van Broekhoven and Jacob Testa. With the event drawing a crowd, the opportunity to expose freestyle windsurfing to a large audience presents itself. These very waters being the founding location of the toe-in discipline saw innovation once again.
I've never done it, he has never done it. Double toe-in, super nice moves. It's gonna be fun.
It was time for a synchro show where the athletes paired up and competed against each other in teams. In the final, 4 teams faced each other. It was the Bonaireans, the Belgians, the Dutch, and the toe-in maestros, Sam and Steve and Lennart Neubauer.
First place, Team Belgium, Jente Kees en Steven van Broekhoven. Team Belgium had een applaus.
With suitable wind conditions forecasted at the crack of dawn, it was time to get on with the windsurfing competition. The single elimination final was on, and 6 a.m. was the starting time. With Lennart Neubauer already through to the final, it was all about the heat, Jacob Testa versus Sam and Steve. The winner of last year's event, the Italian Jacob Testa, advanced and would now face the rising star Lennart Neubauer. Unexpectedly, the winds kept improving, and so we dived straight into the double elimination, that second chance comeback round.
Actually, I want to finish it. I want to do it proper, so one win is just one win. So if I can do it twice, would be even better.
The first standout rider was the Dane Matthias Vingard, who defeated opponent after opponent, only to be stopped by the Bonairean Joep Schmidt.
But it was on lot of fun, huh?
Really nice.
Sick
Nice
vibes.
sailing, man. Beautiful scopus, burner.
On the other side of the draw, Jamie Howard was on a tear, showing he means business here after he sustained an injury at this very event in 2022.
Yeah, so far so good. 1 minute to go. It's good to get out a heat before when you're here because it's quite a long way to the competition area.
Winning 4 heats in a row, it was only stopped by Jento Kers. After losing out to Lennart Neubauer in the early rounds of the single elimination, Kers was on a comeback of his own.
Not something unfamiliar I have done. I have done many comebacks. Unfortunately, I got stopped by a really strong Steven van Broekhoven. You know, Steven is the man standing for so many years and he still got it, so I'm stoked for him.
Van Broekhoven flipped a switch and produced the highest heat score of the event time and time again.
Once you get in the flow, then it's going.
Really good moves. I'm super impressed about him and happy for what he learned.
Stopping Kers and defeating Steve and Tester to find himself in the final against Lennart.
I do what I can and just enjoy.
Winning the final is Lennart Neubauer.
It's my dream since I started windsurfing to win an event, and it's the first year where I was actually competitive. Well, it's a very special moment for me. The yellow lycra, as you might all know on the EFPT, means I'm officially the tour leader. Hopefully I can maintain it till the end of the year and get my first European title.
Once again, Lake Neusiedl has produced the goods. The 2023 Freestyle Pro Tour title race is well underway. Stay tuned.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to finals day here in Brouwersdam. The wind has filled in and we are resailing a couple of heats from earlier on. As you can see, Tim Gerdes on the screen. So heat 22B, we are resailing that. Tim Gerdes up against Nick van Ingen. They will be resailed. And then on the other side, we will also be resailing Stefan de Bel up against Julian Kolderweide. So the two sailors you can see here on screen on the white Severn Freaks. Stefan de Bel on that kind of grey Fanatic. Julian Kolderweide on a Starboard Ignite. So we are resailing a couple of those heats and then we will crack on with the rest of the men's double elimination. So Tim Gerdes on the screen there on the red. Nick van Ingen with a nice burner on the left-hand side of your screens. Julian Kolderweide just going down on a Vulcan there. Tim Gerdes with a nice burner 360. Super smooth there. So Tim on the left-hand side of the screen. Nick van Ingen ducking the sail in regular. Doesn't quite catch it like he wanted to. But we'll tack round. Tim with a beautiful air flacker there. Love a plating air flacker. Something so simple about it, but always looks really cool. So Julian Kolderweide in the bottom left-hand side. He will just duck jibe out and round. Nice shaka there from Nick. Getting a little bit caught on the end. But we'll still put some points up on the board. Tim Gerdes with just over a point, 1.3 points above Nick van Ingen as we go into just over 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go of this heat. Tim in switch, ducking the sail. And there's the Skopu from Tim. Super nice. Tim on fire. That definitely looks like that wind has filled in nicely now. It seems like it is starting to swing a bit more west. But yeah, riders still kind of doing the moves right out in front of all the crowd here. Wow, sick floaty Kono there from Nick Van Ingen. He's so good at those regular ducking moves. You know, Air Bob Kulo King, if you follow him on Instagram. But yeah, sick Kono there from Nick Van Ingen. And Tim ducks the sail as well. Whoa, and answers with his own Kono. Huge there from Tim. These guys are trading blow for blow. Tim looking like he got something stuck on his sail or something there as we see him heli tacking. Nick Van Ingen looking for something as we see him stepping into switch. One of the riders that does switch going out here, so on port tack. And he wants a Skopu of his own, but he goes down. Just loses the foot straps as he comes down from that switch Kono. Tim stepping in a switch. What we're going to see? He's already got the Skopu. An air funnel or a burner, I think. And there is the air funnel. And will he add a 360 on? Yes, he will, but a bit wet. So, it's one of those ones, you know, chatting to all the riders who've joined me in the booth so far today. Sometimes it's actually better to not bother adding that second rotation on. Just stick with one really clean move. And speaking of one really clean move, that's a nice Kulo there from Nick Van Ingen. Oh, getting a bit caught. I spoke too soon. But he's already finished the move. So just waiting for scores to drop in on the other side of the draw. Stefan de Bell leading up against Julian Kolderweide. And let's see what the two Dutch riders heading out. Tim opting to tack. So looking at Tim's scores. Well, it's actually port tack that he needs to do more work on. So yeah, he should have done it. Ideally, he wanted to do a move on that side. As we see Nick Van Ingen ducking the sail in switch. What's he got for us? Oh, really aggressive burner, and he will 360 out of it. No, he will not. Had the slide there, but just couldn't quite get the wind onto the other side of the sail. So a nice aggressive burner there for Nick Van Ingen. So Tim Gerdes, let's see, stepping into switch. See that sail powering up. He will duck the sail. And another air funnel. And he will add 360 on this time. Bit cleaner. Wow, air bob from Nick Van Ingen, but goes down. Air bob, we love to see it. Make air bobs great again. I want to see more of them in heats. If you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, wherever you're checking out the action here, let us know what you want to be seeing in the heats. What moves you want to see the riders putting down today as we get towards crowning our champion for 2023. Tim Gerdes, it looks like there's nice bits of chop. I don't think Tim's not a shaka man, but definitely could be seeing some big kulos, things like that. Spock, are we going to see the kulo? There it is. But he just gets caught too far into the wind. Unlucky there from Tim. Nick Van Ingen in switch. We've already seen the burner. Really tweaked out air funnel there from Nick. Super nice. We're just waiting for the scores to update. Got quite a few moves to come in. But yeah, at the moment, it's kind of in my head. It's neck and neck between Tim and Nick Van Ingen. Julian going down on a Vulcan there. We haven't seen Stefan de Bell on screen really. But he put in a great performance earlier on before this resale. So I imagine he'll be doing something fairly similar, especially now that the wind has picked up. So Nick Van Ingen ducking the sail, and he'll just get caught on too far onto the tail on a Kawaguchi. Tim just going for more air funnels. He's already landed them. I think he probably would have been better off going for a burner there, although maybe he's already done a burner as well at the start of the heat, but I don't think so. I know he did the Skopu. So Nick Van Ingen, we are in the last 30 seconds of this heat. Wow, nice spot there from Tim. Not what he wanted. I'd say he wanted the spot Kulo, but he will just go down. As we get into 5 seconds left of this heat, Nick bearing away. And he will pull out a punch to his score sheet. And that is the end of the heat. Super interesting. It looks like it will be Tim Gerdes that will be going through, but we'll just wait for that punch to come in. Nick looking a little bit frustrated there. Stefan de Bel also a pretty clear lead over Julian Kolderweide. So yeah, that will be the end of those two resales. And it will be, from what I gather, Tim Gerdes and Stefan de Bel will be advancing through into the next round. Some replays from that then. Nice air funnel there from Tim. This was that first one where he went through the 360. Didn't quite work for him. Super aggressive burner there from Nick van Engen. Really nice. Yeah, again, tried to get the 360 on the end. Didn't quite manage. Air funnel, that was a better 360. Sick air bob there. Really kind of throws everything forwards into the rotation. Cool air funnel from Nick van Engen. And this was that cabbie, just, yeah, landed too far onto the tail. Nice shaka there. So, into the next round then, we have, here's a bit of a breakdown here on screen of the moves that we saw from the other side of that draw. So Stefan de Bel with a shaka and a kono on one side and a burner on the other side. So probably not his best heat, especially compared to earlier, but easily enough to get past Julian Kolderweide. And then this, a bit of a breakdown. These guys, a flurry of freestyle moves, but Tim Gerdes emerging out on top with some great moves, especially that starboard tack score. Nick van Engen, sadly, yeah, frustrating for him. Next up, Heat 24A, Heat 24B, we have Manolis Chrysopoulos up against George Grisley, who you can see on screen there. New international duotone team rider. Looks like the wind has definitely picked up a little bit. And then on the other side of the draw, Eugenio Marconi up against Martin Molinar. So a couple of big heats here. Let us know what you think on YouTube or Facebook, who is going to be running away, winning this heat and going up into the next round. Yeah, let us know as we get into the start of this. Taking a little look at some of the stats then. Manolis Chrysopoulos living in Prassanisi in Rhodes. What a place to call your home spot. And then George Grisley from the UK. Has spent the summer in Europe, traveling around, a lot of time in Fuerteventura. And then on the other side, Eugenio Marconi and Martin Molinar, Italy versus Poland. Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. I can't wait to see what we're going to see as this heat begins to unfold. George Grisley on the big screen there. So George Grisley bottom left, and then we've got Manolis Chrysopoulos on the JP Neo Pride on the big screen on the right hand side, as we see George with a beautiful shaka to kick off his heat. Manolis ducking the sail, but doesn't quite manage to catch it. And Eugenio Marconi there with a nice culo in the top left-hand side. As we see Manolis ducking in switch. What's he got for us? He will jump around a nice burner there. So good opening exchange. George with a big shaka. Manolis, nice clean burner. We're just waiting for the heat scores to refresh. So don't pay too much attention to those numbers right now. But these are the riders we've got sailing. George with a super nice switch chachu there. Silky smooth like butter. So George looking a lot more powered up now. Talking about his earlier heat against Sten Bremmers. It was a bit of a tit for tat. We weren't too sure who won the heat at the end. But George managing to claim it with a couple of last-minute moves in the dying moments of that heat. Manolis looks like he's winding up for something. Let's see what he's got. Is it a shaka? It certainly is. He will get a little bit stuck on the end, but he will still sail away from it. So George coming in hot, pumping the sail. Strange takeoff for that punch there. Top left of the screen, we've got Eugenio Marconi. Let's see what he's got for us as he ducks the sail in regular. We've already seen, big kono there. Martin Molinar just going past George in the bottom left there. As we see him going around a nice E-slider, but goes down at the end. Manolis going down on an air funnel as well. So a bit of a tricky heat. Looks like it's windy, but up and down, as we've seen all day. So just waiting for some of the scores to drop in. As we see Eugenio Marconi in the top left, looking like he's nicely powered up. Let's see what he's got for us. The rest of the riders struggling for power a little bit. Eugenio, nice punch there. Whoa, gets a bit stuck, but will manage to lift the sail up out of the water. Manolis tacking round. George really looking like he's struggling for power here. A bit of frustration on his side. He's managed to put down a couple of moves, but, you know, isn't necessarily able to showcase what he can really do. As we see Eugenio Marconi ducking. Nice air bob there from Eugenio. Wow, sick one. Manolis ducking regular. Doesn't quite manage to catch it. So we're still waiting for those heat scores to come in. Eugenio. Wow, Kono on the other side. George with a nice shaka there on starboard tack. I feel like he already did a shaka, but maybe perhaps he didn't land it. Martin with a big Skopu there. Sick one from Martin. Manolis looking like he didn't quite manage to get the duck there. That was a huge Skopu from Martin, as we see George ducking the sail. And a nice little air funnel from George. So starting to build the house, building the foundations, getting those basic moves in, and then hopefully if you get the chance with the wind, you can start to go a bit bigger at the end. Manolis still struggling with the ducking there. Air funnel from Eugenio, but kind of goes down, but manages to save it at the end. So we'll still put points on the board for it. George looking like he's got a little bit of power now. Let's see what he's got for us. Nice flacker there from George. Tacking round again, you know, going back to basics. If you're not powered up, that's what you've got to do. Manolis with a switch Kono goes down. You can see a bit of frustration there. This one's quite a tough heat for most of the riders. Eugenio putting down a really great heat score though, 26.49. Super solid as we see Martin Molinar coming out of something there. I think maybe an air funnel. But we'll wait for the scores to drop in. Eugenio ducking in regular. Nice Kono there, but didn't quite manage to get the lift he wanted. But again, we'll put the moves down. Manolis letting his, turning the temperature up a little bit. A bit of frustration. George, oh no! Getting caught at the end of a burner. 2 minutes left of this heat as we see Martin ducking in regular. And will jump himself round a steezy little bob. So not the most exciting of heats, sadly, this one. You know, Luke does feel like the wind has dropped a little bit. It'll be interesting to see what the judges decide to do. As we see Eugenio Marconi stepping into switch, ducking the sail, but nowhere near enough speed. So 1.5 minutes left to go. Let's see what they've got for us. George tacking round. So currently looking at the heats, Eugenio with a pretty clear lead over Martin. George just leading against Manolis. George looking like he's got a good little gust here. Oh, big catapult, big gust there. So George getting used to it as we see Eugenio Marconi coming out of something there in regular. I think it might have been a culo, but I'm not too sure. Or maybe a shove it spock, actually. So, yeah, definitely coming through in gusts there. You know, George not looking powered up. And then that huge catapult there. Manolis also on the left-hand side looking really powered up. Going for that regular duck. Jumping around a culo, but doesn't manage to save it at the end. 30 seconds of this heat left to go. George looks absolutely lit up now. Let's see what he's got. Perfect for a punch. And there it is. Nice punch there from George. Sticking that move. He wants to get himself turned around as quick as possible if he can still make use of that gust. Martin Molnar ducking. Nice culo from Martin. Will go down a little bit at the end, but will save it and sail out. 10 seconds left of this heat. It's crunch time now as Manolis goes down. 3, 2, 1, and that is the end of that heat. As you see George in switch, he will duck the sail. Switch Kono there, but I don't think it'll count. So taking a look at this, it looks like, and this is before the heat scores have dropped in, it looks like it will be George Grisley advancing through, just waiting for that punch to come in for George, but that will give him a pretty comfortable lead over Manolis Chrysopoulos. And then Marconi, Eugenio Marconi, putting on a great performance, 26.49. He will advance up over Martin Molinar. So some replays of that heat. Eugenio Marconi putting in a great performance. Nice punch there. That's what we love to see, an air bob. He's also an air bob man. He does enjoy that move. You see it a lot in his clips that he posts online. George with a nice floaty shaka. Love to see it. There's that air funnel there from George. And a flacker, can't beat it. Manolis wants the Skopu, but just doesn't quite manage to get his body weight far forward enough. You'd see a bit of frustration there for him. George just getting a bit mixed up on that burner. And here's that punch. I'd say this will be the heat saver for George. I mean, he was already ahead, but only just. Beautiful one-handed burner there from Marconi, but just gets the mask caught. Whoa, a lot of catapulting going on here. You'd love to see it. Who doesn't love a good catapult? Okay, so next up then, we have Felix Volkar up against Stefan de Bel, and then Matthias Vingard up against Piero Rautnik. So Felix Volkar, first time we've seen him sailing today. A worthy adversary for Stefan de Bel, who put in a great performance earlier on today. And then on the other side of the draw, Matthias Vingard, one of the most stoked men on tour, coming up against young up-and-comer Piero Rautnik, who also put in a good heat score earlier on today. Will he be able to replicate that? We saw Matthias Vingard sailing in the background of some of the heats earlier today, and it looked like he was ripping. Does love the lighter winds, but yeah, let's wait and see. Now that the wind has picked up, looks like a couple of riders catapulting in the last heat. That always means that generally means the wind has picked up slightly. So yeah, let's wait and see as we see Felix Volkart stepping into switch, taking his time. Ducking the sail, what's he got for us? Nice burner 360 there from Felix, so clean. Felix been spending a bit of time out in the States, in California, sailing there with Alex Mertens. I think there's a really exciting video project coming out that I'm very excited to see. It's always cool seeing windsurfing in some different locations. So yeah, really excited about that. Looks like he's been training real hard as well. And then he is up against Stefan de Bel, who we have here on the white Severn Freak. Let's see what Stefan's got for a super stylish rider from Curacao out in the Caribbean. Ooh, nice shaka there as well from Felix. Probably wanted the 360 on the end, but start of the heat, building the house. Stefan. Woo! Ooh, strange shaka there. Got a little bit caught at the end there. Saw Matthias Vingard landing, I think, what was a Kono as well on the side of that frame. Let's see what Felix Volkar, as we see him stepping into switch again. Another rider that does switch on port tack. Jento Kea was actually saying earlier, quite a few riders, opt to do that here. Ducking the sail, he's already got the burner. And now he's got the air funnel as well. Really nice one, super clean. Just textbook there from Felix. So a great start to his heat. 6 minutes to go. So only a minute passed, and yeah, Felix already put 3 moves on the board. Piero Rautnik up in the top left-hand side of the screen on that white Hot Sails Maui. Wow, big switch Kono there for Stefan de Bel. Ideally, yeah, he wanted the Skopu, but sometimes it's just you just don't manage to get that next bit of rotation. Felix ducking in regular. What's he got? Wow, nice Kono there. He means business today. Yeah, there's a nice shaka there from Stab. He goes down. Wow, big culo there from Matthias Vingard on the other side of the draw. Woo! But again, will kind of go down. He'll still water start out, but he will be kind of quite heavily penalised for that. top left-hand side of the screen, we've got Piero Rautnik, duck in the sail. And he will claim himself a nice little burner for his score sheet. Perfect. Love coming in for Felix Sasha on YouTube. Good to see Felix ripping and tearing as we see him with a nice E-slider. There we go. If you're out of options, if it's not, you're not getting the scores you want, just go for a lighter wind move like that. It's still important to practice those moves. You know, if you do need to build a heat and put it together, if you've only got the kind of big power moves, you're going to struggle if the wind's a bit lighter or if you head into a lull. It's nice to be able to finish with a move. You're still going to put a score on the board. Otherwise, it can, you know, feel like a little bit of a kind of wasted run. Felix Volkart, 14.13. Nice heat score already as we get to 4 minutes and 15 seconds left in this heat. Matthias Vingard with a lead. Whoa, a nice culo there from Felix. Matthias Vingard, 15.85. Piero Rautnik, 12.92. So that's a much closer heat. So 4 minutes left. Wow, sick one there from Felix. He's on fire today. Oh, nice. Really nice shaka there from Stefan de Bouw. He came out the gates really hot this morning. You know, absolutely sent it in his first heat and then did that resail, and I guess he's maybe stayed out. You know, maybe he's starting to get a little bit tired. I'm not too sure. This is his third heat of the day. Piero Rautnik in switch, ducking the sail. And a nice slidey funnel there. Again, probably wanted the air funnel, but hey, points on the board. Felix Volkart there, definitely wanting the Shaka 360, but just didn't quite get the whip. Stefan de Bouw ducking the sail. And just doing half a funnel. That will really count towards his heat score. Piero Rautnik in that top left-hand side of the screen. Oh, Matthias Vingard, what's he got for us? Duck tack. So Felix Volkart, he's already got certain moves. We want to see a Skopu now, really. Wow, one-handed burner. Interesting to see if that'll be better than his burner 360 that he opened the heat with. I'm going to say not, because that burner 360 he did was super, super clean. Stefan de Bouw ducking the sail. Culo, but he will get the sail stuck in the water there. Ooh. Definitely looks like the wind's picked up for this heat. Oh, Matthias Vingard again. Ducking the sail, but just not quite timing it with what he wanted to do. Nice Spock. And there's the Culo there from Felix Volkart, but just gets a little bit caught. Looks like the clue got caught into the wind. He will go down. Wow, sick culo there from Matthias Vingard in the top left of the screen. He's really got that move. So currently Matthias Vingard leading over Piero Rautnik, 24.22 to 16.03. Piero Rautnik spinning around a nice flacker in the top left of your screen. Matthias Vingard with a nice burner, but just goes down. Stefan de Bouw with a culo. But again, looks like he kind of went in a bit at the end. It's one of those difficult heats. Feels like everyone's doing loads of great moves, but it's just the kind of ending, struggling to land it. Wow, speaking of landing, it's sick air funnel from Felix. Oh, he just run out of wind a bit at the end there. Determined to claim that one. Oh, that's so frustrating for Felix there. That was such a sick one. But just gets a little bit caught. Looks like he kind of went into a bit of a lull. Difficult one there for Felix Volkart. As we see Piero Rautnik heading past in switch. And there is a switch Kono. Sadly does, yeah, ideally wanted the Skopu. Matthias Vingard getting whacked into the water by his sail there on a Spock. Nice air funnel there from Stefan de Bouw. Really nice one. I quite like it when the sail kind of almost looks like it goes into the water and then it just kind of comes straight back up again. It's quite a cool style. There's the Spock. He wants the Kulo. Felix Volkart putting down a heat score of over 30 points. And that is the end of that heat. Felix Volkart, amazing performance there. He will advance through. And then on the other side, Matthias Vingard looks like he will take the win over Piero Routnik. Stefan de Bell struggling to put it together in that heat. He had such a great one earlier on. But I mean, Felix Volkart just on fire. Matthias Vingard putting it together, also a nice heat score. Only just beating Piero Routnik as well, who put together something very respectable. So some replays going on here. There's the Spock, and yeah, just getting the clue get caught in the water on that Kulo. Nice Kulo there from Matthias Vingard. Burner gets caught again. Air funnel. He would go down on that Spock. Here's that air funnel there from Stefan de Bell. Nice one there. Felix, definitely man of the match in that exchange. Really, really nice heat he put together. And the action is not stopping there. It looks like, I don't know, I keep saying it. But it does look like the wind has picked up a little bit. It does look like it's filled in, especially judging the action we saw in that heat there. You know, all the riders kind of planing very consistently. Next up, we have Fivo Supras up against Tim Gerdes. And on the other side, Tim Russenaars up against Sebastian Gux. So, Fivo Supras, Tim Gerdes. Ooh, this is a tough one to call. I don't know. Fivos has been on fire lately, but so has Tim. If you're watching, Facebook, YouTube, let me know who you think is going to take out this heat. Team Germany or Team Holland. Let me know, yeah. Tim Gerdes, a local rider here, so obviously he's got the full backing and power of everybody here on the beach at Brouwersdam. And then Fivo Supras, you know, coming out of Germany, you know, one of the kind of local guys sailing up in Kiel up there, the German freestyle battles, you know, that kind of scene. It's great to have a few of the riders coming down from there to get involved with this event. And on the other side, local Tim Russenaars used to compete internationally quite a bit, but now just kind of doing the ones when we stop in town in Brouwersdam. And then on the other side, Sebastian Gux, another one of those German riders in the German freestyle battles, you know, real undercover ripper, as I like to call them. Yeah, great to have them coming along and getting involved in the international competition. That wind really looks like it's picked up now. I know that's kind of onshore deception, that camera from downwind looking up, but definitely looks like the wind's picked up nicely now. So that's Sebastian on your screens there on the blue and orange GA sails. That is Fivos on the duotone, Tim Gerdes on the Severn that you are just seeing there. And then Tim Russenaars, he is on the black 0.7 in the top left-hand side of your screen. And that is the start of this heat. Let's see the opening exchange. We've got Fivos in switch in the bottom left-hand side of your screen, ducking that sail. And he will go down on a Skopu. Tim Gerdes with a nice Kono there. So winning that first exchange, as Jentel was saying earlier, we've been talking about it quite a lot this morning. That first move is important. It does kind of set the tone for how you're going to sail for the rest of the heat. It either gives you a bit of a confidence boost or it can make you second guess yourself a bit. So really, really nice for Tim there. Fivos, perhaps a little bit of frustration. I think Fivos also only on a 4-4. So kind of, yeah, he's missing that 4-8. Ideally, that's what he wants. Sebastian ducking the sail there. Nice Kono. Gets a little bit caught on the rail, though. Tim there, I think, with an air funnel 360. There's a lot of moves for me to watch. You guys can help me at home. Yeah, you guys keep an eye on the big screen. Tim Russenaars there with a beautiful Kulo and a big planing punch there from Fivos. So hopefully he hasn't been too psyched out by going down on that Skopu. Nice Spock there from Sebastian. I'm going to say he probably wanted something a bit more. Oh my, huge Kulo there from Tim Gerdes. So Sebastian stepping into switch, ducking the sail. What's he got for us? Wow, big one-handed burner 360. Will he get the 360? No, he'll go down. Oh, Heartbreaking there for Sebastian. Again, it's like, just stick with the one-handed burner. You know, build the house. We've still got over 5 minutes of the heat left. Wow, big floaty air funnel there from Tim Gerdes. There's 2 Tims in these heats. Fivo Supras in the bottom left of your screen. Big air flacker there, full planing air flacker. You love to see it. Still scores quite high as well. If you can get in a good one, fully planing, all the rotation done in the air. Tim with the spark. And the Kulo, he will not come round it. I think that was a Shaka 360 there from Sebastian. As we see Fivos on the big screen stepping into switch. What's he got for us? So ducks the sail. Perfectly timed with a bit of chop. Really nice burner there from Fivos. So I think we're just waiting for the heat scores to refresh down there, guys. So don't necessarily pay too much attention to those numbers next to Tim and Sebastian's names. So we've got Sebastian stepping into switch. But doesn't manage to get up the sail. Just do a little clue first pinata. Wow, Tim catapulting. And Tim Russenars with a Spock. Fivos with a nice Shaka. Ooh, fully planing Shaka. Beautiful. So it sounds like the wind has really started to pick up. Big gusts coming through. I'd say potentially some of the riders are going to be going in, changing down their sails. We are in for some big action, let me tell you. Tim ducking, yeah, that's classic, a duck when you're super overpowered. Fivos is going to be glad he's got his 4-4 now. You definitely see the chop starting to pick up a little bit as well. So Fivos ducking that sail. Wow, so powered up. So Fivos choosing to stay in switch. You're tired by this point. Wow, big air funnel, but he will go down. Yeah, I'd say everyone looks a bit overpowered now. Fivos kind of waving there. So Tim Gerdes stepping into switch. I think still on a 4-8. Definitely looks like that wind has picked right up. Let's see what he's got for us. As Fivos heads out, all the guys looking absolutely lit up now. Skopu from Tim doesn't quite manage to get what he wants. Oh! Sick Flaka Shaka there from Fivos. And there's a fist in the air for that one. That was amazing. Full air Flaka there. That was incredible. And I know Sebastian did something on the other side as well, but yeah, my eyes can't see everything. As we see Tim changing over there, looks like he's going straight down to 4-4. Nick Van Ingen covering for him. That's a bit of love right there. Just Tim beating him in a heat, and now he's helping him out. Fivos will go down on a Skopu. Back foot came out the foot strap. Tim ducking the sail. I think he's on 4-4 now. Comes down. Again, these Skopus, they're just... Riders seem to be struggling with them a little bit today. Maybe the chop's at a slightly different angle. They're trying to kind of time it with that chop. As we see Tim coming round a Spock. Definitely not what he wanted. I'm going to say probably wanted the Spock Kulo. Frustrating there. So yeah, Tim obviously going down to 4-4, but looking full power the whole time. So yeah, that wind seems to have finally filled in. Fivos going down on an E-slider. It looks like Sebastian just with a switch Kono as well. And Tim will water start out of a Skopu. And a Kono there for Tim Russenars in the top left of the screen. And that is the end of that heat. So yeah, looking at the wide cam there, you can definitely see that the wind has picked up significantly, which is what we want to see. Tim coming in there, definitely looking nicely powered up now. Okay, we are just waiting for confirmation of the winners of those heats. So yeah, Fivos Supras and Tim Gerdes, and then Tim Russenaars and Sebastian Gooks. And we will just bring them to you. They will be going up respectively. Winner of Fivos and Tim will go up against Bodie Kempen. And then the winner of Tim Russenaars and Sebastian Gooks will go up against Tigo Court. So it could be all Brouwersdam next round. So straight up, coming up next, this will be the last of the 4-man heats before we move into alternating 2-man heats. And then we will move into we'll move into 2-man heats, and then we'll move into alternating women's and men's heats. So yeah, next up, the last 4-man heat of the day, George Grisley up against Eugenio Marconi, an all-duotone heat. And then on the other side of the draw, Matthias Vingard coming up against a very in-form Felix Volkart. George Grisley, you know, first event on the duotone. He hasn't really been able to he's very much a strong wind sailor, you know, a bigger rider. So yeah, it looks like the wind's filled in. And then Eugenio Marconi, Italian, one of the Italian style masters. He's got all the moves down and put in a really great heat score earlier on today. So yeah, this is going to be a really interesting matchup. And then on the other side of the draw, as I said, Matthias Vingard up against Felix Volkart. Felix Volkart earlier on putting down a heat score over 30 points. And if you're once you get to that point, once you're putting down over 30 points, that's when you know that you're really starting to perform. You know, putting down some real good heat scores. You can see his average heat score there, 21.44. But yeah, he, you know, putting down a really great score earlier today that will definitely be bumping that average up a little bit. And then, I mean, I can't take anything away from Matthias Vingard as well. You know, he has really improved in the last year or two, and he's got all the moves. He's very ambidextrous. He can, you know, do some of the moves both sides. So this is going to be a really interesting exchange between these two riders, but also George Grisley up against Eugenio Marconi. So yeah, let us know on Facebook or on YouTube. Leave us a comment. Let us know who you think, who you're rooting for, and who you want to see. On the podium come the end of today, or at least who you want to see getting through this next heat. I would say there's probably some. There's probably some riders coming in to change sails. Looks like that is the start of the heat. So straight away, I think on the bottom left-hand side, that was George Grisley coming out of something. I'm going to say it was probably a shaker. I know he likes to open his heats with that. Eugenio Marconi ducking in regular. Huge culo there. Super clean there from Eugenio Marconi. George jibing. Let's see what he's got for us. And then it looks like, I think that's Matthias Vingard in the top left-hand side of your screen on the black Severn Freak. George with a sick burner there. Really nice burner. Let's see what Eugenio Marconi's got for us. How's he going to answer back? Either way, duotone win. Nice shaka there from Eugenio, but he goes down. Oh, one of those ones, the board kind of gets stuck, and then the sail wants to open out. You let go of the backhand. Everything gets a bit... You don't have any power in the sail to keep you balanced. George coming round a nice... He will come round a future. So whipped straight round. Got the clue caught in the wind a little bit there. But yeah, really nice to see there. We're just waiting to get eyes on the other side of the draw. But currently on your screens, we have Eugenio Marconi ducking in regular. Wow, sick Kono there. Nice Kono from Eugenio. George Grisley stepping in to switch. Ducks the sail. What's he got for us? Skopu, but he'll go down. Oh, that seems like that port tack end, giving some of the riders a bit of bother. All right, and then the top left-hand side of your screen, we have Felix Volkart. It looks like Eugenio is potentially winding up something. He's starting to get to the other side. And there's a much nicer shaka, fully planing. Beautiful there from Eugenio. George Grisley, whoa, big forward there from George. I can hear the wind coming through my booth. The wind has definitely picked up significantly. Looks like it has turned a little bit more. This is the conditions that we thought we were, well, this is the conditions we expected to get. We're very excited to be bringing you there. What perfect conditions for the finals here in Brouwersdam. Oh, Matthias Vingard with a nice burner there in the top left-hand side of your screen. George Greisley stepping into switch, and Eugenio both in switch. Oh, they're going to do moves at the same time. George ducking first. Funnel, double funnel. And a Skopu, but he goes down for Eugenio. So George, just with a nice little double funnel, probably wanted to go for the air funnel, but just didn't quite manage to get the pop, but made the best of it. And that's a silky smooth little move that he can add to the repertoire. Shove it, Spock goes down. Felix Volkart in the top left-hand side of the screen, also going for a shaka, but not quite getting the scoop into the wind. So just a little shove it. Which I think will still count as a move. Eugenio Marconi, yeah, going down on that Skopu. What's he got for us? Bared away for a punch. Wow, sick punch there. Real floaty. George ducking again. Big air funnel, but will go down. Almost goes too big. Gets caught on that downwind rail. Wow, huge Skopu there from Felix, but also goes down. Don't forget, guys, you can head over to freestyleprotour.com where you can keep up with the scoring. As we see Eugenio Marconi duck in the sail. Nice burner there from Eugenio. Eugenio ducking in regular, but doesn't quite manage to catch it. He will go down. George Greisley in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. And that's Felix just going behind him there. Matthias Vingard in the top left. George just going down on a Skopu. So I've just had it through. That heat has been cancelled. I'll just wait for a reason why, but I guess we will be potentially resailing. Maybe that they want to reset as the wind has fully filled in now. So it looks like the riders will be coming in. Potentially the judges are maybe looking to regroup, but yeah, that heat has been cancelled. So we are just waiting for confirmation as to why that heat has been cancelled. You see so we are just waiting for confirmation. Please do stand by. Okay, so I think they are going to resail that heat there because there are quite a few windsurfers on the water, particularly with Matthias Vingard. A lot of people using similar gear to him. I think they've decided they want to resail the heat just to make sure that they can get full eyes on all of the riders at all times. So yeah, we will be looking to resail that heat pretty much immediately. Because obviously taking a look at the conditions there, as you can see, the wind has filled in really nicely. But if you do need to take a minute, if you need to head off for a second, now is the time to do it before we get back to the action. As I said, we are starting to get into the business end of this double elimination. And after these heats, we will be moving into two-man heats for a couple of rounds of the men's, and then we will be alternating as we move towards the finals. So it'll be women's heats, men's heats, women's heats, men's heats, and so on and so forth until we crown our champions for 2023. Yeah, do not go anywhere. Let us know on Facebook or on YouTube, wherever you're watching, what you think of the show so far. And yeah, who you want to see on the podium. Woo! Someone going pretty fast. That wind definitely filled in. And then the results from the previous heat are in as well. So coming up after this, it will be Bodie Kempen up against Tim Gerdes. And then on the other side, Tigo Kor up against Tim Russenaar. So all locals, 4 locals all battling it out with each other. That's going to be a really interesting heat. Let us know there if you're watching as well. But you can definitely see that wind has picked up. I imagine, having chatted to Jentel earlier, you know, he said things like double air coulos, things like that. He was like, it's definitely going to be possible. You know, in these winds. So I personally am extremely excited about that. That's kind of what I want to see. I want to see that. I want to see Spock air cabbie. I just want to see some air cabbies. I want to see some air scopus. And, you know, the riders are definitely going to be winding up for that, especially as we move towards those finals. The guys that are seeded, Niklas Nieblang, Lennart Neubaur, Steven van Broekhoven, and Jentel Keos, your top 4 for this double elimination. Obviously, also, it's worth noting that the winners of the heats that we are about to resail, George Greisley up against Eugenio Marconi, Felix Volkar up against Matthias Vingard, the winners of each of those heats. So the winners of George Greisley and Eugenio Marconi, the winner of that will go up against the flying Frenchman himself, Sam Steve. Felix Volkar, Matthias Vingard, the winner of that will go up against Jacopo Testa. There are no easy heats, but in terms of hard heats, those heats are pretty difficult. So yeah, it's going to be super interesting to see how those heats go down as well. So yeah, as I said, make sure that you do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss this. But we are just waiting for a moment while the judges and everything gets reset for these next heats. All right, and while we wait for the next, or for this heat to restart, I am joined in the booth by the big man himself, the big chief, the man that makes all of this possible, Adam Sims. How are you?
Thank you, Mr. Sandy Clunas. Yes, all well. Obviously very excited. The wind has picked up quite significantly.
Oh, it literally just within a second.
Absolutely.
I feel like a couple of riders started sort of catapulting.
Yeah.
And then in the next heat, you know when you duck the sail and you're super overpowered, it just goes in the water straight away.
There was that kind of like heat resale because like, you know, the wind wasn't really like fair enough, and then they went back to resale it and they were all completely overpowered.
And it was howling,
so arms flying everywhere. Like
it was crazy, yeah. So
people were like, this is too windy now. Cancel it because it's too windy.
Cancel it. Let's go back again.
Yeah. But it's super cool. I mean, what's happened here is because the wind's kicked in, all the locals got super excited. They've all jumped on the water at the same time. This being a fairly last-minute affair with the competition, the locals haven't been updated too much about the competition happening, so they're just having the fun sessions. It's making things a bit difficult to find the competitors amongst all the people having a fun time on the water.
It's from a judging perspective, essentially, because and especially it's worth saying here, a lot of the riders here are using Severn.
Yes.
So, you know,
Yes, it's
Matthias
all there.
Vingard on these black Severn freaks, you
Yeah.
know, you look at the water there, it's not exactly crystal clear, blue, beautiful water.
No,
so when you
it's,
put one of those black Severn freaks against this backdrop, and there's 4 or 5 of them.
Dark waters, dark sails.
Dark waters, dark sails,
Dark
and lots
skies,
of them.
Moody conditions. Yes.
Exactly.
it's-
So it starts to get a bit confusing, and the last thing the judges want to do is, you know, wrongly apply moves that someone else landed, or vice
Well,
versa.
exactly.
or
I
the
mean,
opposite.
actually, the right call is being made because, you know, the people who are not being found, you know, they're lost amongst other windsurfers out there.
Yeah.
And, you know, they may have done 1 or 2 moves in the beginning. So they're rightfully sort of restarting the heats. It takes a moment in between, but the wind is looking good. Forecast is good, so we've got the time. And they're going to get started again very shortly.
I mean, yeah, it's only 1:30, and we are already very much getting into, as I like to call, the business end.
Exciting
of the double
times
elimination.
ahead, that's for sure.
You know, we have
yes.
rattled through so many heats today,
Yes.
and we are here, 27A. So we've got 28 A and B, 29 A and B, and then we will be going into you know, the kind of matchups as we get towards those final 4.
Exactly, yeah. So it's well, this is the last 4-man heat.
This is the last 4-man heat, yeah, and then we will then do the next round, which will be 2-man heats, and then we will start going into alternating for the men and the women. So the women will take to the water once more again. Obviously, not as many women in it, so that's why we're also saving it to go kind of back and forth between the men and the women, and also hopefully it means we'll get the best wind of the day.
Absolutely, and yeah, I mean, it's still a number of heats to go, but it's a lot of exciting action now. These are all the people that kind of made it through a number of rounds in the single elimination. They showed a good performance to get themselves up there. We see Jakob Batesta flying through the screen, warming up for a big battle to come. He'll face either Felix or Matthias Vingard, whoever wins this next heat once it's resailed.
I mean, Felix was on fire in his last heat up against Stefan de Boer. He put down over 30 points. He just came out of the gates and just absolutely killed it. It wasn't really until the last couple of minutes of the heat that he started crashing.
Felix is showing that he means business. He's at home. He's feeling comfortable. He's riding good. It's warm conditions for this time of the year. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Oh, big capo.
Oh, savage.
But yeah, that's what they've all been saying. The water is a lot warmer. Stefan de Boer from Curacao, you know, I kind of said, oh, he's going to be a bit chilly. He'll be in a big wetsuit. He's in a shorty.
He's in a shorty?
He's a shorty.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. So, you know, it's definitely a lot warmer there than you perhaps think it is. So, yeah, this is going to be, you know, really, really, really exciting as we move into it. And I've said I'm just hoping that we really start seeing the kind of tip of the spear in terms of what modern windsurfing freestyle is now within a competition setting. And I think the conditions that we're going to get today, that we've got now, are perfect for that. We are going to start seeing, you know, I mean, have we ever seen a double air culo done in a heat in windsurfing? I don't think so.
No, I think it's happened, but I think in these kind of conditions, the smaller chop and stuff is not so much.
Yeah.
It's not seen so much, but I'm pretty sure we've seen.
There are these kind of moves, though. You know, this is you know, air cabby weather. This is double air culo weather. This is where we're going to really start seeing the pinnacle of you know, freestyle windsurfing within a competition setting. And for me, you know, to be sitting calling those heats, that's a very, very exciting prospect. And I'm sure it is for you guys at home as well. Yeah, whether you've got work to do or whether it's a day off, you've started the weekend early, crack open a drink, get it on the big screen, sit down and enjoy. And don't forget, leave us a comment as well. Let us know where you're watching from. Yeah, who you're rooting for, who you want to see on the podium. Robin Van Linden coming in. Judges are human. They make mistakes naturally, so good call to resale when necessary. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, it's a tough one. It's very easy
actually,
to sit there.
it's an interesting moment to bring up, you know, how the judging system is done. You know, to discuss it through a little bit. Some of the new competitors were asking me about it, and some of the judges. You know, yesterday as we had our sort of lay day. And the system is, you know, it's a system devised by the riders where all the moves were given scores. The riders had a list of all the moves. They scored them 1 to 10 or 0.5 in between. And in the end, an average was taken from that. The highest and lowest were removed, and this average was created for every single move. It's like 200 plus moves. It's a crazy.
I've seen it before. It's a big list.
It's a crazy list. It's like 7 pages or something they print out of A4. You know, and it's not like big font. It's you know, normal size font. And so the technical score is created, and this was to basically give the riders the chance to be like, no, we know how hard these moves are, so we're going to say that this is the hardest one. The judges, many of them are experienced windsurfers, but, some of these higher moves, there's only a handful of people in the world doing them.
Yeah.
So truly they're the ones that know, how hard that move is versus that move. So that kind of takes away that technical aspect. And the judges get left with, style and execution, which is super cool. They get to award that. So then the final score of a single move is split up into, 2 halves. So one half is the technical score, which is awarded by the system. So you just put in the move name, put it into the system by a writer, and then the judges score, where there's 3 judges, is then also put into the system to take the second half of the score of that one move, and then it's calculated together into a bit of an algorithm. Percentagely, it's quite interesting. So actually 60% of the move is awarded to the rider's score, the judge's score, and 40% of the move is awarded to the technical score.
Right.
So that actually means that 60% of the move is given to the judges who give that style and execution. It was 50-50 at one point, but it was seen that actually a lot of the riders wanted to see style awarded better, style and execution.
I think it's a really important one, execute. It's been a big conversation we've had here about it, isn't it? With the adding an extra rotation on or choosing to land a move like, doesn't even have to be planing, but landing a move cleanly, nicely. Your bum's not getting wet. You're not getting your head under the water or anything like that. And actually, it's been interesting this competition to see the judges actually enjoying that more than just throw an extra upwind 3 on the end, and it ends up ending a little bit slow and things like that. Especially things like ponches versus a future, or the Shaka 360, or something like that. Just adding, or like a burner as well is a big one. Adding that kind of extra 360 on the end. Very regularly you see actually just a nice, well-executed burner actually will score a lot higher.
Absolutely, and actually that brings up another interesting topic, which is, sometimes moves, they're quite similar, or there's this fine boundary between, let's use the flacker, for example, an air flacker 360 versus a Pasco. There's this fine line between how far has the board rotated before it's touched down, or how quickly an air flacker has flowed into an upwind 360. This fine line between Pasco and air flacker 360, and the judges will tend to favor the lesser move because it will reward the rider better, because the lesser move will be scored higher, and thus they will get more points in the end.
I get you.
Rather than awarding the better move lower, which overall gets less
penalised
points.
Because exactly.
And sometimes the riders come in kind of upset, like, no, this was a Pasco, and they're like, yeah, okay, but you were awarded an air flacker 360. It was a grey area. We decided to award it down, but give you really good points for the air flacker 360 you did. And they're a bit upset, and then they realise, oh, actually, hang on a minute.
I got more points.
Yeah. I got more points, and then people go pretty quiet.
But it's kind of having to take the ego hit of like, no, I did a Pasco.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Like, well, actually, no, you didn't. Air flacker 360. Yeah.
It's a good example of
that's a perfect
how the
example,
system works, and that's it's nice that the judges realise and do that. So. So as they've realised now that some of the riders were missing, they couldn't find them, they didn't know where they were, they appeared a minute or 2 into the heat, and then it was determined actually one of the riders was on the beach. So I think the judges didn't realise this. They thought they were on the water in this mix of a lot of windsurfers that had suddenly entered the water. I think now with this strong pickup, many of the local windsurfers have gone into re-rig. But they enjoyed that first push of wind and stayed out and fought it a bit. But
you can definitely see from this view that the wind has completely changed direction. The riders are very much coming a lot more across, whereas before they were kind of going straight in and out. These two guys here, or Jacopo, they're sailing, getting some timing on the water before he goes.
And that wind is much stronger. I mean, this is what we came here for. This is why we did the last-minute call. This is why we did the on-forecast competition. We did it to get this. We had these lighter heats now. We've had, the conditions a bit up and down. Now the wind has kicked in, it's strong, and this is what we're here for the finals of the European Freestyle Pro Tour 2023. We want to see the biggest moves possible in these types of conditions.
I mean, we're so lucky to be able to get this as the finisher for the season. It was a bit touch and go for a while. We weren't sure if we were going to get it, and the fact that we're going to be able to end on a high here is a real treat. And it's just, we've had all sorts of different conditions throughout the whole season. but to be able to finish it also in like one of the spiritual homes of this discipline, within windsurfing.
Multiple champions and titles have been awarded to sailors from this very location.
Exactly.
So it's a great place to see a final.
We were joking earlier, everyone calls it their home spot.
Beautiful cabbie.
Oh, that's what we like. Jacopo keeping us entertained while we wait for the heat to start.
Going silent. I mean, it's as you say, like the spiritual home of freestyle windsurfing, or one of. There's a number of places around the world, of course, but
this is definitely one of them, I would say, especially within Europe.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm thoroughly excited now to see as we go into the finals. We see who will take it. We tried last year to do a similar sort of thing in a different location. Unfortunately, the weather window that we had meant that it couldn't go ahead.
Yeah.
It was just not the wind required to make the finals happen in a secure way. There was a small amount, but it looked to be quite light and not enough. So we tried again this year, and actually the opportunity came up very quickly on the forecast.
This is the start of the waiting period.
Exactly, it's the start. And if you look at the rest of the waiting period, there's all sorts of wind around, but this does seem to be the best direction.
The most consistent direction,
exactly,
yeah,
the best wind. I mean, there's so much wind around on the forecast.
Yeah, but it's going a bit more northerly, isn't it? Which isn't a great direction here.
Yeah, but it's such a I'm super happy we came up this way this time of the year because I really love this area. For me, I grew up in Camber Sands, which is actually on the UK side of the English Channel here.
Yep.
Actually, we're on the very lower parts of the North Sea, or kind of that boundary between the North Sea and the English Channel. And I grew up over there, so all these storm systems and weather systems I know so well. They're close to my heart, and I used to watch these storms coming off the Atlantic all the time. And I'd be sitting in school and watching the weather forecast,
looking out the window.
Like I'd be watching the trees, how they're moving, and like getting super excited. So that anticipation and that kind of feeling was brewing up inside of me. And I know many of the other riders, as we were there sitting in Geneva last week, seeing like there's storms coming in. We can see these kind of like fading out hurricanes as they come across the Atlantic up over the Caribbean and then across the northeast of America and out over the Atlantic and towards us. They then get squeezed by northerly wind systems that come over sort of Iceland, and they press together and then push over the south of the UK and then squeeze through that funnel of land between the UK and France and really pressure up, and then sort of it opens up here.
Disperse,
it opens up here and just spreads that wind up across the kind of the coastlines here. And this is exactly what we're experiencing right now. This strong squeeze of wind coming up here. Seeing the strong winds there, the lots of white caps. I mean, it must be 30 plus knots. So
I'd say, yeah. I mean, I can hear it coming through the building here, and looking out the flag, you can definitely see the flags have completely changed direction to what it was earlier on. So yeah, I think, I'd say we're probably floating around 30 knots. Most guys, if they're lit up on a 4-4, that's going to make a big difference. A couple of comments coming in on YouTube, watching from Cos, Greece. Oh, beautiful spot. Let's go, Lennart. Love coming in for Lennart Neubauer, who will be up. Pretty soon, actually.
Where are people tuning in from? Let us know.
Finn.
YouTube comments, we're following those a lot. So drop a comment there. Let us know where you're tuning in from, who you're supporting, who you think is going to take the victory here at this event, but who is going to take the title as well. Curious to see who you're supporting on the men's and the women's side of the draw. Obviously, we've got 6 women here as well fighting out for the title. Micah seems to be in a very strong position. I think perhaps even untouchable. Perhaps we can have a little discussion about who might take second, third, fill out the rest of the podium. So let us know who you're supporting, and also on the men's side, of course. So there's still plenty in the draw, in the elimination.
Yeah. Finn Petrol, watching from Innsbruck, missing windsurfing. Well, hopefully we have delivered some windsurfing to you guys here. Straight into your living rooms. And I hope you guys can enjoy the show. That's the idea. Keith Bomer, will they go in the pool later? I don't think so, because I think the wind direction isn't really ideal for it. Having chatted to Yentl and some of the other guys who sailed here a lot, they kind of said it'll still be a little bit it won't really be square enough to the wall of the pool for us to run it. So I don't think so. I think we'll just be running it within the chop here. But actually, all the riders seem quite happy about that. As we were saying earlier, to really showcase all the skills. Actually having a bit of chop is where we're really going to see the difference with those big kind of air moves.
Yeah. I can see it looks like kind of riders heading onto the water. I think we're probably starting fairly soon.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I see one more question there from Sebastian Fournier. He's event organizer from our small proving grounds event, towing event we did in France, in Vesoul. Fantastic event, a real sort of surprise event where we had this incredible towing show on this small lake in really the heart of France. A real right in the countryside there, and unexpected, almost 1,000-strong crowd turning up for the final show.
Amazing.
It was absolutely unbelievable. The setup was, basically the same like we had in Geneva, with a good wave, towing into the moves, and huge moves right in front. I saw people like Micah really stepping up there. It was fantastic to see. So great event there. But Sebastian's asking about the PWA versus the Freestyle Pro Tour scoring system. What are the differences between the two systems and the influences they have? So the PWA system is a system where they have sort of 4 categories: upwind, downwind moves, power, and slide. So upwind slide, downwind slide, and upwind power, downwind power. And the moves fit into each category. And they use that basically to calculate who gets fines. What fines you get for
like
doing
diversity
moves in
fines,
the same.
things like that.
Diversity fines. In the freestyle tour, the categories are essentially, we call them families, and they're put into the families of moves. So actually there's lots more categories. Actually less opportunity to get diversity fines, and more opportunity to fill out the score sheet with less fines. And the families are moves like Spocks are fitting into one family, Flackers into another family. All these kind of variations of fit into the family. So it's quite interesting. It's a little bit technical to know and understand it all, but once you know it and realize, okay, actually there's so many variations of moves and thereof that I can do, then it's quite a good system as well. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So looks like we're starting shortly.
We are indeed, yes. We have, I think, just under a minute to go until the start of the resale of that heat. So George Greisley up against Eugenio Marconi. On the other side, Felix Volkar up against Matthias Vingard. That is Matthias Vingard. You can see on the screen there with the black Saverne. So as you can see, blending in quite nicely to the surrounding. As we said, the idea of the reason that heat was cancelled and resailing was to ensure that all these riders were properly represented on screen, but also mainly so that the judges were able to correctly identify the riders and therefore get the correct scores. But prior to that, there will also be a resale of Tim Russenaars and Sebastian Gux. So that will be the first heat we will be resailing, and I think that is sailing now. That was Sebastian Gux with a nice forward there, tacking round. And then you can see the black and yellow sail in the left-hand side. Here we have Tim Russenaars. Wow, nice floaty culo there from Tim. So both riders here on screen, we can see Sebastian in switch. And a nice air funnel there from Sebastian, really nice one. Tim tacking round, let's see what he's got for us. So it'll be a resale of this heat, and then we will do the resale of George Greisley, Eugenio Marconi, Felix Volkar, and Matthias Vingard, and then it will be up into the next round for the start of the 2-man heats. Tim Russenaars, nice one-handed burner there, made that look far too easy. So just waiting for the scores to drop up in the top left-hand side of the screen. Just over 5 minutes and 20 seconds left to go of this heat. So very much still anyone's game. We are running 7-minute heats. Best 3 moves on each side to count. Sebastian Gux bearing away, wants the punch. And he will sail away from it. And a nice bob there from Tim. So yeah, much more contestable conditions now. You can see the riders planing all the time. Everyone looking really nicely powered up. So Tim unhooking, stepping into switch. Again, a lot of the riders here going switch that way. You go to a lot of places, most riders aren't going switch on port tack, But here, lots of them. And he will go for a one-handed burner, but will go down. Sebastian also in switch, ducks the sail. And will get a burner of his own. But gets a bit stuck at the end there. Let's wait and see what these guys have got for us. So Sebastian not playing at the moment, potentially looking a little bit underpowered there. But I think it's just gusty. Tim cruising around, plenty of speed. Let's see what he's got for us. Ducks the sail in regular. Bit of a kind of air bob-ish, but will go down. Looks like Sebastian's now hit a gust. And we'll be bearing away. The wind direction's definitely changed. It's definitely a lot more onshore now. Oh, wanted to bear away there, but bit of a funny bit of chop. But a nice flacker 360 there for Sebastian, putting some points on the board. It's just under or just over halfway through the heat. Yeah. Waiting for the scores to come in. And let's see what we've got. Nice flacker 360 there. And a good burner there from Sebastian as well. Great exchange. Sebastian with a spock. Wow, really nice double spock there. Goes down at the end though. Oh, I keep calling it before they finish the move. He will water start out though, so that should be a scoring move. But as me and Adam were just discussing, you know, the way the judging works, he will be heavily penalised for that one because, you know, the actual execution of the move and the style, you know, he didn't land it super clean. So yeah, that he will be penalised for that one. So Tim Russenar's ducking in regular. What's he got for us? Kono gets a bit stuck at the end, but will still claim the move. Oh, and a really nice Kono there from Sebastian. Manu on YouTube rooting for Stephen, who's representing us 30-plus windsurfers. Yeah, absolutely. He's showing that freestyle is very much for everyone. As we see Tim ducking the sail. Nice funnel, but just goes down. Very strange one there. I don't know what happened there. Oh. Francesca, go for it, Tim. Love coming in for Tim. Dare I say, looking like the wind has dropped off ever so slightly. These guys not cruising around as much as they were. As we see Sebastian ducking the sail there. Oh, managing to save it there, but with a switch Kono, but he will go down. Tim ducking the sail. Nice bit of chop there for the Kono. Beautiful Kono there. Full rig flip. That's what we like to see. And Sebastian looking like he's heading towards a nice bit of chop. Wow, nice forward. I think that was a forward. So it looks like Tim coming in there. Maybe has he broken something or hurt himself? I'm not too sure. Coming in off the water. I think it's the end of the heat. So let's see what Sebastian's got to finish the heat off. A nice culo there, and it looks like that will count towards the end of that heat. And I'm joined once again in the booth by Ariane Aukus.
Once again.
Once again.
Back.
Welcome back, Ariane.
Thank you.
Wind's picked up a bit, eh?
I definitely did. I should get my small sails ready, but I thought I come in and have a look.
Come and have a
how
chat.
You're doing.
Have a chat and a watch for a bit.
It's always good also for me to see what the conditions are like. I think it's even better to watch here.
100%.
Have some secret insights, watching the guys, what they're doing.
Yeah, definitely. So,
definitely picked up. Look
at that. Yeah, for sure that's picked up. So that was the resale of Tim Russenars and Sebastian Gux. We were just waiting for the result of that. And then next up, we are doing a resale of George Greisley, Eugenio Marconi, and Felix Volkar and Matthias Vingard. So heat 27A and B.
Why they needed a resale?
Because as soon as it picked up and got really windy, loads of the local sailors all went out at the same time, and it was quite hard for the judges to keep an eye on where the riders in the heat were, and I think they were worried they were missing moves, especially with Matthias Vingard having a black Severn Freak.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of riders that go out with a black Severn Freak. And his sail number is perhaps not as easy to distinguish as other stickers. So I think they decided, to resale. Cancel and resale. So George Greisley and Eugenio Marconi on one side of the draw, both having a pretty good heat, actually. And then Felix Volkart came hot out of the gates in his last heat, going up against Matthias Vingard, who also is putting on a real great performance. So this is going to be, both of these heats are going to be really, really exciting.
Who's your money on?
I mean, on one side of the draw, I kind of have to say George. Very, very, very close.
The friendship is over.
Very close friend. I've known him for a very long time. Eugenio Marconi, absolute ripper, though. Not an easy heat at all. And then on the other side, do you know what? I don't know. Felix sailed really, really well in the last heat, but Matthias Vingard he's so good, and he's got quite a few moves on both sides. So he's, he has a bit more flexibility with what he can do.
Yeah.
Potentially, that's not to say Felix doesn't at all, but Felix very much has his moves, and he does them extremely well.
Yeah.
And he has improved a lot recently. Yeah, he's solid. Whereas Matthias Vingard, he can kind of be a bit more rubbery with, maybe I'll do this,
Yeah.
Yeah, he can kind of, be a little bit different. But yeah, let's see as we are getting into the start of this next heat. So just over 10 seconds until the start of this heat. Let us know if you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, wherever. Who is your money on? What are you waiting to see? As we see Felix Volkar on the screen with the red Severn Freak. George Grizzly straight in with an air funnel. Beautiful. That's how you start a heat.
That is definitely how you start a heat.
Eugenio Marconi on the other side of the draw with a big culo.
And a burner for Felix.
A burner for Felix. This is why you're here, Ariane. You're helping me out.
This is why I'm here.
There's a lot of moves going down.
There is. It's intense to watch all these three spins at the same time. Nice shaka.
Wow, and a 360 on the end from George.
That's a good start of the heat.
And Felix with a really nice planing shaka as well. Yeah, George straight in. Two nice moves.
Shaka from
Matthias Vingard, nice shaka in the top left-hand side of the screen. Eugenio Marconi in the bottom left. Going in hot on port tack. I think
we need some more sunshine, so it's a bit brighter. The screen.
I know. Come on. Yeah.
Not complaining here. There's wind, but
it's perfect. Wow, nice shaka 360 there from Eugenio Marconi. Yeah, all the riders on fire. Kind of feels like they maybe hit the reset button a little bit, these guys. Oh, George going down there. I don't know why. Maybe spun out a bit or something. Matthias Vingard, beautiful culo there. And Felix Volkart. Wow!
Almost planing.
Almost that air scope. Oh, that was huge. That'll be interesting to see what that gets scored. George Greisley on the big screen on the right-hand side. As we see Eugenio Marconi stepping in switch. Both riders in switch. And Matthias Vingard. George with a gazada.
Oh,
it goes down.
Wow, you don't see often gozadas in a heat.
No, you don't. It's definitely a move he's got down, though. I think he's, something a bit different for the judges,
I never tried a gozada in my life.
I'm not flexible enough for that. I've accepted it.
Yeah, I think I'm struggling. While I do this much yoga, I think there is, I don't know, I should try.
Yeah.
Not in my next heat, but
I'm not too worried about it.
When we're in Brazil, let's try them.
Oh. Wow, air funnel 360. Sick air funnel 360 there. That was a ponch, I think.
It was a ponch, yeah, sorry.
Eugenio Marconi going down on a ponch. George looks like he went down on something as well. Really nice air funnel 360 there from Felix Volkart, though. And I think Matthias Vingard also did something. What?
Kulo.
Whoa, strange Kulo there. Really,
The
sail's
duck
already
was
going.
barely, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just go with it. So George, couple of crashes there for George. He wants to hit the reset button. Eugenio Marconi also, as we see, a Spock in the top left-hand side for Matthias Vingard.
Can
Right.
you see who's leading at the moment?
Wow, nice Kono there.
Really nice.
And there's a burner from George as well.
A little bit wet.
Yeah, just got the sail a bit stuck at the end there. Equally, I think he's still figuring the gear out, you know. This is his first time using the...
Well, it's the best gear there is, so...
well, that's
easy
why
to
I
get used to.
I said that to him as well. I was like, realistically, maybe you feel like you've had a bit of an upgrade with the gear. So I was like, don't worry too much about it. But it's what you're used to, He's been on the gear before for years, He
It can
needs
be
to...
so different. When I changed from simmer style to duotone, it was then still Nord. I kept having catapults because the
power
forward,
comes from somewhere else.
From more forward.
Woo! Air funnel. Oh, air flacker 360 there for George, but just goes down, gets a little bit wet at the end there. It's just those endings for George. I think, it's just figuring out where to be on the board. It sounds really silly saying that, but I think it's definitely true, figuring out.
Yeah, especially at the last point, the balance. You
Yeah,
have
the
to
volume.
know the sail so well.
Yeah. Felix in switch. What's he got for us? Duck in the sail. Yeah, nice burner, and he will throw around the 360, but just go down a little bit. Wow,
one-handed.
Sick one-handed burner from Eugenio Marconi.
That was really nice.
Yeah, that was so good.
Oh, missing a duck there from Grizzly.
George, frustrating for him.
Do we have the scores?
We are just waiting for them to refresh and come up on screen.
Because it's hard to
gauge.
at the moment. Yeah, so much action. We
Wow.
just missed something there.
Big Kono there from Felix Volkart as well. So let's see. Eugenio Marconi ducking on the bottom left of the screen. Kono, but not quite what he wanted. George, nice plating air flacker. Woo. He will tack straight round. Let's see what he's got. So let's see what we've got. And Ariane's popping out the booth. I think she's getting ready. And I'm joined by the Flying Frenchman himself, Sam and Steve. Sam, you look very dry. Have you been out windsurfing today?
Not really, not for the moment.
Not yet, just chilling.
Yet. I'm waiting my hit.
Yeah.
So now the condition looks pretty nice, huh?
Yeah, I think it seems to have picked up an awful lot, yeah. Nice air funnel there from Matthias Vingard. Switch Chachu for George.
Smooth.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's picked up, but still looks like people are finding it a little bit difficult, very choppy.
Yeah.
Wow, spot culo there from Felix. Felix on fire. Basically did an air scopu earlier in his heat as well.
I made an air scopu.
Kind of on the edge, but
wow.
Yeah. Oh, a big culo there for Matthias Vingard, but goes down. George.
Whoop.
Oh, down on the shove at Spock. Not having his best heat, but again, first event on the new gear. First time he's used it. And there's a nice shove at Spock from Eugenio Marconi. Not the biggest one, but he will sail away from it. Will he?
Yes, he will.
He will. Just. So how do you go about it, Sam? Do you like to kind of just sit and watch for the day, or do you like to go out a bit earlier before your heat and go windsurfing a bit? Or
Yeah, I go a bit early to warm up a bit.
Yeah.
Like 15-20 minutes before.
But not too much that you get tired, I guess.
Not too much, a bit tired, and to stay focused on the competition.
And you've got to watch this one as well, because the winner of this heat will be who you're up against. So George Grisley and Eugenio Marconi be the winner of this that will be going up against you in the next round.
Yeah.
Woo! Big crashes going down today. And then Felix Volkart and Matthias Vingard, the winner of that heat, will go up against Jacopo Testa. Wow, Felix, double burner trying.
That way is difficult, the double moves, because you have the chops on the front.
Yeah.
And you have less speed than starboard tack.
Yeah. It's definitely much harder in the chop. Oh, George got down. He wants that shove at Spock.
Duck fuck.
And that is the end of that heat. Stay tuned. We will bring you the scores and who will be going through into the next round. Next up, I think now we are switching to two-man heats. So the next heat will be Bodhi Kempen up against Fivos Supras. Sam, who's your money on? Who do you think? Who do you think?
Bodhi and Fivos?
Bodhi and Fivos, yeah.
Bodhi is really solid, huh?
Yeah.
In the pool was really, really good.
Bodhi's got everything to gain as well. You know, he's sitting in 7th overall.
Yeah.
You know, one place below you in the overall rankings for the year. So if Bodhi can do well in this double elimination, he could
go well.
Yeah. So this could be a really, really interesting matchup.
And he's really solid bow stack, so.
And it's also his home spot as well. You know, he's comfortable here. You know, that I feel like that does always help. You know, sailing where you always windsurf. You know, yeah.
You know the wind works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, this will be a really, really interesting one.
Wow. Oh.
Oh, that was 3 horns there.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see. Maybe yeah. So you can see I think that's Bodhi there sailing. We're just waiting to see and confirm what that was all about. And Tigo out as well. Tigo up into the next heat. So the heat that was resailed earlier, Tim Russenars up against Sebastian Gux. Sebastian Gux actually taking the win there. So he will be going up against Tigo Court in the heat after Bodhi Kempen versus Fivos Supras. So that's what we will be doing. We will be sailing that, and then we will be sailing Sam, your heat, and then Jacopo's heat. And then after that, we will be switching to alternating. So we have the women's heat, a men's heat, a women's heat, a men's heat, as we move towards the finals, where we will be crowning a champion for 2023. Julian Bruce, Sam, do a burner extension on YouTube. Yeah, we saw that in Geneva last week. You know, using the toe-in. How does that move, you know, translate to doing it when it's windy? You know, as opposed to doing it in toe-in. You know, trying to get that full stretch on the one-handed burner. I know you've done a few in Moulet, right?
Yeah, with Julien last year. We went train there, and we say, okay, let's do a one-hand, like full extension on the to get the right pictures, because he was doing some pictures on the water.
Yeah.
And he said, yes, it looks really good in the picture. So I wanted to try it in competition.
Yeah.
And I tried Geneva, and it goes well. So now maybe I could try there.
Yeah.
But I didn't try on the chops. I already tried on the sea with big waves.
Right.
So
you think maybe need a bit more of a wave to do it?
Yeah.
Bit fight. Ah, well, we want to see it anyway.
Yeah.
So we're just waiting for confirmation about what's happening there. We can see Bodhi Kempen out in the water, but yeah, we're just waiting to see whether there will be, because we did hear three horns, so I'm not too sure what is happening, and whether there has been a bit of a maybe they're doing like a resale or something. I'm not too sure. So we'll just wait and see. So it looks like they have put the AP flag up, which basically means there's a postponement. So yeah, I think that last heat will definitely count. Can't see any reason why it wouldn't. But yeah, I think they're just postponing briefly. I don't know whether it's maybe maybe the judges are having a lunch break. I'm not too sure. But yeah, we will just wait and see what is happening.
Yeah, the condition really kicks in now. It's very.
I think so. Yeah, the only thing people are worried about is I think there's some rain on the forecast.
Okay.
And sometimes that can make the wind go a bit strange and things, you know. But hopefully, it'll just come through and the wind will stay, because the wind has definitely filled in nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of rain going on now, but not too much, and it seems like the wind's still there.
It's still there.
Yeah, so we are just waiting for confirmation, guys, about what is happening with the postponement and how long that will be.
I think I go back. I go train before my heat.
Do it, Sam. Yeah,
Thank you.
good luck.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you soon.
Ciao.
Okay, so while we wait for what is happening with the postponement, we are just going to take a heat break. So essentially, we are running on a 10-minute rolling clock. We are going to add a heat break to that. So we will be back in about 10 minutes for the continuation of the men's double elimination. 2 more heats of that, and then we will go to rolling. And yeah, stay tuned. We will see you soon. All right, and we are back in after a little heat break there. We are going to be getting ready for the next heat for the men's elimination. So we are now going into man-on-man heat. So we won't be running 4-man heats anymore. And the next heat we have up and sailing is 28A. Bodie Kempen up against Fivos Supras. This is going to be a real big heat. Both these riders at the top of their game. Bodie Kempen, obviously a local rider here, calling this place home. Real up-and-comer as well. Had a really great day a couple of days ago on Wednesday for the single elimination. Now going into the double elimination. Let's see if he can carry that on. And as you can see, the rain is starting. You can see there the judges sitting, watching the action unfold. They've got a pretty great view. But yeah, the bit of rain coming through with the wind now. But the best thing is it looks like it's not killing the wind. And that's the big thing we were worried about. We were worried that the wind was going to kind of start to die off as the wind comes in. And we are not on yet. Yeah, I just got a bit confused there. I was like, oh, there's a Shaka 360 from Bodie. But yeah, so we have just under 40 seconds left until the start of this heat. Bodie Kempen up against Fivos Supras. If you're just joining us, we are in the finals day for not just this event here in Brouwersdam, but the overall tour for 2023. This is the last event of the season. We're very excited to be here in a windy Brouwersdam, one of the spiritual homes of freestyle windsurfing. And yeah, we are excited to bring you an afternoon of action. We've had some great heats so far, and with the wind picking up throughout the afternoon, we are very excited to be ending the season with a bang. And yeah, 5 seconds to go until the start of this heat. Fivos Supras on the right-hand side on the duotone gear, Severn gear on the left, Bodie Kempen, local rider. And let's see what we've got. Fivos Supras goes down on a culo to start with. Nice Shaka 360 there from Bodie to get started as well. Good first exchange there. So wind filling in. I think riders have all come in. Everyone's kind of sailing on 4.4s now. Maybe some of the riders still opting to stay on 4.8s, but you know, having chatted to the guys as they've come in and out of the water. Fivos with a nice bouncy Shaka there. Potentially would have wanted to add the 360 on the end, but you've got to take the opportunities that you're given. He will still put some points on the board. Bodie ducking the sail. And there's the double culo there from Bodie Kempen. Oh, really sick one as well. Super nice there from Bodie. Hopefully Fivos didn't see that. That's going to start to psych him out a little bit, potentially. David Wessensteiner on YouTube. Go Fivos. Love for Fivos coming in as we see Bodie stepping into switch on port tack. Let's see what he's got. And he will duck the sail. Nice textbook burner there from Bodie. Fivos having a bit of a tough time there. Kind of ducking the sail. Thought he'd go for a clue first pugnetta, but sort of ended up too far outside of the rotation and sort of went down a bit. 5.5 minutes left to go. Bodie Kempen on fire. Currently sitting in 7th overall in the tour. So if he can have a good day today, he could potentially really find himself climbing up those rankings going into next season. Fivos. Beautiful punch there from Fivos. Bodie Kempen, you get a real sense of the chop there from this camera angle. You can see, yeah, what the kind of ramp situation is looking like. As you can see him stepping switch, looking like he's going into a nice little flat spot, but he will go down. Catapult. Nobody likes catapulting in switch. Fivos also stepping into switch, going the other way. Let's see what he's got. Ducks the sail. Ah, nice. Real nice air funnel there from Fivos. Current scores up in the top left-hand corner of the screen. Bodie Kempen, 16.01. Already put down a score of 16 with just over 4 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. Fivos Supras 7.05. That air funnel should add nicely to those scores on starboard. Bodie with a nice kono there. Clean. Fivos, we're going to see that Flaka Shaka. He's got that move so down. But doesn't quite have the speed for it. He will just have to settle for a Flaka 360, but a really nice one nonetheless. Bodie Kempen, what's he got? Bodie's another one. I feel like I'm saying it about all the riders today, but we've got a lot of quite ambidextrous riders. Bodie Kempen's definitely one of them, especially like the regular ducking moves. He's got some switch moves both sides, but he's also got the Pascos, he's got the shakas, he's got those kind of moves. And as I say that, beautiful flakka shaka there from Bodie Kempen. He's really, he's got all the tricks in his bag. Nice burner there from Fivos. And joining me once again in the booth, Ariane Aukus.
Yeah, you have to do something while waiting all day.
As you said, you might as well sit and watch it.
Might as well sit and watch, yeah. Now it starts to rain a little. It's better to be here, watch the guys.
Come and sit inside,
First row.
Exactly.
So we're on two-man's heats now,
man-on-man heats.
Yeah,
We just
man-on-man
had the scoring up there, and Bodie, real comfortable lead.
Ooh.
Whoa! Just ejected.
I think there was like a piece of chop that he hit.
I think so too. Wow, no.
Nice.
Bodie Kempen on fire.
Wow, 16 points already.
I mean, it's been like that for a while. That still
so it's not even,
needs updating. Since then he's done a flakka shaka and a kabakuchi. So that'll be going up significantly. Fivos not having his best heat. Also got the flakka shaka, but only really managed to do a flakka 360 instead. He didn't quite get the lift. As I say that, beautiful culo there. Bodie,
nice
wanted the punch, I think, but
yeah. How old is Bodie then?
19, I think.
19, yeah. He's a really talented guy.
Yeah, really talented.
Guess we will see more of him.
100%. Yeah, I feel like he's one of those guys. He's only really getting started, I think.
And he's really serious. Like, I know he's training with a good friend of mine, like a yoga teacher, working on his core, strengthening, other things. Yeah, it's really cool to see that, like how he's taking it
seriously at that young age.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fivos. Whoa.
He wanted that second pop.
He definitely wants the flakka shaka.
Yeah.
He definitely wants the flakka shaka, but whether he's going to get it or not.
The chop, it's difficult. You see them, that they want to go for something.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
The chop, it's difficult, and there's some riders or windsurfers upwind.
It looked like he wanted to go switch, but then he sort of bared away for a punch. Then he started to go switch, but maybe that was just him jibing. It was just a penguin jibe. But looking nicely powered up, just over a minute left of this heat to go. Bodie with a pretty commanding lead, I would say. As I said, we're just waiting for scores to drop in. But yeah, I would say Bodie, looking pretty comfortable. Duck in the sail. Air bob,
wow,
yes.
That was a sick air bob.
Yeah, really nice air bob there. We love an air bob. Don't see enough of them.
I love that, yeah.
Oh, Fivos with an air bob as well, but he goes down. It's like everyone heard me. I've been talking all morning about how I want to see air bobs, and suddenly people are doing air bobs. I love it. Air bobs and canabravas. That's what I want to see. Ooh, little flakka. Why not?
Last move.
Yeah, this is the last attempt. Has he got it? It's just not going his way. He did He did such a sick one earlier on as well.
But then you get so stuck to this one move. I think he crashed it.
I think this is the problem. You've got to just move away from it, haven't you?
Yeah. Oh, I had that in the morning. I did all my shakas attempts, and you just keep you're like,
Can't do it. Can't do it. It's so frustrating.
Yeah.
So that's the end of that heat. I think that will be, I'm going to say, probably Bodie Kempen going through. We're just waiting for the final scores to come in. But yeah, Fivos having just getting a bit stuck on a few moves there. Moves that he usually has pretty down as well. So yeah, probably quite frustrating for Fivos. But equally, he's one of those guys. He's just always pretty stoked. He's kind of just happy to be here.
So I just tuned in. I was working a bit. They're on 4-4 now, you think?
I think so, yeah. Most of the guys all came in and changed from 4-8 to 4-4.
Yeah.
Fivos smiling there. Yeah, seems pretty stoked. Nothing but love. That's what we like. Yeah. Bodie's looking quite stoked.
Like he was quite happy with his own heat.
Well, I mean,
and
why?
Should be.
Well, I was going to say,
yeah.
why
I
wouldn't
would
he be? Yeah, me too. Me too. He put on an absolute display there. Some really nice moves
and
from Bodie Kempen.
And that's such a nice feeling, apart from winning. It's just to sail a good heat. It's
Even if you're not in a heat, even if you just have a good windsurf, you know,
yeah,
you have that
of course,
feeling.
but even
but
for
that,
me,
but
it's more about not even, you know, in freestyle, you're not always seeing what the other one is doing. It's
Nah.
also for yourself, at least sailing your best heat or a good solid heat, then it's up. If the other one is better, it's fine. But
I think that's where you find sometimes where some riders almost psych themselves out because they spend too much time looking at what the other guy's doing.
And I think it's one, like, you know, stick with your own.
Yeah.
And then you come off the water either feeling satisfied that you did what you do, or if you messed it all up.
I think that's the thing, yeah, and you end up
Yeah.
kind of getting yourself a little bit frustrated. So yeah, that is confirmed. Bodie Kempen will advance through into the next round. Next up, we have Tigo Core up against Tim Russenaars. Going to be an interesting one. All Brouwersdam.
Oh yeah.
So this is like the old guard and the new guard. Who's your money on? I mean, again, Tigo put in a really, really good performance the other day. I know we were sailing in the pool, which is very different conditions, but Tigo's also got the moves when it's choppy. So yeah, this is going to be another exciting heat, I think.
For me, I don't know him well
Tigo.
enough as a sailor. Yeah.
Tigo's really good. You know, things like the culos, things like that. He does massive ones. He's got a lot of power behind him.
Yeah.
Well,
That's what judges like to see.
Yeah, he's not the tallest guy, but he you know, he's got, there's a lot to him.
Yeah.
You know, he's quite strong. And yeah, you can definitely see it in his moves, his burners and his culos. I don't know what he does, but you know, sometimes some riders they throw the sail for that move, but as they throw it, it seems like someone presses an elevator button and they just go up, straight up as they do it. And Tigo's definitely one of those riders. He gets so much height and whip on those moves. And that's him on screen there on the JP Neo Pride. So Tigo Core up against Tim Russenaars. Wow, big shaka there from Tim. Really nice. Nice way to start a heat. Tigo.
Wow, that's the culo.
Yeah, bang, just whoa, you know, whip round, basically planing. You know, he's got that move so dialed in. So yeah, both these riders off to a really good start there.
Still a few sailors in the heat area.
I think they're kind of coming and going and things, but I think we've got a handle on it now. I saw a jet ski out there, so maybe a jet ski went and said, you know, can you stay clear of the kind of middle of the bay? There's a lot of guys sailing quite far downwind at the bottom end of the bay towards where the pool is.
Tigo, a lot of speed there.
Yeah, Tim ducking in regular. A culo of his own, really nice.
Maybe a bit higher than Tigo wants.
Potentially. Tigo ducking the sail. What's he got? Little air funnel. Air funnel-ish. But yeah, so far, dry hair still. That's what we like.
Love those drone shots.
It just gives you, the thing I like most about it is it gives you a nice sense of the water state.
Yeah.
You get a real sense of where, you know, where the chop is. Like you can see there, it's a flat spot. That's why he's going switch. You know, nice and flat there. Ducks the sail. Yeah, air funnel as well. These guys are copying each other.
They are.
Wow, big floaty Kono.
Nice one.
Planing Kono there. Wow, nice one there from Tigo. You can tell, like, these, you know, Tigo and Bodie and stuff like these, this is their home spot. I've spoken to them so much over the last couple of years, getting to know them on tour, and they're always talking about this place, and, oh, you've got to come, and we want to do an event there, and all this. So I think those guys are just so stoked to have all of us here.
So much knowing the place,
100%.
knowing the winds, like know exactly how the chop works, where's a bit more chop, where's a good spot to duck or not.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it definitely helps out an awful lot, even if it's not typical conditions that you would usually get. I'm sure these guys have sailed this a lot.
A few times
100%.
at least with this wind direction.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Because it is like you say, what you see on a drone, there's some parts that are a bit more flat or where you have a nice chop, like now, where you can do
a really nice burner.
Yeah.
Looks like Tim going into a double spock there. Not too sure whether he sailed away from it, though. But Tigo so far just having a great heat.
Yeah, it didn't crash.
No, just sticking moves. Yeah, you do get a nice sense of the chop. I know he's got the shaka, so let's see if we're going to do it. Yeah, there it is. Nice. Great shaka there from Tigo Core. Young local rider. And then a slightly less young local rider as well. Tim Russenaars, I remember seeing a lot of videos from him back in the day. things like that. So yeah, no, he's definitely been around for a while, and an absolute ripper as well. Don't see him on the competition scene so much anymore, but I think he also lives around here and still sails a lot with the guys. As we've got about half of this heat to go, just over 3.5 minutes, as Tim Russenar's in switch, duck in the sail. Oh, unlucky. Oh, frustration there.
He was not happy there.
You don't want to let that happen. I think as soon as you do that, you've lost the heat.
Why did you get frustrated?
Yeah, as soon as you start getting angry or hitting your sail and putting your arm in the air.
It means I think you also lost the focus of staying in that moment.
Exactly. You've got to. I think you've got to keep mindful, get into that kind of flow state.
Yeah.
And just try and, even though it's a competition and whatever, you've kind of just got to try and enjoy it. This is a lesson even I've learned it recently, just in free sailing. I used to get a bit frustrated and a bit emotional about it, but actually now I'm just chill and just enjoy it. And I found actually my sailing has improved way more because I've adopted that mindset.
Believe that, yeah. Wow.
Tigo!
He's on fire.
He is. Oh, what? He's just clean.
Makes it look really easy.
So, yeah, he's having a really, really good heat here. So actually, the winner of this heat will go up against Bodie Kempen in the next round. So are we going to see Bodie and Tigo up against each other? They're very close friends, sailing a lot together. So this could be really cool heat. Tim Russenars, though, definitely giving him a run for his money. Ducking, ooh, kind of halfway between a culo and an air bob there. Oh, Tigo finally gets his hair wet. I think he wanted the Kulo 360 there, didn't he?
Yeah.
But he's done it perfectly there. I think he's filled his score sheet. He's got a load of moves in.
And now he can risk it a bit more.
Exactly. He's got the moves in.
We don't have the scores yet, right? Do we?
No. We'll just wait for the scores to come in.
But I guess.
I mean, I feel like I've been at this long enough that I can kind of get a bit of a sense of how it's going. And thinking about Tigo, I think he's done 3 moves both sides. He's landed them all. He's filled his score sheet. I'm not sure Tim has quite managed to fill his score sheet yet. So yeah, Tigo on fire. So stepping into switch, what's he done? He's done, he could do a better air funnel, I think.
Yep, that's what he's going for.
I don't even need to do anything. He's going to do this. Yeah, there we go.
I love when you know, when you get into it and you know what their moves are.
Yeah.
That you know what they're going for. Like, I was just listening when Steven was on the water and Jento was watching. It's like, now he needs to do this. Yes, he did it.
Oh,
now
really?
he wants to improve his double culo, and he would,
Yeah.
You know certain riders, their move, what they want.
I mean, Tigo, it made sense. He did an air funnel earlier, but quite a small one. And then he's done a really good burner and now a really good Skopu. So actually, it's like, well, all you can do really now is try and better the air funnel. And now he's kind of got the big 3, of the switch moves down.
Yeah. It's a good position to be in, to have all your moves in, and then you can work your way even up to even go for
and then he's had the Kono, the Kulo, and the Shaka on starboard tack as well. So that's a really nice score sheet.
Yeah.
That's all your
Good
kind
variety.
of big power moves. Yeah, exactly. I wonder what he's thinking now. Is he like, well, I've run out. What am I going to do now? But now, as we said, he can start. Oh, Tim going down on a big Spock there.
Probably wanting the Spokulo.
I think so, yeah, but I kind of accidentally almost went a bit too big.
Yeah, it was massive.
Yeah.
It's almost the air Spock.
Whoa, another nice burner there from Tigo. Kind of went down a little bit at the end there. Not as good as the first one he did, I think. And that is the end of that heat. I mean, we're just waiting for the scores to come through, but I'm going to put it out there and say I think that will be Tigo Court going through into the next round. And he will be coming up against fellow Brouwersdam local Bodie Kempen, who put on an absolute incredible performance in the last heat as well against Vivos Supras. All right. So, next up then, Sam Esteve and Eugenio Marconi. So Eugenio Marconi advancing against over George Grizzly. George has actually cut his foot open a little bit.
Yeah, pretty gnarly. Like he's bleeding a lot.
Well, I think they washed it out, and it's one of the, when it's in the water and it looks really bad.
Yeah, and it was not
yeah,
that
but
bad.
he stood on a sharp oyster or a rock or something like that.
So he was sailing barefoot?
No, I think he was in boots. I think it might have gone through the boot.
Really?
Yeah, booties. Yeah. So yeah, George has done that. So we kind of said actually in a good way. I'm not sure he'd have been able to sail it anyway, but I think he was been sailing heats with it like that anyway.
Yeah, he was. He came off the water in his last heat with a 4.8, and he told me it's he should have taken the 4-4. Like in the end, it really picked up. So.
So yeah, George sadly out, but put in a great performance. You know, his first event with the duotone gear. You know, he said himself, you know, it's going to take, you know, just took a little bit of getting used to. So yeah, he'll be getting used to that.
And also, he never tried the 4-4 yet, so he
No.
didn't dare to risk it. Which fair enough, you know. You don't.
100%.
You're not going to use a seal you don't know.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I think that's super good,
Yeah.
considering it's on new gear.
For sure. So yeah, George, they're losing out to teammate Eugenio Marconi. So Eugenio Marconi up against Sam Steve next. So Sam Steve, the flying Frenchman, taking to the water. Obviously coming off an incredible performance in Geneva last week with the tow-in. So yeah, let's see if he can translate those skills into the wind. I mean, we know he can. But, you know, he did that incredible kind of, you know, burner, Pasco kind of rotation where he took his back hand off and, like, reached right behind him. You know, they've got this huge extension. It was a pretty insane move. Never seen anything like it, really. And he said he can do them in the wind off waves when he was in Moulay last year.
Wow.
So he's like, I'm interested to see what it's going to be like doing it here off chop. So I'm hoping we're going to see that today. So 27 heat wins for Sam Steve, 9 heat wins for Eugenio Marconi. Yeah, average heat score. So yeah, Sam Steve, you know, that little bit high. I'd say Sam Steve is probably the favourite going into this. But yeah. Eugenio Marconi's put on a really consistent performance so far this event. So Sam Steve currently sitting in 6th overall, so could find himself, you know, bumping up quite nicely if he can, you know, do really well. Eugenio Marconi currently sitting in 15th. And let's see, Sam Steve on the right-hand side of your screens, ducking the sail in regular. Big culo there from Sam. Let's see what Eugenio answers with. Culo of his own.
Nice one.
Basically, both identical.
Like, I would struggle to be a judge. Which one was better? Which culo?
I'd need to watch him. I'd need to watch them again.
Yeah.
I definitely need to see it again. But yeah, I'm not too sure. So yeah, let's see what they've got for us now. Sam and Steve already turned round. Maybe we missed a move. I don't think we did.
No, we didn't miss a move yet.
He just tacked. Yeah.
Both one culo in.
So both done culos. Whoa, sick Kodo there. And a nice shaka there from Eugenio Marconi as well.
Both having a good start of their heat.
Perfect start. Yeah. You get a couple of moves in, start building it up, and then you can start being silly, trying some fun stuff. You know,
trying some fun stuff.
Well, yeah, you know, like I said, you know, Sam and Steve, you know, let's try some, you know, no-handed burners.
Yeah, it would be cool to see
things like that. You know, things that are a little bit different. But first of all, you need to build the house. You know, before you add the extension, before you add that new loft, you need to build the foundations. As we see, I think that was an air bob there from Eugenio Marconi. Big shaka there from Sam and Steve. That was a real nice floaty one. And Eugenio Marconi up and riding. Let's see what he's got for us. Looks like he's going into a bit of a lull there. And he's bearing away, and he will do
nice
a punch. Yeah, nice punch. He's done a lot of them today. It's definitely a kind of staple for his heats. Sam and Steve stepping into switch, ducking the sail. Oh, beautiful air funnel 360 there.
Really nice.
It's just clean, so clean. Tigo is on fire. Love coming in. He absolutely is. And let's see who will be on fire when it comes up against Bodie Kempen in the next round. Sam and Steve ducking the sail. Oh, it'll go down.
Nice Kono.
Yeah, really nice Kono there from Eugenio Marconi. So looking like a bit of a lull there.
Really good heat, both of them.
I mean, yeah.
I think Sam Steve's probably a bit in the lead with that air funnel.
Yeah. I don't think either of them have fallen in yet, have they?
No.
No. So yeah, official Tigo Court will advance through and go up against Bodie Kempen. And let's see who will run away with the win of this heat here. Whoa, Nice burner 360 from Sam.
Oh, bit wet Kono.
Yeah, Kono, but just didn't quite get the lift that he wanted.
But that was on his other side.
Yeah, he does on both sides. That's what I was saying. He's very ambidextrous.
Yeah, that's... wet Kulo. Messed up the duck a little bit. It's impressive he still pulled it off, but...
Yeah, difficult. That's frustrating. But I'd say he's still kind of got the lead, really.
Yeah, now with that burner in.
Yeah.
Air funnel.
Nice air funnel there from Eugenio. Kind of probably wanted something a bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of slowed down a little bit this heat. I don't know whether the winds dropped down a little bit.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
They're both not looking fully... Like now he's powered up again with Steve, but... The other heat, they were really on fire with it.
Yeah, it looks so windy.
Like,
oh, Sam Steve going down on a Kono on the other side. Nice culo there from Eugenio. Is this turning? I don't know. This one's too close to call, really, at the moment.
Yeah.
So Sam Steve looks like he's winding up for something. Duck in the sail in regular.
Oh, double
Oh,
kilo.
such a sick double culo there.
Whoa.
Gabby, oh, goes down. That would have been a big...
That would have been... I think Sam Steve is in the lead.
Yeah, I think 100%. Yeah, that double culo will be a real point of difference now, I think.
Yeah. That Kabakuchi would have been good for him. He needed
yeah, that cabbie would have potentially brought it, a bit more close.
Yeah. Some people swimming in the heat area there. Big life jackets on.
Want to get closer to the action. Yeah, Sam and Steve looking kind of powered up. I dare say it's still difficult to tell from that angle. It always kind of looks like there's no wind.
Crushing a Spock.
Sam Steve ducking. Kulo on the other side. Nice Kulo on the other side. Well, let's see. It does look like the wind's dropped.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, he's not really planing on the... Well, he's planing, but he's
playing it,
needs
but
to
look,
pump
I'm just
a
looking
bit
at the
with
water.
4-4.
Like, look, it does really...
I think it looks like it's just a bit more gusty again, and that's of course forecasted. But you see that, like in the gusts, it's okay, but they're both pumping a bit.
Ah, yeah. See now it looks plenty windy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was on the forecast, like gusts of 50 knots, but
Yeah,
then
that's
I
what it
think
said.
it's on average is 20 something.
Yeah.
I just got my 3.6 ready, but it's definitely not 3.6 weather yet.
I don't know, maybe. Oh, just didn't have enough power for that, did he?
No.
I can't see that counting. And that is the end of that heat.
Good sailing for both of them.
Yeah, great sailing from both of them. As I said, not easy conditions out there. I think, I'm probably going to put it out there. I think that'll be Sam and Steve going through. Real solid performance there from Sam and taking up to the next level with things like that double culo and the air funnel 360, the burner 360, all just done so well. Looking at it from there, it just doesn't look like there's any wind, does it? It's so strange. But you can definitely see the kind of dark patches and the gusts, can't you?
This is a good screen to show when, I'm giving my clinics and people are learning that you have to watch the gusts. How can you see the gust coming? Like, this is how you see the gust.
This is how you see it, yeah.
It's a perfect shot. Because now it's harder.
Yeah, well, 100%. Much harder. So that's that for that heat. Next up, heat 29B. Oh, and it's a big one. Jacopo Testa up against Felix Volkart. Ooh. Big heat. Who's your money on?
I think I go for Testa. I'm impressed how Yeah, when he has a good heat, he's on fire. I'm always impressed the way he's sailing, the way he's has so much speed in the moves, and
verges on unstoppable when he's like having a good day.
Yeah,
you can't really do much. You know, he's just
and he is his event ranking of 2000. He's first. So
2022. Exactly.
Felix is the underdog, but that's always interesting. Like,
but that can sometimes give you a bit of extra fire, can't it?
Yeah, you have less to lose when you're against one that
precisely
that has the odds of in his favor.
Yeah,
it's quite a nice way of going into the heat.
So
and I think Felix knows this spot better.
Yes,
like
but equally, Jacopo is one of those riders. He's so like malleable. He can just he can get into any situation and just be like, yeah, I'm comfortable here. You know, because he sails in Sardinia a lot. I think they get a lot of different conditions
there. It's really hard also, right?
Yeah. You know, you get a lot of different conditions. So I think he's quite used to sailing in all sorts of, you know, different types of conditions. So I think we shall see. I don't want to put anything against Felix, but obviously I'm going to say probably my money's on Jacopo as well. We haven't seen him sailing today. I mean, we've seen him in the background and stuff, cruising around, but I've not. He hasn't, you know, officially been in a heat.
I saw him out like half an hour ago, and that was, he was in good form.
When's
he is in good form.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as we see Felix Volkart there sailing, as we have 5 seconds left until the start of this heat. Felix Volkart on Severn. Jacopo Testa on the 0.7 and AV board. So Jacopo Testa on the right-hand side of your screen. Let's see what they've got for us. Opening exchange.
Definitely a bit less power. They're both pumping
100%. Yeah, there's a bit of pumping with the backhand.
It was forecasted that it was strongest at 2, but no problem for Testa. Sick Spoculo.
Yeah, and a burner 360 from Felix as well. Great opening exchange.
What would score higher? Point-wise?
I don't know. Maybe the spot cooler?
I don't know.
In the chop? It was, and his spot cooler was like, it's the style. Style plays a huge part of it. So that is, so according to this, what I'm looking at here, Eugenio Marconi has beaten Sam Steve and has gone through into the next round. Interesting. We will just wait for confirmation on that. But judging by the elimination ladder that I'm looking at now, Eugenio Marconi has gone through into the next round. And that is a big upset, if that is true. So we will just wait for confirmation on that as we are watching the heat after that, which is Jacopo Testa on the right-hand side, Felix Volkart on the left. Felix in switch. Let's see what he's got for us. Looks like he's struggling for power a little bit. Kind of using that chop there to pick up a bit of extra speed. He's already done the burner, so he's probably going to want the air funnel now.
Yes.
There it is. Perfect. Ideally, if you're up against Jacopo Testa, you need something a bit different.
That was...
How did he do that?
How did he rescue that?
When he jumped into the second spot.
Double sliding move. That's so hard in the chop.
When he jumped into the second one, I was like, nah, it's not going to happen.
That is... I love that. You don't see that often anymore.
Incredible.
That's...
Yeah, that was crazy. Stepping into switch now, Jacopo Testa. What's he got? Spot cooler for Felix, but gets a little bit caught at the end there. Definitely looks like the wind's dropped a bit.
Yeah. No need to rig that 3.6 for me.
But then you look at that screen there on the left for Felix, and that looks windy. You know, it's so hard to tell. Yeah. It's definitely dropped off a little bit from a kind of hour ago or so, but yeah.
Yeah. I think the guys are still on the 4.4.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say everyone's still on 4.4, but I say it's more kind of, you know, powered up 4.4, not maxed out 4.4 now.
Yeah. Felix going switch again.
Felix going switch. Jacopo winding up for something, ducks the sail. Nice Kono there. That didn't quite work out for him, but he somehow managed to save it as Felix slides around. A nice Skopu there.
Nice Skopu. It's impressive. It wasn't even that high, but then he does turn in a Skopu.
Yeah, like manages to kind of pull everything back underneath him again.
Yeah.
It's such a hard move, that one. There's a whole lot of technique going on there.
Yeah. I had them for a year in Brazil, and then once you have them, you're like, wow, this is such a nice feeling, and now
Can't do it
completely
again.
lost it. Yeah, completely lost it. Regular
Whoa.
Kono. Oh, a bit
Kono
wet.
there for Felix, but will go down. Not what he wanted. It's difficult, isn't it? 'Cause Felix probably knows, he's like, I cannot put a single foot wrong up against Jacopo.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You know,
Yeah.
you can't get it wrong.
Yeah.
Everything has to be pretty
If your
perfect.
opponent is doing double spokes, you have to get everything clean.
Exactly, yeah. Everything needs to be done, you know, really, really nicely.
Yeah, it looks like Felix is lacking a bit of power sometimes.
I think so, yeah. Which is odd. Jacopo, I mean, they're both
Yeah,
both
Felix,
probably
I think, is a
similar
bit-
weights.
You think so? I think Felix probably a bit bigger.
Yeah, Jacopo's definitely taller.
And maybe his sail might have a bit more power.
I mean, he's going so fast there.
Yeah.
Not
Out of
too
the
sure what he
screen.
did there. Yeah, out of the
Doing
screen.
something. We missed that move.
Whoa, nice air funnel. And
Oh, he should not have wanted that. Oh.
Trying to force the 360 there. The judges know. They'll see it.
But good he stopped it.
Yeah, 100%.
Big gust there. Spock,
There's the
Kulo.
Spock.
Again.
Doesn't
make
down
it.
on the Kulo.
Did Jacobo crash already?
I don't think he has.
Oh, I don't think so either.
Duck and sail, what's he got? Yeah. I
At
mean,
least he got his hair wet
I think
now.
that's the closest. That's the closest he's got to crashing. Odd move to go for there. Didn't seem to have much power. Usually, something like a Skopu is something you want to wait until you've got plenty of power for. Yeah, definitely looks like the wind has dropped down a little bit.
Can I see the elimination ladder
Yeah,
for a
just
moment?
refreshing it now.
Just checking when I should get in my wetsuit and ready. Oh,
Oh, such a nice cabbie there.
that was planing cabbie. That will be a big score
Yeah,
on
for
the score
sure.
sheet.
The judges love a cabbie, but I
Yeah.
mean, to execute one looking like that, that's going to make a real big difference to his
Yeah.
score. So Felix plenty of speed, ducking the sail, irregular. What's he got? Kulo. Oh, just Kulo. Oh, Jacopo's gone down. I missed what that was.
Still doesn't want to get wet though.
No, like a cat. So I think that was just ducking the sail and didn't quite manage to get anything from it. Are we going to see a Chachu from Jacopo? That's the question.
He does them.
He does them all the time.
Oh.
Does them in basically every heat.
He has some nice
You got
different
plenty of
repertoire.
time.
Perfect. We're heat number
18. That's you.
Yeah, but where are we now?
There it is, Chachu. Beautiful. I called it. Oh no, is he gonna land it? Yes, he is. Of course he is. And that is the end of that heat. Right on the buzzer. Buzzer beater there, the Chachu. That's what we love. So it looks like. Well, do you know what? That's difficult. I was so sure that Sam Steve was coming away with the winner of as the winner of the last heat. And
Yeah.
again, judging by that, it looks like Eugenio Marconi went through. Spot Kulo there from Jacopo Testa. This was the opening. Oh, nice shaka there.
Landing it on this chop.
And the extra 360 there for Jacopo. Shove it spot. How did he do this? That was crazy. So yeah, it's still saying Eugenio Marconi will be going through. So the winner of this heat will be up against Eugenio Marconi. Sam Steve, big upset there. Sam Steve going down. Another beautiful view there of the full sailing area that we've got. You can see the wind coming down. So it looks like the wind has dropped off a little bit, but fingers crossed it will stick around long enough for us to be able to finish this. So we are just waiting for confirmation. Just waiting for confirmation of who will be winning this heat. And next up, we have Bodie Kempen up against Tigo Court.
Nice. Two local riders.
Two local riders, two very close friends.
19-year-old.
Yeah, and these guys are, you know, traveling together, sailing together all the time. This is going to be a really interesting one.
Yeah, that is. It's pretty cool. They're sailing heat against each other. Like.
Yeah, and especially this far along in the competition as well.
Yeah, at both their home spot.
Yeah, definitely. So we are just waiting for this heat to start. If you are tuning in on YouTube or on Facebook, let us know. And you have Bodie Kempen up on screen. And that is Tigo Court there on the JP Neil Pride. So Bodie Kempen on the left-hand side on the Severn and the JP Neil Pride. Tigo Court. So good opening exchange there for both of those riders. Winds definitely dropped right off. You can see Tigo's just not even moving anymore. Yeah, Bodie kind of getting both just off the plane. Yeah, not really moving so much. But looking upwind, there's definitely a bit around, but it's nowhere near as windy as it was earlier on. As we see Bodie ducking, plenty of speed. And a Kulo 360 there from Bodie, really nice. Judges always love that move as well. Definitely, you know, comparing it to like the burner 360, it's always going to score a bit higher.
It's a bit harder, eh?
Nice shaka there from Tigo.
Bodie also going for shaka. Shaka 360.
Oh, he will add a 360 onto the end as well.
Might have seen that shaka.
How can I do it better?
Yeah.
That's the thing. So yeah, Eugenio Marconi has beaten Sam Stevens through into the next round, and Jacopo Testa will advance over Felix Volkart and will be up in the next heat against Eugenio Marconi coming up after this one. So after this heat, Eugenio Marconi against Jacopo Testa, and then once that is done, we will start going into the alternating heats. So it will be men's heats, women's heats, men's heats, women's heats, as we work our way down through the finals.
Yeah. Getting more and more excited.
We're getting close now. We're getting close.
Yes. But does look like the wind is dropping off a little bit.
It does, yeah, but it'd be such a shame to get most of the way through a double and not be able to finish
I'm
it.
not gonna lie, I would not be sad if I won 4-4.
Yeah, you're in a very good position for that.
Yeah, or I like it when it's yeah.
Oh, nice Traflaca 360 there from Tigo.
A little bit less will be in my favor, I think.
Oh, it goes down on it. Just not enough wind, I think.
Yeah, you see Bodie also.
Yeah.
Might be time for the guys to swap back to 4-8. He's ducking and
That's a
pumping
good
at
point.
the same time.
That's a good point.
A
Yeah.
normal funnel. That's probably not what he wanted.
No, definitely not. Yeah, potentially
It's not a
these
move
guys.
you want to see in this round anymore.
No, if you're doing funnels as we get into the end of a double elimination, yeah, you want to see something a bit different.
Yeah. And you don't know, it could just be like we had in the also on Wednesday and at the beginning of this day, that it's just for one heat. You can be unlucky and there's just a bit less wind in for a few minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you know, in 10 minutes time, it could be super
Yeah.
windy for the next heat.
Then you take your 4-8 and you're screwed. It's so much about choices. That's and here you don't really have time to head back to the beach to swap your sail. Once you choose one, that's where you're gonna stick with.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, nice Kono there from Tigo.
Nice.
Definitely a bit of a gust then.
Kono.
They're just kind of copying each other, aren't they?
That was definitely less high than
100%.
Tigo's one.
Yeah, Tigo's was definitely the better of the exchange.
So
this is looking frustrating and difficult for these
It
guys.
is.
It looks like there's a bit of a gust coming in, maybe. Yeah, there we go. I think they're both on 4-4 now. I'm trying to look at Tigo's sail. You can just about see the sail number above his sticker. I think it says 4-4, but I'm not too sure. It's so small. It's hard to see.
I would guess they're on 4-4.
Especially, yeah, given how much the wind picked up earlier on.
Yeah.
That's annoying.
That is, yeah.
Not quite.
And they're both really lucky, and they're trying. He's even in switch pumping now.
He's been in switch for ages.
He's doing a whole run in switch.
Yeah. He'll hook in a second. There we go. Duck of the sail. What's he got? Wow, impressive. Hey.
Burner? Or was
it? Burner for Bodie as
Yeah.
well. Both of them with burners.
Well, who's in the lead?
I'm going to say Bodie at the moment. But Tigo did a better Kono. So
Yeah.
they're kind of going blow for blow, really, aren't they?
Yeah.
Like, you do a better one of that. I'll do a better one of this.
Yeah, Bodie did in the beginning a bit better moves, right?
I think so, yeah.
Well, it's hard to say. Like, I still didn't see the scores back of Sam and Steve, but we can obviously be very wrong here.
I was going to say, yeah, I called it a bit wrong. Oh, we can see a foot behind the foot strap. We're going to see a Willy skipper. Boink. Oh, no. Seat drop. Unlucky.
Bodie, what's he going to do?
I think we're going to see like an air bob or something. Oh.
Oh, a
cabby.
foot out of the
Foot
strap.
came out.
Yeah.
Super annoying there for him.
He's on E-sliders. It's definitely dropping.
Yeah, look at it. It has dropped right off. See if I can
You
see it.
see him also
I think
being
that's
a
4-8.
little
I think he's
frustrated.
on 4-8. I think that's 4-8.
Is he?
Yeah, I think so.
That was the moment to see it.
I think it was 4-8.
Yeah, he's a bit frustrated. I can tell on his face already.
You can, I mean, look there,
Well-
from there. You can see it looks completely different to what it looked like 20 minutes ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, Flaka Shaka there.
That will definitely put Bodie in the lead. Yeah.
And that is the end of that heat there. So a bit of a frustrating heat for both the riders. Yeah, looking like that wind has dropped right off. But yeah, they're still managing to put moves down, fill the score sheets. So yeah, I think I don't want to make any calls because I made the wrong one last time. But I'm pretty.
Me too. I'm not saying anything anymore. Just watching, observing.
I'm pretty sure that will be Bodie Kempen going through into the next round. Checking out some of the replays then. So started well. Big culo there from Tigo. Nice air flacker there from Bodie. Funnel. Wow, sick culo 360. Nice bob. Yeah, it's just, you can see throughout the whole heat, it looks like the wind was just dropping off as the day went on.
Oh, we will have some rain soon also.
Yeah.
Maybe because of that, it's dropping a little bit.
I mean, yeah, I think if the rain comes in, that's that may also kind of kill the wind a bit.
I'd be curious to know whether they were on 4.8 already.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's a 4.8.
Yeah.
Hey, there we go. So yeah, 4.8. So that goes to show as well.
That definitely dropped then because they were powered up on 4.4
full power
an hour ago. Yeah.
Full power on 4.4. But then look at that, and I'm like,
it's a bit of everything today, right? Like
it's European windsurfing.
That's nerve-wracking, like not knowing what it will be.
100%. But that's what this is. It's European
it's
windsurfing.
Dutch weather, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, we get a bit of this, bit of that,
Autumn storm sessions.
Exactly.
Might be sunny, might be rainy.
Yeah, who knows? So that was Bodie Kempen and Tigo Core. The winner of that will advance through into Heat 31. Next up, we have Eugenio Marconi up against Jacopo Testa. And as I said, this will be the last heat for the two-man, the way we're running it now. And then we will switch to kind of overlapping men's and women's heats. So we are getting into the final kind of line of the men's double elimination. And then we will head over also to the women's double elimination as well. So fingers crossed, we are going to, be able to finish this as long as that wind doesn't drop off. Yeah, as you can see, looking at the water state there, it's definitely a lot more glassy, shall we say.
I think now the top guys, they can
get going in nothing.
Yeah, they can get going in nothing. So that's a good thing for the competition.
100%. So shove it
Wow.
Spock there. Whoa, I don't
What
know
happened?
what happened. I don't know. I saw a shove it Spock there from Jacopo Testa, and I'm pretty sure we saw a culo from Eugenio Marconi. So Eugenio been on an absolute tear today. Went through Martin Molnar, then went through George Grisley, then went through Sam Steve, and is now up against Jacopo Testa. I think this may be the best he's ever performed in a competition. So it's pretty cool for him.
That's really cool.
Yeah, he's going to be really stoked with it. I mean, he's been sailing really, really well.
Nice.
Shaka 360
yeah,
there.
Shaka 360.
And I think a burner 360 there as well from Jacopo Testa. So yeah, another nice exchange. These boys keep doing moves at the exact same time. I've said it already. Stop doing it.
They look good powered up though.
I know they do. It may be one of those things. Maybe the last heat was just a bit of a dud. It was a 10 minutes of there's not too much wind.
Yeah.
These guys look finely powered up now. Jacopo duck in the sail.
Whoa! Oh!
Will water start out? Will that count as an air cabby? That's my question. I'm not too sure.
I think it was an air cabby.
I think it was too. But I'm not too sure. Oh, so the skies outside have suddenly just got quite dark. And it looks like there's a big old wind line. So I think we're about to get a big old storm, potentially a big old load of rain. Hopefully it brings with it some wind. Yeah, as we said, a bit of everything.
But that's so tricky with the rain coming this next hour. You can be underpowered or get this mega windy.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Yeah, absolutely.
Gusts that come with the rain.
Yeah, for sure. So that was Jacopo Testa with a nice punch there. Eugenio Marconi looking lit up. Looks like he's got loads of power. It's that thing where you're like almost a bit nervous, the amount of power you have. You're like, I don't like this. 4 minutes and 35 seconds to go in this as we see a Spock.
Wow.
Oh, you saw him like sit and power that sail.
See, this is why I love his sailing. It's Marconi wanting
I think he wanted a
shove
cabby.
it.
Oh, was
no,
it?
shove it Spock.
Oh, was it a shove it Spock? Sorry, I was busy still looking at Jacopo Testa.
That was incredible.
Yeah. Crazy moves going down from both of these guys. Eugenio duck in the sail. Nice Kono there. Textbook. He's opting to sail a little bit further upwind than Jacopo. Let's see what Jacopo's got for us. Whoa, really nice Shaka 360 there.
It's unbelievable how he still spins that second one around while the Shaka was not even that fast.
Yeah, he lands like
on the,
so far on the
tail,
nose.
Yeah,
and then whips it round. Really, really nice. And there is the rain. Looking outside, it looks like there's a lot of rain just showed up.
I was just gonna go and get ready, but I might hang around a bit more.
I mean, you can see it on the left-hand camera, on the camera that's on Eugenio. You know, there's facing right into the rain.
It's like it's 7 p.m. getting dark on that
it's the
screen.
apocalypse. Jacopo Testa ducking the sail. Woo! Straight round a Kono. I mean, that goes to show as well, you know, he essentially messed that duck up quite badly.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'll just do a Kono. A really nice one.
Punch, really nice punch.
Good punch from Eugenio. A lot of good punches from Eugenio
well,
today.
I think it's storming now. Look at over there.
Yeah, looking
We're
at
watching outside and you suddenly see everything moving.
Wind and the rain. Yeah, the bushes outside are going crazy. So, yeah, I think that was perhaps the calm before the storm, the boys' heat last time. But it depends. Well, sailing in the rain is also hard.
It's hard.
Whoa, nice Skopu there from Jacopo, just sliding round. So let's see what he's got. Ducks the sail in regular. Whee, Kono. Not as usual. Not as usual style.
Wow, it looks very tricky conditions now.
Yeah, looks like it's really, really picked up. And obviously with that rain, and when it's this windy as well, the rain is just coming sideways and hitting you right in the face. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's impossible to see.
Yeah.
There's Jacopo.
Jacopo Testa, let's see. Eugenio. Whoa, Cabby, and he will save it.
Nice. Good saving.
Yeah, not the cleanest, but we don't mind. Whoa.
Flaka Shaka.
Really nice Flaka Shaka there from Jacopo Testa. So Bodie Kempen has advanced through against Tigo Court with the last heat. So yeah, Bodie Kempen, the winner of this heat, will go up against Bodie Kempen. Wow, as Jacopo Testa goes down on a spock, or I think maybe a shove at spock. So fully raining now, as you can see. That's full apocalypse. Any European windsurfers or people who windsurf in the north of the world will be familiar with these kind of conditions. Eugenio ducking the sail. Wow, big one-handed burner there. Oh, Jacopo Testa capo. That's when you know it's windy.
Look at these shots.
Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy conditions here. Looking out there.
One heat before, they were struggling to plane, and look at this. This looks...
Yeah, this is classic.
Incredible difficulty. Look,
Yeah.
whoa!
It's definitely picked up.
Oh my God. I'm not sure how keen I am to get out there.
Well, that is the end of the heat. So we will wait and see who the winner of that one is. Keep an eye on the update to the heat ladders.
I would think it's Testa, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think but equally, we've been wrong. As I said, we're waiting for confirmation.
Don't trust us, basically.
Well, we're not
That's what we
judges.
say.
We're
No.
not, we're not judges, and we don't have direct contact with the judges.
It would be so hard being a judge. It's so difficult. Look, this beginning one was...
Shove it spock for Jacopo Testa and a Kulo. Nice, Shaka 360.
All right, I will leave you to it.
Yes, no, you go and get ready. Get out in the apocalypse.
I'm going to go enjoy the storm to get ready.
Yeah. Thank you very much for joining us, Ariane.
You're welcome.
Best of luck.
Stay here, nice, warm and dry.
Oh, I will. Don't you worry.
Watching us.
Yeah.
See you later.
Yeah.
I might in the end do have to get
You
my
might.
3.6 ready.
I think
If I will hit one of these stormy.
if this is anything to go by, I think you will need only a 3.6.
Yeah.
As it looks super windy out there now.
Whoa! Oh, I should get my sail. Oh.
Yeah.
Something
Nice
was
shaka
flying
there. Wow, big air bob there. Eugenio Marconi on fire at this event. But let's wait and see who will be the winner of this. So now we are switching over to the women's. So the first heat, it will be women's heat 15. You see these apocalyptic conditions now. The riders really struggling there. Whoa. So you can see full super storm winds. Yeah, crazy conditions coming through here right now. I think everyone's going to be going down onto 3.6 or potentially even smaller. You know, given what Ariane was just saying there, I think she'll. I think there'll be a lot of riders asking her for her 3.6 if these conditions are anything to go by. As you can see from the cam there, just while the cameramen kind of reset the cams a little bit with all this wind that's coming in. So I think I have just heard that they are going to be having a heat break while we wait for this storm front to come through. So we will have a heat break while we wait for this front to just pass through. Yeah, and I believe one of the riders for the first women's heat, they are not available. So we will run this as a heat break. Everyone will get themselves reset up, and then we'll be back in for the next heat after that, which will be men's heat 31, which will be Bodie Kempen up against the winner of the heat you have just seen, Eugenio Marconi and Jacopo Testa. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gents, welcome back. It's the Freestyle Pro Tour and we're here in Vassal for a unique towing event.
It might look bizarre that we're going windsurfing in no wind, but actually if you think about it, when you stick your head out the side of a car, you have a lot of wind in your face and your hair's flying, there's a lot of power there. So we're actually using that wind.
With a packed out beach, some excited riders and some crazy moves, the qualifications got underway.
Not the biggest one, but it was definitely clean.
Actually, I wanted to do like a salto, but it went out like a Superman.
Really cool that the quad was into it.
I'm super stoked about it. It was a hard competition. Huh? The setup was nearly perfect at the end, and I'm just hyped to be in the finals.
With 6 men and 3 women making it through to the finals, the Airstyle format has once again provided the goods. So the finals are on. Let's go.
Super nice. It's so fast, and the way, yeah, it's such an adrenaline rush. It's really cool. It was super cool to be so close to the crowd. I think we really put on a show.
Mike is always there, and I'm always looking up to her, like the queen.
I was super happy to be here.
Today it's a good day. I'm not sure if a Kamikuchi is possible.
Stoked to win, but I'm even more stoked to do a big show in front of a big crowd. Yeah, that feels good. I think the crowd just hypes me up.
To be here and to experience all those people here at the event, having fun and watching freestyle windsurfing and be stoked about it, that's amazing.
That's a wrap for us here in Vassal. We leave the calmer waters as they resonate from some of the finest freestyle talent and moves that we've seen within current day windsurfing. Ladies and gents, welcome to the first Continental Series event here on the Freestyle Pro Tour. We're here in Lake Neusiedl at the surf opening in Austria. With competitors coming from as far as Bonaire and as close as here in Austria, the fleet consisted of rookies and seasoned veterans alike. On day one, the Southern Winds provided the opportunity to dive straight into the single elimination. As the day drew to a close, the winds backed off, and with it, the opportunity to complete the single elimination. 4 competitors were left: Sam and Steve, Leonard Neubauer, Steven van Broekhoven, and Jacob Potesta. With the event drawing a crowd, the opportunity to expose freestyle windsurfing to a large audience presents itself. These very waters being the founding location of the toe-in discipline saw innovation once again.
I've never done it, he has never done it. Double toe-in, synchronized moves. It's gonna be fun.
It was time for a synchro show where the athletes paired up and competed against each other in teams. In the final, 4 teams faced each other. It was the Bonaireans, the Belgians, the Dutch, and the Toon Maestros, Sam Steve and Lennart Neubauer.
First place, Team Belgium, Jente Kees en Steven van Broekhoven. Team Belgium hat diesen Applaus verdient.
With suitable wind conditions forecasted at the crack of dawn, it was time to get on with the windsurfing competition. The single elimination final was on, and 6 AM was the starting time. With Lennart Neubauer already through to the final, it was all about the heat, Jacob Testa versus Sam Steve. The winner of last year's event, the Italian Jacob Testa, advanced and would now face the rising star Lennart Neubauer. Unexpectedly, the winds kept improving, and so we dived straight into the double elimination, that second chance comeback round.
Actually, I want to finish it. I want to do it proper, so one win is just one win, so if I can do it twice would be even better.
The first standout rider was the Dane Matthias Vingard, who defeated opponent after opponent only to be stopped by the Bonairean Joep Schmidt.
But it was a lot of fun, huh?
Really nice sailing, man. Beautiful scopus, burner.
On the other side of the draw, Jamie Howe was on a tear, showing he means business here after he sustained an injury at this very event in 2022.
Yeah, so far so good. 1 minute to go. It's good to get out a heat before when you're here because it's quite a long way to the competition area.
Winning 4 heats in a row, he was only stopped by Jente Kees. After losing out to Lennart Neubauer in the early rounds of the single elimination, Kees was on a comeback of his own.
Not something unfamiliar I have done. I have done many comebacks. Unfortunately, I got stopped by a really strong Steven van Broekhoven. You know, Steven is the man standing for so many years and he still got it, so I'm stoked for him.
Van Broekhoven flipped a switch and produced the highest heat score of the event time and time again.
Once you get in the flow, then it's going.
Really good moves. I'm super impressed about him and happy for what he learned.
Stopping Kees and defeating Steve and Testa to find himself in the final against Lennart.
I do what I can and just enjoy.
my dream since I started windsurfing to win an event, and it's the first year where I was actually competitive. Well, it's a very special moment for me. The yellow lycra, as you might all know on the EFPT, means I'm officially the tour leader. Hopefully I can maintain it till the end of the year and get my first European title.
Once again, Lake Neusiedl has produced the goods. The 2023 Freestyle Pro Tour title race is well underway. Stay tuned.